PUBG Mobile players in PUBG Mobile version 2.2. We're debuting the new Gearfront mode. All 8 skills have distinct features, bringing players even more tactical fun. Players can select one skill for each match. Today, we'll be introducing the skill Trace. Trace is a passive skill. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. When a teammate has the skill equipped, all other members of the team can see the tagged enemy, making it easier to focus fire. Trace can help teams on any map, particularly in areas with a lot of buildings or plagued by conflicts. Your team is less likely to lose enemies tagged by Trace, as it provides information that allows teams to predict enemy movements and determine whether to pursue enemies or fall back. For aggressive teams or those that prefer frontal assault, Trace is all the more the go-to skill to help you clinch victory. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Libic, and Nusa. Everyone, be sure to make haste to try out different skill combinations to see what works. We'll also be bringing you more skill introductions, so don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello there! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will be released soon. In this video, I'll be introducing the exciting new contents of this version, which includes the new Battle Royale map, Nusa, updates to the Classic Mode map, Erangel, basic improvements, themed gameplay updates, season updates, social system improvements, and more. We hope you'll like them. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. Other than the many unique sites and locales, it also has distinct interactive mechanics and gameplay. Many new environments and buildings have been added to the new Nusa map, which has a holiday resort theme. First, I'll start by introducing Flame Village, which is in the middle of the map. Flame Village has a flat terrain and is surrounded by mountain slopes. Other than a few brick buildings, other buildings are mostly huts. In the Nusa map, these are the only buildings that can be set on fire and destroyed by firebolts. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations of intense combat. Although the rooftop gives players a visual advantage, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. Risk and opportunity coexist. Pink Beach is the area along the southern edge of the map. Over here, Love Island, which is also covered with pink sand, can be seen in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach, and there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. It's a great place to take a photo for sharing. Bouline Bay is in the northwest part of the map. You'll find a seaside building complex here. The towering cliffs on both sides create the unique geographical environment of Bouline Bay, which also happens to be the best place to monitor the buildings in the bay. Follow the cliff north of Bouline Bay upwards to find a natural cavern that is connected to the sea. There are also lots of supplies here waiting to be found. Telepack Town is along the southeastern edge of the map. Buildings are densely packed here, with several high-rises, making this one of the most supply-rich areas in Nusa. The town has everything, including a separate villa complex at the center, and tall high-rise apartment buildings with an elevator. These make it convenient for players when searching the buildings for supplies. In addition to the above locations, Nusa also has a shipyard, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Crystal Bay, and many more new places for you to explore. We've added many interesting and exciting interactive mechanics, such as Super Recall and Zip Lines. Let's start by introducing the Super Recall mechanic. When playing as a duo or squad, if a player is defeated within a certain time period, they won't be eliminated right away. As long as they still have a teammate in the match, and the first blue zone hasn't started shrinking, they will jump back into the battleground with a weapon. When playing solo, players will automatically return to the battleground. You'll need to take note of the following though. You can only be recalled once like this, so make the most of your second chance. Furthermore, Nusa is characterized by its high and low terrain. To make it convenient for players to move around quickly, we've added zip lines at corresponding locations on the map, which players can use as they approach them. However, the ropes of the zip lines can be destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, you'll need to first repair it with a tactical crossbow in order to use it. In addition to these 2 mechanics, the new Nusa map also has PvE, supply crates, beach balls on the beach, a swimming pool for recovering energy, and water jars that players can hide in. You can explore and experience these for yourself later. Vehicles and weapons have always been the focus of updates for players. We've updated 1 new vehicle and 2 new weapons. Let's take a look at the new vehicle, the Quad. As a 2-seater vehicle, it is light and flexible and is great at going uphill, which makes it perfect for navigating Nusa's undulating terrain. Its excellent stability also means it isn't likely to flip over when traversing complex terrain, giving players a better driving and riding experience. In terms of weapons, we updated the tactical crossbow and added the NS2000. The tactical crossbow can use normal bolts and fire bolts. Fire bolts can set the huts in Flame Village on fire, and when shot at enemies directly, will deal damage and can burn them. The new NS2000 is accurate and powerful. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down the sights. Whether it is used in melee or mid-range combat, it is still a powerful weapon. Stay tuned. Erangel has also been updated. Let's start with the updates made to the hospital. The fence and building of the hospital have been given new paths to give players more options when moving in and out of this area. The interior of the hospital has also been simplified so that players can search for supplies more quickly. Near the hospital, we added an abandoned ambulance and medical supply crates, as well as more vegetation to provide more cover for players. POWR has also been updated. We've improved the internal structure of POWR to make this area more reachable so that players can see more and plan their routes better. In this update, Erangel will get 3 renovated ports, which will be found at the ferry pier, the farm in the southwest, and Sanhok military base in the south. These ports will bring more supplies to these 3 areas, so make sure to keep these 3 ports in mind and treat them as new supply collection points. We've added many new mechanics to the Erangel map. For example, there is a shed where bicycles can be obtained, a flash shop that sells discounted items, targeted supply crates that can be found inside buildings, and a trunk that teammates can use to trade items while riding the vehicle, and a gas station for refueling vehicles. Make good use of these new mechanics to win more matches. We've also improved firearms. In this update, we have significantly improved both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability when fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Among airdrop weapons, we have adjusted the AUG and MK14's handling and damage to better balance the airdrop weapons. We've made a series of improvements to the throwing wheel, throwing arc display, item marking effects, and more. We believe these changes will give players a better combat experience. Cycle 3, Season 8, will officially begin after the version update. The new season's rewards include the C3S8 set, C3S8 parachute, C3S8 SKS, and other legendary outfits. Meanwhile, sub-tiers have also been added to Ace and above. Every 100 points is a mini-tier, and players can accumulate stars. We've also added titles to Ace Master and above. Best wishes for ranking up. We've also upgraded the game's social system. We've adjusted the friend limit, synergy required for reserving matches with friends, synergy system, and other social gameplay to an extent. Players are also able to set their gender on their profile card, and new interactive gifts are also available. I believe these changes will give players better interactions and social experiences. Finally, RP M15 and M16 will have new rewards. New characters, outfits, and items will also be added later. The workshop for upgrading firearms will also be improved. In the new version, we've introduced harsher penalties for violating the game rules, so that players will have a better gaming environment. At the same time, more amazing content will be ready for you in the new version. The new themed game mode, Gearfront, will be available at the end of the month. Come and experience the new skills gameplay and the Halloween-themed Strange Town. Stay tuned. Alright, that's all for this video. We hope PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will give everyone a good gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time! Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 is now officially available. This version update includes a new map, Noosa. Besides its beautiful scenery, Noosa also contains many new interactive mechanics. Use these interactive mechanics well, and you'll be well on your way to ranking up and stacking those wins. In this video, we'll be covering tips on Noosa's interactive mechanics.
Tip 1. Super Recall.
As Noosa is a small map with lots of supplies concentrated in different areas, players often find themselves landing in the middle of a gunfight. Given the intensity of combat, players may find themselves making a mistake and getting eliminated soon after landing. Not to worry, Noosa has a super recall mechanic available, as long as there's a teammate still in the match and before the first blue zone starts shrinking. All eliminated players can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random firearm. But remember, recalls are only available once, so make the most of your second chance. Tip 2. Zip lines. Most places on Nusa, with a big difference in high and low elevation, will have zip lines for moving between them. Players can approach the zip line to quickly move between areas. But note that zip lines are fragile and easily destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, use a tactical crossbow to repair it. Once repaired, the zip line can once again be used. Tip 3. Elevators. Telepak Town, located in the southeastern part of Nusa, has a luxury apartment building with an elevator serving its 7 floors. Players wishing to move between floors only need to enter the elevator and press the floor number. They'll be whisked to that floor. It saves precious time during fast-paced combat. Of course, be on your guard when exiting the elevator, as other players may be lying in wait for you. Tip 4. New weapons. The NS-2000 is a shotgun with high accuracy at mid or close range. When hip firing, it uses 12-gauge shotgun shells. When aiming, it switches over to shotgun slugs. With combat being unpredictable in Nusa, the NS-2000 enjoys great versatility in solo and team fights, and it heightens the fun of combat. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or on one's personal preference, to always ensure having the best tool for the job. In this new map, the tactical crossbow can be loaded with both ordinary and fire bolts. These bolts deal the same level of damage, but the firebolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them, as well as deal burn damage to a target. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather still when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. Of course, Nusa is full of excitement. Besides the interactive gameplay mechanics outlined just now, there is a lot more content waiting for players to discover, such as Pink Beach and Bouline Bay in the southern and western parts of the map respectively. Besides enjoying the beautiful scenery, players can play with beach balls with teammates for a different kind of fun. During battle, beach balls can serve as cover on the open beach by giving players time to come up with a defensive and counterattack strategy. Energy can be recovered at the swimming pool in Bouline Bay. Flame Village in the middle of the map has water jars that you can hide in. And in various rural areas on the map, there are many random supply crates scattered about. More exciting mechanics are waiting for you to explore and discover. Alright, that was an introduction to Nusa's interactive mechanics. If you want more details about Nusa, be sure to follow PUBG Mobile's official social media platforms. See you next time. Bye!
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny, and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bouline Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay, Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bouline Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Noosa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Noosa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Noosa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
فريق الفالكونز ممكن سيعرقل فريق تقريبا، ولكن حاجة تدخل بيكون قريب والهيت ماركر موجود من حد المنطقة العمراء. أوف يلتحق وليد ولا أجمل يا لور.
إيروان صوت المبدع راح تبدع مرة ثانية وتعطينا انطلاق على أتلتيك. واو يا ربنا.
Hello and welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile MEA Fall 2022 Championship, and we're back with all the insane action the Middle East and Africa regions have to offer. Of course, it is going to be an absolutely exciting few days as we are going to be looking to see how the teams are going to be stepping up to the challenge. As we know, the teams from both the regions have been playing some absolutely phenomenal games throughout their respective PMPLs, so it is going to be quite exciting to see what everyone will be bringing on forward. Of course, my name is GEEKAY, and I'm joined by none other than Proxy. how you doing today?
Doing good. So excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing to the stage today. Obviously, they have been putting in the work. They have been putting in the grind. They've been getting themselves ready for the stage because they are fighting not only for the bragging rights of being the Middle East and Africa champs, but also for those PMGC slots. So there's a lot on the line here.
Yeah, as we know, right, we've seen some teams already qualify, locking in those slots from their respective performances in the different PMPLs, right? Those points doing some absolutely favorable things. But as you've said, rightly so, right, teams will have yet another opportunity to try and secure themselves a few of those PUBG Mobile Global Championship slots. So it's going to be absolutely exciting to see what the teams are going to be bringing on forward. And it's going to be a lot for these teams to kind of deliver on, right? As we've had those insane plays, but we'd also love to hear what our viewers are thinking, right? As we know, of course, we have our lovely variety of social medias for everyone to choose from. Be sure to hit us up. You can hit us up on both the YouTube channels, as you can see there, PUBG Mobile MENA Esports, as well as PUBG Mobile Esports Africa. Also, you can head on over to Facebook and hit us up on the exact same names. And also, you can then reach us finally over on TikTok, and be sure to include the lovely hashtag there as well, right? The PMPL MEA champs. Be sure to pop that in alongside with your predictions. Tell us, who do you think are going to be those teams to secure themselves those slots to move on forward into that PMG seed? Also, who do you think are going to be the victors to rise on through, right? As we know, the teams are playing for several things. But first, let's take a look and see what the format is like for this season of the MEA Championships.
And as we know, we take a look at these insane days of play that the teams have to deal with. So it's only 4 days of play, and within every single one of those days, they have 6 matches to work with. So a lot of work that these teams are going to have to bring in, and a lot of competition, DK, that they're going to have to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, 24 matches, it's going to be no joke, yes? Already they've come from playing over 70 games, right? From what we've seen come through. So I'm pretty sure the teams are still able to kind of push forward with that momentum. And as we know, at the end of the day, all the points are going to be adding up into the overall standings, right? There's not going to be any super weekends or league days or anything like that like we've seen over the previous PMPLs. Instead, in Championship, it is just 4 days of carnage, right? 6 matches a day in which these teams are going to be duking out to see who will be those teams to lock in the top positions and, of course, be those ones to find some absolute excitement once they move through to what comes next. But as we know, the teams also have to try and secure those positions. And the best way to do that is, of course, through utilizing our tried and tested point structure for them, as we've seen the point structure being utilized for quite some time now.
Absolutely. It is the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile. It is those placements and eliminations that come to fruition here for the teams. And we've seen the different balances and focuses that these teams have been bringing to the various points. Some teams, obviously, we know they are absolutely phenomenal when it comes to picking up those elimination points. So they really do focus on an elimination-heavy play style. But the teams with the great rotations, with the early rotations, with the better stratagems in terms of those placements, they bring in those crazy placement points, as we know, that are awarded for your placement depending on where you've placed and how you've managed to hopefully grab that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I mean, one place that you definitely want to try and avoid as best you can is making a stop over the bakery, right? That, of course, I'm referring to that 13th to 16th position, where you'll only get a bag of donuts and nothing other than that. But, of course, you could make up for that, as you've said, with those 1 point being awarded per elimination. And it's going to be quite exciting to see how much effort these teams are going to be bringing through, right? We know that they've been absolutely just grinding it out, and they will continue the grind because, as we know, in this season of the MEA Championships, right, the teams are also playing for their share of the prize pool. And yet again, we have an absolutely phenomenal prize pool coming through. So everyone is going to be trying to lock in as best of a position as they can possibly find, with that first place being worth $23,000. And from there, it trickles all the way down to 16th place being worth $6,000. That, of course, all forming part of our $150,000 prize pool. And in true fashion, our MVP will be walking away with an extra little bit of ka-ching in there as well.
Of course, picking up that extra $1,000. And we've already seen two of our MVPs from the previous PMPL falls. We had Gaith from GEEKAY Esports within the PMPL Arabia picking up that $1,000 previously. And of course, over on the PMPL Africa side, we had to give it over towards Teak from Titans for their absolutely dominating performance. So a lot of pressure already, and we know that these players are absolutely capable based off of their previous PMPLs. Now they're going to be pitted against each other, and we will see who's the ultimate MVP when it comes to Middle East and Africa.
Yeah, so there's going to be quite a bit of excitement. But, you know, I think the part that comes next is going to be that exciting part that, right, we are waiting to see what is going to be happening, right? As we know, we've got some absolutely monstrous players. We've got some monstrous teams across the board. And we've seen several teams across, you know, making a return, right? We've got several teams that were here in the previous MEA Championship having yet another opportunity to step up, to show us what they've got. And I think it's going to be quite exciting to see what the growth has been since we last saw them in the respective MEA Championship.
No, absolutely. It's going to come down to see how much work these teams have been able to do, what they've had to, you know, recover, what they've had to adapt moving into this PMPL as well, into their respective regions PMPLs, how they had to adapt moving into those challenges. And now, of course, coming back, now they need to step it up once again. So the continuous recycling of skills and just the absolute insane ability of these teams will be tried and tested continuously as we make that road trip all the way to the PMGC. And it's not over just yet. We've already got 3 teams who have managed to grab a slot in that respective PMGC because, as you mentioned, because of their points. And now there's another 3 slots available that either Arabia or the African teams will be grabbing.
Yeah, it's going to be quite exciting. As we know, the teams have been going through quite a bit in preparation for the MEA Championship. So let's have a bit of a look at what they've been up to. So as we can see, some pretty exciting gameplay coming through from these teams, right? Just really doing so much effort, bringing in so much effort to ensure that they are always at the ready to just push and give some pretty exciting performances across the board. But of course, as we know, speaking about exciting performances, we need to take a look and see what our exciting map rotation is going to be for this entire event, right? As we know, it's going to be 6 matches a day. We're going to be having quite a few of the Erangels in there. A nice little side order of Miramars to come through as well. But of course, we are also then including that lone little Sanhok, right? In match number 4. So it is going to be quite a bit of excitement to see what the teams will bring out. But I love the way that they cycle Erangel in between the Miramars and the Sanhoks as well.
Yeah, just adding a little bit of that greenery inside the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile, so these teams have at least a bit of a reset point. You know, they can look at it depending on where their map priorities are, depending on what their preferences are for maps. They can at least work it in a way that will help them to at least have every single second map be their winning choice, be their running goal, and hopefully picking up as many points as they possibly can, because it's never going to be reset. As we know, starting today, there's going to be no breaks, DK. There's going to be no points at which those points are going to be reset, so the teams have to put their best foot forwards from the get-go.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking about best foots forward, right, we've seen some really strong teams from each side, which you've mentioned already, but we have our three teams that placed at the top of their respective PMPLs in the finals, right? So we have on the Africa side, for instance, we've got 1 million, we've got the players from Titan Gaming, as well as for Slime 4KT, and then over in the Arabic side, we got Falcons Gaming, we got R8 Esports, as well as the players there from GEEKAY as well. So there's quite some impressive numbers that we've seen either side bring through within their own respective finals. Now, is there anything that particularly stands out for you that we could be seeing coming through into this championship?
So Falcons was a standout team for me looking at the PMPL Arabia, because actually through the league stages, they were still using that Super Weekend format as well. For the viewers from PMPL Africa, they weren't using that new bonus point format, so they still had that, you know, tried and tested Super Weekend move. But Falcons, finishing off with the league stages, actually finished in 13th position, and then when it came through to the finals, wow, well then it was a whole different beast that came out with Falcons, because that's where they actually won the entire thing. They came through the finals, picked up 118 eliminations or so, and managing to make sure that they were the PMPL Arabia Championship. So a lot of work that came through from them. On the Africa side, we have a more consistent viewing of our top three. In fact, every single one of our top three teams managed to win a phase in the new format. So they've all had their shining moments, but it really was coming down to Titans and 1 million and their battle for the top. But ultimately, as we know, from each region, there were PMGC slots available, but already those slots have been taken. So you mentioned GEEKAY, they were one of the teams to take the PMPL Arabia slot, but the other team to take a PMGC slot from Arabia is NIGMA Galaxy, who actually ended up in 4th place overall. So there was a massive change up for them, and obviously on the PMPL Africa side, we had 1 million Esports taking their PMGC slot. So we spoke about it a little bit off camera, DK. These teams, they hold a lot of power in terms of, yes, they are still competing for that prize pool, they are still competing for those bragging rights, but they've already got their PMGC slots. They're coming into this with absolutely no stress in the world trying to get themselves in that direction.
It's going to be quite an interesting approach to see what these teams are going to be doing out on the battlefield, right? As you've said, and as we've talked about before, they don't have to worry about PMGC slots, right? They've already secured them, so they hold so much power. They can decide who they want to join them over in PMGC and who are they going to try and put a bit of a stop to. So I do think that these three teams could be teams to look out for. I'm quite curious to see what their approach and their strategy is going to be out on the battlefield. But looking at their respective performances coming through from those PMPLs, right? It's very well-deserved positions. It's not that they were just lucky to kind of find themselves in that situation. You can see the amount of work that they've brought to that battlefield, really grinding their way on through. And we saw some pretty impressive figures coming through from them. I mean, if we look at GEEKAY, for instance, they locked in, I think it's like, what, 9 winner chicken dinners throughout their PMPL series. So, I mean, we won't even talk about what we had over in the Africa side, because Titan Gaming, they were just absolutely insane with those winner chicken dinners. But again, 1 million right there hot on the heels. And what was scary for me coming through from the Africa side, for instance, is 1 million would step up, bring in and kind of set a standard. Then Titan Gaming comes in and they replicate that effort. Exactly, right? And that speaks so much about the capabilities of these teams. And I want to see what the kind of trend is now that they have the opportunity to compete even against even more aggressive Arabia teams, right? Just showing where those talents really will lead them. And I think this is going to be quite an exciting preparation for the teams. A little bit of a taste of what we could potentially be expecting to see over in towards the PMGC.
As you were saying, it's that step-up mentality that these teams have to bring in. They stepped up into PMPL, their respective PMPLs. Now they're stepping up one step even further. Now they're going into the Middle East and Africa champs. After this, it's another step up and a step up and a step up all the way to the PMGC. And at every single point, they need to adapt. At every single point, they need to get better and better. There is no other option at this stage, because the teams need to constantly ensure they are the best if they want to have an opportunity of moving even further.
Well, now comes the exciting part, right? As we know, we are getting ready to move into our very first match right over on towards Erangel. Now, historically speaking, we've seen a few different teams rise to the occasion, right? We can look back at the different PMPLs to see who brought in their respective winner chicken dinners. But I think it's going to be quite exciting to see what will come through in this season over in towards the championship on this very, very first game. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it was GEEKAY that took that very first winner chicken dinner in the spring season. So, you know, there's going to be that expectation to see the returning teams from the previous MEA championship to see whether or not they can uphold the standard they established for themselves. And also, I think it's going to be a nice change up with these new faces joining the fray to see how they then measure up against the competition.
Yeah, the new teams from PMPL Arabia, the new teams from PMPL Africa, all of them are adding a different flavor, a different obstacle that the rest of the teams are going to have to deal with. And I mean, if you look at the PMPL Africa side, you know, we immediately had Titans, a new name, a new face, jumping up into the fray and suddenly taking names and trying to keep up with the likes of Titans, 1 million actually, who got a PMGC slot from Africa. So, I mean, all of a sudden, these teams are just jumping in and picking up massive points.
Yeah, well, I have to correct myself. I said that it was the players there from GEEKAY. Instead, actually, I was mistaken. It was NIGMA Galaxy, right? How could I get that one wrong? It's not like we don't know who NIGMA Galaxy is. As we know, a very formidable force to be reckoned with. So it's going to be exciting to see what the teams will bring out, right? As we are getting the plane all warmed up and ready to go. All the trays have been put in their upright position. Everyone's seatbelts are on. I'm hoping the parachutes are on as well. But you know what? We're not going to be having to wait much longer as we jump straight on through to see what that flight path is going to be bringing in. We can see the lovely Stolber over on towards that right-hand side with a slight little bit of a side order of prison over to the left. So that means we're looking at a slightly more northern flight path coming into this very first game.
So a very interesting opportunity, and I mean, as we've seen for 1 million before, they're going to be very happy because they will be ending off right there close towards the southern point of Georgia Pool. Curious to see if they're going to still be sticking to their usual drop sites for the rest of the teams. Of course, this is going to be our first look at what kind of drop spots they're going to be bringing into Erangel this season.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see exactly where it is going to be going, right? So, already we got a few teams starting to make their way on down. We can see the players there for Kurdistan that first initial jump. They are going to be heading a little bit further down towards that Lepovka position, so getting themselves already spread out. We do have a slight bit of congestion slightly further up ahead as well, but that is yet to be seen where exactly the teams are going to be looking to log into. Of course, Virtual Gaming, right? Those strangers pushing straight towards Savoni. I think this is where things could get quite exciting as the teams now start to make their way on down. Alright, so as we can see, the teams now still slow, steady spread, looking for a bit of a position to get themselves situated in that zone. Is going to be centering up right towards the ever lovely kind of Pachinki school area that we've got going there. And now this is where things are, you know, kind of building up towards, right? We got a few teams with a bit of that hot drop action coming in. So we could see quite a bit of those altercations already. NASR is going to be the first team to get hit.
Oh, starting it off with a knock. That's not how you want to start your Erangel of the day, but of course it is against none other than Titans. Over there towards the northern portion of Shelter, NASR, unfortunately, with that current 2-2 split that they're going to be running, they're going to have to give up one of their players and regenerate themselves in for the next set of rotations. Of course, we know very close to the center currently, so they're not going to have to take any early rotations other than that initial engagement from Titans, but Titans, of course, they're going to be picking up our first elimination of the Middle East and Africa champs for the fall season.
Yeah, and as we know, there's going to be quite a few exciting plays to come, right? As we can see, the spreads going about, and we did have a bit of a sneak peek, of course, our list of teams there, right? As we can see, it is going to be Titan Gaming for Kurdistan, we've got CONQUEROR Iraq, we've got GEEKAY, we've got NIGMA Galaxy 1 million, the OOREDOO Thunders, we've got POWR, as well as R8, Slime4KT, Soul, Falcons, but then we see something different there, a different logo, right? As we know before, we had Leaders Esports, and from what we can see there, that is the UMBRA logo. So, who knows? Maybe we could see a little bit of that UMBRA action coming in. Of course, we got Twisted Minds as well as the players from Virtual Gaming. And then, of course, finally we have the players from NASR. So some very, very familiar names out on the battlefield, but of course, we are going to be waiting for that familiar action with a beautiful bit of that vehicle action coming in from none other, as you said, from AXA.
AXA just picking up that first elimination of the day. We get to see Ali just out in the distance. Will have spotted that opportunity, you know, in the vehicles, was looking for a little bit of that recovery action, but unfortunately there was no opportunity to actually make that happen. And as you mentioned, Team UMBRA, you are very, very happy to see them back again, because you do love saying Team UMBRA, don't you?
Mm-hmm. Oh yes, oh yes. I mean, I am so delighted to see the name back again. I'm loving myself a little bit of that UMBRA. But as we have it, right, the teams are making their way through this looting phase. We got NASR occupying the apartment building just towards that eastern side of school, with the players there from UMBRA holding on to school itself. So with regards to drop locations, nothing really out of the ordinary, right? Things still looking pretty familiar from what we are accustomed to seeing come through from these teams. But again, right, this very first match, my main attention is going to be on the newcomers, the teams that we've not really seen play in the MEA Championship.
Yeah, so the teams that have those opportunities to come on in with a fresh face, with no real expectation from the rest of the teams, right? So there's no case of, well, oh, I remember playing at you in the last season, you know, I know how you're going to be playing. Now, well, it's a clean slate. It's a clean opportunity for these teams to now bring off a brand new standing. And I mean, Titans, they're one of those new teams, and they started us off with an elimination. So the bar's been set. The rest of the teams, they need to catch on up.
Yeah, now what I'm quite curious to see is whether or not the teams are going to be looking to continue with that momentum forward. As we know, Falcons from the Arabia side, they finished off in the finals with an 80-point lead. Right now, that is pretty impressive to see. Take into consideration just how tough it is, right, playing in these finals. But again, then also, I want to see what's going to happen with 1 Million and Titan, because they were also the monsters coming through from the Africa region. So all these teams now having to prove themselves once again.
Yep, we're going to step on back up. It's like the champion returning with that belt. Returning and showcasing that, listen, it's our time. Once again, it is our turn to this time take that seat and take our rightful place. I mean, for the champions of previous season, like NIGMA Galaxy, like your team Falcons, right? They've got that pressure on their backs to perform once again, to showcase that they are the reigning champions, and that's not going to change anytime soon. For NIGMA Galaxy, we know they already have that BMGC slot, so they have that extra bit of pressure they can apply to the rest of the teams and say, look, we can take your number one seat away from you once again. We can decide who's going to be joining us in BMGC, like we mentioned in the pre-show. Yeah.
So there's a lot of power for these teams, and a lot of powerful teams here as well. So, you know, it's going to be just a few moments until the teams start getting right down to business, right? It's just around the corner. We're going to be seeing who's going to be looking to rip it up. We already see the team starting to sort of get that mobilization ready, right? Falcons, they're locking in the vehicles, securing themselves for that initial rotation. I mean, they're really close to center zone, so they're not going to be having to travel all too far. But I'm quite interested to see what's going to be happening down towards that southwestern side, right? We got CONQUEROR there. We got the players then also coming through from the side of OOREDOO Thunder, and we are adding Seoul Esports into the mix as well. So there could be some congestion coming through from that southwestern side.
Yeah, there's always an opportunity there towards Fairpure as well. We've got a few potential interesting points here, but we'll have to wait and see if anything's going to come from those points. You know, are we going to see CONQUERORs getting into a little bit of action there, or are we going to be seeing them just, you know, backing it off? Also, Esports and OOREDOO Thunders with their rotations into zone, it could be a very interesting situation. Well, we've got R8 Esports, of course, just applying some of that pressure over towards virtual gaming and 1 Million with a very close position as well.
You know what makes me quite excited, right, is I'm having a bit of a look at the chat as well, right? We see some predictions coming in with, you know, how some of the viewers say the Africa region is going to perform going up against these teams, right? But I gotta say, we'll know once the first day is done and dusted what we could be expecting to see for the remainder of this event, because as we know, we got some very formidable forces on either side. Historically, yes, the teams from the Arabia region have been putting up a super aggressive attempt, especially when it comes to the MEA Championship. But we've seen a lot of the growth come from both sides. So maybe things could change up quite a bit moving into this season of the MEA Championships.
Yeah, day number 1, that is your open mind day. That is the day that we come in with a few stats, yes, but we can't, unfortunately, compare the PMPL Arabia Fall to the PMPL Africa Fall season because, well, they were two completely different structures. They were two completely different setups. I mean, if you actually take a look at those points, the Africa teams picked up more points. But that has nothing to do with the actual teams, more so the structures themselves. It's like comparing apples to oranges, as you've mentioned before. So we can't actually pull any of those stats. So we have to jump into these 6 maps today with an open mind, ready to see what these teams have prepared for it. It's going to be up to the players, it's going to be up to the individuals and the teams and what action they will be bringing in today. So before we can make any sort of predictions or judgments.
Yep, but of course, you know, we're not going to be having to wait too much longer to see what's going to happen right then and there. As the zone now takes a little bit of a move towards that western side, is going to be centering up even more towards that Pachinki area. And again, this will allow even more continuation for those rotations to come through. We can already see the players there from Twisted Mind holding on towards that Gatka kind of territory. POWR, of course, just alongside them. And now we have OOREDOO Thunder starting with that ascend or descent coming through from that southern side, also looking to find a little bit more of an opportune position to rotate in towards. But it is going to be a heavily defended territory, as we now see, thanks to the players there from Kurdistan, as they too come rotating up into the territory.
Making their rotations in, trying to just find some sort of an angle here. And they are pulling up just alongside that 2v2 split here from 1 Million Esports. So they will be keeping that information to themselves for now. They're not going to be jumping at this opportunity just yet because, as we know, there's a lot more teams that need to rotate on in and they're not quite ready to expose themselves. We can see Marshall just keeping a nice keen-eyed strain on these rotations. But for now, it's all that wait is all to see where these teams will situate themselves.
Yeah, and Headshot Hills slowly but surely is getting quite populated, as we can see, thanks to that lovely map on the side there. We've got 1 million over towards that western side. We've got the players from GEEKAY situated just towards the sunken city. Of course, now the team here from Kurdistan are going to be moving in on the eastern edge. But again, right, all the teams looking to occupy as much hard cover as they can find. And I do think once we get into this later stage, we'll have a lot more of the aggression then starting to roll on through. But speaking of that, of course, we do have a slight bit of a development towards the northern side of the zone, right in and around that shooting range area. We can see the players from Virtual Gaming and Slime 4KT having a bit of a race, right? Looking to see who's going to be the first team to get themselves situated up into this next zone.
And of course, we do see it's going to be Bronzer to find a little bit of a connection there over towards Alpha Luigi with an immediate confirmation as well. So, unfortunately, Virtual Gaming, they will lose out on a player here just with that little bit of a rest they had here towards the northern side. And now you can see the disengagement happening as they are trying to favor more of that western approach, that northwestern approach moving into the zone and rather, you know, leave the Slime 4KT team to their own devices because they've already taken one of their members.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good start, right? Titan, Slime, both teams already sitting with 1 elimination to their name. And I'm curious to see what is going to happen now as that blue zone will start to make its way on through. It's nearly halfway closed on up, and that is going to be restricting the playable area once more. But interestingly enough, if we look down to that far southern edge, right, the players coming through from Conqueror Iraq, they're just holding on to that far southern position. For the time being, quite uncontested, no one to worry about. But as we move a little bit closer towards that more northwestern side, this is where we see 1 million keeping a very watchful eye right here on R8 Esports.
Yeah, still running their 2-2 split at this point in time, so information is going to be absolutely key so that they know when it's time to disengage, when it's time to regroup, and when it's time to take those engagements. As we can see, just trying to pull up some information here, keeping a good bit of hard cover, as we can see Senke with that position over towards the compounds. But for now, it is all eyes on that zone shift, where that next zone is going to end up and how these teams are going to have to rotate to get themselves set up for the next phase.
Well, we'll find out soon enough, right? That zone is going to be taking that move ever slightly towards more school and still being inclusive of Pachinki. But this is where those Pachinki fields and the hills come into play. Potato Hill, of course, no stranger to having players there from Team UMBRA holding that position. But now, as we look over on towards the edge of the Chinky, we can see a little bit of contention coming through towards the church. Enigma Galaxy are just trying to get themselves situated in position. But Lord on the opposite end's got a little bit of that faulty action at the ready. But I do think Alhaje here from POWR is going to be trying to prevent Lord from succeeding in any of those shots.
Yeah, just applying the pressure here towards NIGMA Galaxy, just telling them to back off for the time being, as all of these teams are being situated. And for POWR Esports right now, holding this church position, they have a very, very good opportunity here, just to make sure that they're the gatekeepers of that zone, right? Moving in from that southwestern side, the teams will have to go through their crosshairs.
Well, I mean, let's see where these crosshairs go. It's quite difficult to get a crosshair on a grenade, I think, right? It doesn't last all that long, but it is now going to be up to GEEKAY Esports once again. So we can see guys now looking to just rotate up alongside the rest of the team, looking to secure themselves at least a decent position coming in towards this northern territory. We still have the big sort of remainder of Rozok still lying towards that northern side. But we have Slime4KT positioned there. Currently towards the southern side, that is where more of the congestion finds itself. We can see Prestige also now just quickly ducking down in that slight bowl there, waiting for a bit of a positional play here.
Oh, and GEEKAY Esports making their approach here into the compounds. Oh, just narrowly escaping Goa here from Slime4KT, who is just applying all sorts of pressure to try and find that one little bit of a connection, and then we'll at least find the knock, looking for that elimination as well. But GEEKAY out in the open with their current split, their 3-1 split, they will have to let that one go, losing a member and now needing to reset themselves as they want to move into the rest of Rozok.
Yeah, no surprise to see that performance, that kind of play coming through from Koa. But it's going to be an essential position now for GEEKAY, because not only do they have Slime4KT towards the north, they still have several teams positioned towards that southwest and the southeastern edge. So they really got to keep those options open. But now, Virtual Gaming are going to be looking to rotate that extra little bit closer, trying to see if they can maybe circumvent Slime4KT and then apply a little bit of that extra pressure in as well.
Yeah, looking for the opportunity, of course. They do have to think about R8 Esports as well in the vicinity, while Twisted Minds, in the meanwhile, they scramble up into this position, trying to hold themselves here towards the southeastern portion alongside Titan Esports. With this rotation still yet to be made, they're just on the edge of that zone. And right now, they are applying a lot of pressure here for Titans if they want to move on up.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about pressure, right, that zone is going to be now taking a bit of a swing towards that northwestern side. And this is where things are going to get pretty sweaty, as we still have a large congestion of teams situated towards that southern edge. The north looking a little bit more tranquil in comparison, but now comes the mass migration. It's going to be the players here from CONQUEROR Iraq alongside Twisted Mind, looking for that opportunity, looking to get themselves set up, and already for Kurdistan positioned up ahead, holding on to a little bit of that gatekeep position, trying now to utilize the additional hardcover they have at their disposal. But will it be worth their while? 1 million also now just not too far away, as we can see them situated towards that more southern edge of zone. But NIGMA Galaxy now start moving forward from the north as well. Then this is where the action is just going to keep boiling over.
We can see for Kurdistan now, unfortunately, well, fortunately for them, they are looking to pick up some great eliminations, already having to tied up with Slime4KT for our elimination leaders here of the server so far, but it doesn't look like any of the other teams are going to let that one slide. Already POWR picking up just a little bit of a tad bit here from NIGMA Galaxy as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a spread out position coming through there from NIGMA. Not quite sure what happened there, but fortunately they still have the remainder of the squad positioned towards that center zone. But again, the edges of zone, especially towards the western side, is going to be a little bit more of a comfortable position to be had as we now look over on towards this eastern side. Still, the congestion being held up between the players here from for Kurdistan and Twisted Minds. But they're not in any immediate danger. Aside from facing off against each other, the rest of the lobby is situated elsewhere. As we can see now in the feed, the action really starting to come through as we have Titan and the players here from R8 also now finding each other. And of course, GEEKAY right there to welcome them in towards Rozok.
Surprise, surprise. Welcome to the party. As you can see, Titans moving on up here, trying to find a great position into the center portion of the zone. Already a massive opportunity for them to get involved with any of the surrounding teams within the vicinity, but it's going to be R8 Esports that are going to be their first immediate threat, literally just around the edge line, and looks like R8's already going to be welcoming them with a few nades.
Oh, nothing wrong with a nice warm welcome, but let's see how far this goes. This is going to be that proving opportunity now for Titan to show us what their approach is. And of course, as we know, our MVP from the Africa region coming through there, Mr. Teak, going to be looking for a little bit of that extra additional excitement. But now, Prestige riding on the edge, keeping their options open. They know that there's so many teams held up in the vicinity, and it all comes down to prioritizing and capitalizing on those opportunities as they present themselves. Of course, now OOREDOO Thunder's also caught in a little bit of an interesting position. As we can see, they've got 1 million to the one side, NIGMA Galaxy on the other, and then the players there from Kurdistan just lasering it on towards them.
Oh, and they are literally just getting hit after hit after hit as they try and set themselves up here within the zone. It hasn't been without its dangers, but for now they will hopefully find an opportunity. In the meanwhile, it is Team UMBRA that are finding some heavy losses, down to only one member actually standing, and I think that might have been the confirmation.
Oh, yep. It is slowly making its way on in. But for Kurdistan, we're trying to lock down at least the southeastern side. Now spotting Riva up on the ridge. Gets the confirmation. Down goes Kalaga. And that is going to be that first hit of devastation. Now dealt onto the players there from CONQUEROR Iraq. But still, all 16 teams in contention here. You can see Seoul Esports now also experiencing a little bit of that pressure as Legend is just lighting it up, cooking up the nade, looking to find that extra bit on towards Hemo. Hemo narrowly just being able to avoid the majority of that damage. But again, the zone focusing itself down towards that southeastern side. Now this will allow for even more discontinuation to come through.
And for Kurdistan, the pressure is not going to let up at any point in time. We mentioned they could be those gatekeepers. We mentioned they could be the teams to allow or stop these surrounding teams from actually making progress within the zone. And now that's exactly what's happening here towards Seoul Esports and Twisted Minds, as for Kurdistan is applying that insane pressure.
Well, the pressure is not going to stop anytime soon, as for Kurdistan still just trying to play it out within that warehouse, trying to create as many openings as they can. But I'm loving the approach coming through here from Hemo. Just popping a few of those smokes, trying to inch their way closer and closer towards that front line. But now, as we look over on towards Falcons, we can see Damar trying to hold on as GEEKAY just look to let it rip. But Yusuf also still alive. Just have them slightly towards that eastern edge, just huddled up behind the vehicle. And all they can do is but look on as their teammate will continue to lose health, and there's nothing they can do. But up comes the rush now. Slime4KT pushes right into Titan, finding several hits already. Storm will also then get knocked on out, but an absolute aggressive showing coming through here from Slime4KT.
And Axe is going to be that member from Titans to try and make a quick dash for the escape to try and keep Titans' name still running on in. But there's the confirmation as well, as they will go down, unfortunately. But now it's R8 Esports' turn to turn this towards Slime4KT.
Well, let's see where this will go. So many opportunities still lie ahead. And now it is going to be R8 trying to find a bit of a spray down. They do pick up Zeus, though, as Virtual Gaming loses one of their players. But Prestige is not done yet. Takes swings in every which direction. Focusing on Slime, focusing all the way down to that southern edge as well. So the confidence coming through here is absolutely amazing. But now R8 Esports having to hold strong. GEEKAY also going to be applying a lot of that pressure, trying to create even more of these openings. But Slime still in a position where they could get a bit of that reset, get themselves back on their feet and back into contention.
That's going to be the hope here for these surrounding teams, as we can see them currently setting themselves up here towards the southern side. But Slime4KT doesn't look like they're going to be done.
Oh, they're not done just yet. Here we have it, right, Koa? Got that nade in hand, cooking it up, looking to send it down. Prestige trying to get that res in, but up it comes and down they go. R8 getting sent away down to 11 teams we are. And now is where the chaos ensues. It is Koa, the final remaining hopeful left for the side of Slime4KT. GEEKAY Esports sitting on 7 eliminations, 3 players still up, looking to get the zone under lockdown. OOREDOO Thunder also then gets sent away, but with that it is Venom from 1 million also to follow suit. Now, this is the opportunity for 1 million to get themselves closer to that zone, but Lazy Boy not having the easiest options. I'm loving this power play coming through here from POWR as they're looking to apply as much pressure as they can onto 1 million.
It's only 2 members here from POWR applying the pressure, but you wouldn't say so based on the HP bar. So 1 million, as there's another net to be sent through from Kante, and an immediate turnaround on towards Lazy Boy. So that is 1 million out.
Absolute insane plays coming through here. I mean, these teams are not holding back. Yes, it was a little bit more of a comfortable start, right? The team's not kicking it off too aggressive, but once they started spotting each other, it was just absolutely downhill from there. Now, Anaconda just snaking their way through the buildings here, looking to get that southern position under lockdown. Meanwhile, Twisted Mind are going to be looking to apply as much pressure as they can, moving through towards that eastern side. They got GEEKAY now positioned just up ahead of them, and still quite a few opportunities lie in wait.
Oh, absolutely. We can see Twisted Mind just snaking it on into the Garosses, just trying to find an opportunity here. But it's GEEKAY, it's UMBRA. There's so many teams that are going to be standing in their way as they move on into that next phase shift. And of course, GEEKAY, they're not going to be done anytime soon applying the pressure.
Oh, but here we go. Right, come on. It is now for Kurdistan still holding on to the southern position, as we can see Omar and Hemo trying relentlessly to get themselves situated within the zone. But an absolute bombardment coming through here, as for Kurdistan will not let them pass just yet. We got Golden Legend and Anaconda holding up this absolute aggression on the southern edge of the zone. But if we look further onwards, we do see the players there from NIGMA Galaxy now falling towards the western edge. So trying to get themselves slightly repositioned. GEEKAY now feeling the pressure as Twisted Minds continue to push forward. It is going to be a 4v4 altercation. A slime for Gatina also gets sent backing. And this is where Twisted Minds now look to get the jump. We can see it is already that first knock being brought in as Gase getting taken down. But still, Ragnar and the rest of the team holding strong. Not going to be pushing up just yet. But a relentless effort coming through here from Twisted Minds. They're looking for a bit of an opening. Sends out the utilities, trying to pick up those hit markers and potentially lock in those eliminations.
And now they need to scatter. They need to get that information. The smokes are blocking their pathing. But of course, it's the rest of the teams in the vicinity that are applying that extra bit of pressure now with that zone shift. All of the teams need to get out of their positions and get themselves into that next phase.
Oh, GEEKAY already setting the example, sitting on those double-digit eliminations to their name. Yes, they are down to only 2 players, but that's not going to stop them. Ragnar also is going to be falling, as we can see. Anas here from Twisted Minds quickly just capitalizing on the opportunity. But as we saw, all 3 of the 4 players from Twisted Minds are currently knocked out. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on them as the shots continue to fly on through. It is going to be Hidan now getting taken down, reducing Titan only down to 3. It is Omar from Soul to fall next. You can see several knocks all over the place, but up comes the Hemo with a little bit of S12K action. The Shotty doing its thing once again.
Picking it on up. These African teams have loved their shotties in the previous season. Let's see what they can do with them this time. For Kurdistan now, a little bit of that pressure has been applied back to them, but Seoul Esports, they're the ones that need to recover their numbers. Hemo needs to go for this res if they want to have an ability just to have that extra bit of cover into the next phase.
Oh, and cover is going to be absolutely essential, looking at how scarce it is moving through. But as we can see, Aziz going to be holding on towards that zone. The only player currently being positioned within it now. For Kurdistan, trying to make a bit of a run, pushing in from the southern edge, but still so many hurdles to cross before they can get themselves secured, moving into this next phase. GEEKAY still sitting on those 10 eliminations, but a Hope now going to be trying to ride up the storm, and down they go. 3 teams left. It is now up to the remainders, right? It is POWR still holding on to that POWR position. Twisted Minds and for Kurdistan looking to clear out at least the southeastern edge. But Golden having to patch themselves up. That blue zone is going to be moving on forward. But here we go. We see Dami now keeping a very, very watchful eye, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Getting themselves a little bit closer position. It is going to be Aziz to go down. And now there's only 1 player standing between Twisted Mind and that first winner chicken. Then as we can see, Legend now trying to fend off as Dami pushes further on forward. Anas also taking quite a bit of damage, but up comes Dami looking to line up those heads. Takes quite a bit of beats, and down they go. It is going to be the end of the road. Absolutely glorious winner chicken dinner coming through. And what a way that was, right? I mean, absolutely insane performance.
I mean, that was so incredibly quick. Just that drop down, that decision at what point in time to drop down to the floor, to try and take that hit, to find that angle, and it all came down to for Kurdistan. And what a fight they had to make. I mean, they were constantly surrounded by team after team after team, having to fight for their position.
I mean, we were expecting this very first match to be an absolutely insane performance, and the teams really rose to the occasion. So what a way to kick off the PMPL MEA Championship Fall 2022. Now, while we process all of this, we are going to be taking a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back with you in a short few moments.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
POWR since the update. This area might be remote, but there are a ton of supplies to be found here. Looting the area after landing will more or less give you a steady start to the match. Even if you run into enemies, there's no need to panic. You should try to land at the 4 warehouses near the entrance if you can. Supplies are in plain sight here, so land and start grabbing weapons for a greater sense of security. After looting everything in the warehouses, take whatever you can from the nearby buildings too. The red brick building inside has complex terrain. Although it has abundant supplies, it's confusing and takes time to find them, so it's easy to get ambushed. The red brick building only has a few doors, but there are plenty of places for players to hide inside it. We can camp at the entrance and eliminate anyone who wanders over. If you've been waiting...
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile MEA Fall 2022 Championship. Our first match already done and dusted, and what an absolutely glorious showing it's been coming through from these teams. Of course, we know the players there from, well, for Kurdistan stepped up and picked up that first winner chicken dinner. But of course, speaking about a winner chicken dinners, we need to give a lot of love going out to Monster Energy as well, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. So big love going out towards them. And of course, we also have an extra bit of spice to come on through, and we call it our Autumnal Treasure, right? So an extra bit of excitement to be brought through on that front. Now, it's quite easy to get that. You can complete your daily missions to get some pine cones, get progress rewards when you accumulate the required amount of pine cones. Now, every draw guarantees a reward. Items already drawn will be removed from the prize pool and will not be repeated. Now, the UC costs increase with each draw, and the Autumnal Treasure vouchers can be used in this event at their specified UC values. Now, the event rewards are sent via mail, so remember to collect them and don't forget about them.
No, they look absolutely amazing. Basically, I'm going to be aiming for that backpack because that backpack is adorable.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit nutty, right? It's a slight bit nutty. So, it's always exciting to see all the different skins and such that come on through. But as we know, right, speaking about skins, speaking about all these things, we also then need to take a bit of a look and see what the points are, right? First game, done and dusted. Absolutely insane performance coming through. Quite a bit of aggression being shown out on that battlefield. But we need to see now how many points the different teams were able to secure coming through on towards Erangel. And as we saw, we had a few teams, or at least one team, locking in those double-digit eliminations. And, well, it's two, right? It is the players there from For Kurdistan locking in 11 eliminations alongside that winner-winner chicken dinner, putting them on a collective 26 points. And the other team with double digits, of course, is GEEKAY Esports, right? 10 eliminations to their name, culminating in 18 total points.
Yeah, GK had a very interesting piling into that last zone. They really had to fight it out alongside Slime 4KT, making it into the crazy, crazy last portions of that Erangel. But of course, we know the winner chicken dinner has to be awarded to For Kurdistan, who had just such a crazy fight for the finish, literally having to fight tooth and nail between all of these teams just to get themselves into that final zone. But rounding up our first page, it was Team UMBRA there with the 4 points. As we move on to that second page, we can see some of the teams who may have made a trip to the bakery or may not have. As we can take a look, there is a little bit of a split with eliminations at the very least.
Yeah, that's what we want to have, right? Is a very, very competitive start, but it's quite surprising to see Virtual Gaming Squad, Team Falcons, and Conqueror Iraq sitting where they are. But as we like to say, they made a quick pit stop at the bakery. Maybe they've had their full, and we won't see them swing by there again for the remainder of today. But as we know, there's still 5 more matches to go, and anything can change along the way. But a very healthy approach coming in nonetheless. And of course, speaking about healthy approaches, right? We've now had the luscious bread and butter performance coming through from our teams, right? Now we got to see what they do when we put them on a little bit more of a vaster map, right? Something with a little bit more space, right? Much less water and also far less greenery. So I think it's going to be exciting to see what the teams will bring forward as we now get ready to move in towards Miramar. And again, what I like about Miramar is it allows for a lot more of those ranged altercations and engagements to come through from the teams. But also from what we've seen, right? The teams just possess this capability to speed up Miramar, a map that you would think would take a little while longer before it really starts to come up with some action.
Yeah, no, the teams have been so good with their rotations on towards Miramar, really capitalizing on those earlier engagements. But now, as we know, the obstacles have changed, the competitors have changed, and now there might be a few different strategies that need to come on through as the teams take on their first maps or iterations of their first maps through today. The first Erangel already done. Now the first Miramar, we might see a bit more of a strategic approach from these teams as they're trying to feel out the competition and get an idea of who they're up against.
Well, I think there's going to be a little bit less feeling and a little bit more doing, right? As the teams are going to be getting out and, just trying to see who can lock in the most points. And, I mean, so far it's been quite interesting just looking back on what we had on that very first Erangel, right? We know we've got some super aggressive teams coming through from either side, but having them actually meet each other out on that battlefield resulted in some beautifully insane PUBG action. And of course, Miramar is going to be no stranger to that. So be sure to tell us, in social media. You could also tell us in the chat. Who do you think is going to be the team to take the winner chicken dinner moving into our very, very first Miramar in the MEA fall season? Of course, as we know, is going to be pretty crazy. But let's go find out exactly what they have in store for us. As we head on through, we can see the flight path is going to be coming in on the western side, the lovely Monte Nuevo. And of course, El Pozo just off to the edge there. But again, it looks like we are having a little bit more of a southern flight path this time around.
Yeah, so all the way from the north into the southern portion of Miramar this time around, moving on in from Monte Nuevo all the way towards Puerto Pareso. So an opportunity for some of the teams potentially who do favor that southern portion of Miramar, like we know Titans and like do, they have an opportunity to get themselves situated much sooner rather than later, whereas the rest, well, it's going to be up to them to make use of potentially whatever secondary rotations they're going to need to get themselves set up as soon as possible.
Well, let's see where those setups are going to be going. Of course, Slime is going to be one of the first teams off the plane as they head up towards the north. They are going to, of course, be followed then by the players from NIGMA Galaxy. And we've got Twisted Minds. We've got the players there from For Kurdistan. We've got Virtual Gaming. We've got Titan, Twisted Minds, everybody just trying to get themselves spread out and situated. But I'm loving the addition of the slightly southern flight path, right? It does limit the options for the teams to move far towards that northern side. If they want to do that, they're going to have to commit to grabbing a vehicle and getting themselves much better situated if they're not satisfied. But I think we are going to be in for quite a bit of a surprise, as the zone now will be forcing that, moving them even further up north.
What's interesting for me is once again here we're having some of that earlier action there towards Chumacera. As we can see, 1 million now actually losing out on a player there thanks to Virtual Gaming, who's picked up an earlier elimination. It looks like these teams still have an opportunity to continue that engagement.
Well, I mean, these early opportunities are really quite beneficial, as we see the teams now just kind of snowballing it, right? Just jumping at the opportunities, just picking up head after head. But now it's going to be OOREDOO Thunder and the players here from Seoul Esports looking to get this lovely southern edge of Los Leones under lockdown. But, I mean, as we can see, Hamco is somewhat isolated. We are going to be waiting to see if the reinforcements, if the cavalry will arrive in time to bring in that assistance. I mean, Seoul, they've got a decent positioning here, but it's going to be still a little bit of a challenge here for Weiss now to try and secure that elimination.
Yeah, looking at this, what can they do in this situation? Hamco with a shotty in hand is... At least does have a little bit of firepower to work with, but when you're in a 1v2 scenario, I don't know how much that shotty is going to be able to do. So, going to have to take this one slow and methodical to see how they could get themselves out of the situation, or potentially how they could pick up those 1v1 scenarios. Because if they can isolate those 1v1s, then they might have an opportunity here to get out of the situation and pick up some much needed eliminations.
I mean, it's going to be absolutely essential for them, right? You want to try and keep, you know, the longevity as real as you can manage it. But, I mean, Weiss is going to be sending through that very first nade. Hamco now having to reposition. But fortunately for Hamco, right, they've got a shotty. As we know, shotty absolutely devastating. Oh, especially at close quarters. And now Rauf just trying to ride the edge, not wanting to fall victim to that shotty sprayed on. But Hamco now going to be using this opportunity to get themselves out of the slightly sticky situation. But essentially, Hemo says, you know what, thanks. It was a nice try, but, you know, I'll stop you right there.
Yeah, just holding the flanking line. So Seoul Esports, they had that plan up and cooked up and ready to execute it. They were just waiting for Hamco to make their move, and whether they stayed in the building or they took that disengagement, they unfortunately were destined to fall. So now, here for Seoul Esports, that is going to be a great first initial elimination to join the likes of Virtual Gaming in the early stages of this Miramar. And now the question is, how far will Seoul Esports take this with OOREDOO Thunders, or if OOREDOO will be able to disengage and just regroup their numbers?
Well, only time will reveal what they have in store for us. Meanwhile, as we now continue a little bit further west, we are jumping straight up in towards Chumacera. You can see the players here from Virtual Gaming and 1 million. Two very familiar names to each other, right? They know how and kind of what to be expecting looking at the situation. But it's quite interesting to see the players here from 1 million situated so far towards the southern edge. It's not really what we saw come through from them all too often, but, you know, I think it's a healthy positioning.
Yeah, it's a bit of a change up from PMPL Africa, but as you've mentioned, 1 million very, very accustomed to seeing the likes of Virtual Gaming, and so they're not really surprised. But I actually was keeping a cheeky eye out on El Chapo's Instagram, and they did make a little bit of a sneaky peek that they were going to be dropping towards this Chumacera side for PMPL Middle Eastern Africa champs. So they knew what they're doing, and now it seems like Virtual Gaming has taken up the challenge to just fight them out for that position towards Chumacera.
Well, let's see who's going to be rising to the occasion here, as we now quickly take a swift jump over in towards the lovely San Martin. We've got the players here from the R80 Esports team now just looking to get themselves situated and positioned. But it does seem like they are relatively uncontested, right? We don't see anybody really in the vicinity for the time being. Falcons are a little bit slightly more towards the centered zone, held up in towards Hacienda del Patron. So I don't think they're going to be any immediate threat, at least not for now, for the R8 Esports team. We could potentially see the players there from Port Kurdistan, starting with a bit of a approach coming through from that western side. But now as we move on to center zone, it is going to be Team UMBRA and Falcon keeping a very watchful eye on each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Just having a bit of a staring contest as we see Caraboy just keeping an eye out on the Falcon members, making their rotations out there towards the edge, maybe getting a little bit closer towards water treatment, as we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be their final destination. But for the time being, UMBRA, they're going to be keeping their fingers on the trigger because they might have spotted out a little bit of an opportunity here, but they need to be cautious.
Well, I mean, caution could be key at some point in time, right? But who knows where exactly it is going to be going. For the time being, Falcons going to be looking to maybe capitalize on the openness towards the northern territories, right? Cruz del Val, Torre Ahumada, water treatment is going to be pretty open. But Slime, they're close, right? Not yet established within the region, but they are starting to spread out their feelers here. Of course, you can see the players there from Fur Kurdistan looking to meet them halfway. And now, NIGMA Galaxy still positioned all the way up in towards that El Pozo position, pretty close to the edge of zone. So I don't think they're going to be too worried about their rotation forward.
And you mentioned for Kurdistan, and now they're actually finding those two from Slime for KT who are currently running that 2-2 split. So if Storm and Plaza, if they take this engagement with for Kurdistan, which, I mean, they have an ability to do, then they unfortunately would be left alone to, you know, take on the fight, take on that engagement. So they might be laying low just for the time being and just keeping a good eye on their numbers, but that means they have a very good line of sight as to where exactly for Kurdistan will be setting up.
Yeah, so positioning is going to be quite essential, as we know, but looking across the area, right? We got the players here from GEEKAY Esports now starting to move in towards that southern edge. UMBRA, of course, just up ahead of them. But we also yet to see what the players there from CONQUEROR Iraq are going to be bringing through. We see them just a little bit further south, relatively close to Minas Generales. But again, right, the teams holding their positions, not going to be looking to rotate up too aggressively. The first want to try, as you said before, want to try and get just a feel of what to expect coming into today's matches.
Yeah, like we said today, it's open Monday. Getting an idea of, you know, what your opposition is looking like, how far you can actually push that envelope, you know, what you can get away with, what you can't get away with, because every single team here has a different playstyle and they have those different abilities that make them so unique and so terrifying as an opponent, and they need to see what strengths they can actually capitalize on within the group like this for the MEA champs. So as we take a look at that now, of course, a little bit of spotting out has been done towards R8 Esports and their current position here by for Kurdistan. We can see Legend just sending out a little bit of a warning shot from that M4, just saying hello. You know, we know where you are. Maybe they heard it, maybe they didn't. But for now, they will just keep that information in check.
Yeah, you got to do your due diligence, right? As we look to see the zone being absolutely saturated with teams all over the place. We still, of course, see Titans all the way down towards that southern edge, and this is no different approach coming through from them, right? We know Titans like to sip on a little bit of that blue juice before starting to roll in towards the zone. And looking at where the zone is going to be taking us, it will allow even more of a continuation for that center zone congestion to come to some form of a conclusion, right? As we have still several other teams yet to not only catch up to the zone, but also get themselves out of the blue.
Oh, absolutely. Moving on into this one, we can see an absolutely massive cluster of teams in that next phase of the zone, being absolutely zone-blessed. Only a handful of stragglers towards the outskirts that need to now make those rotations into the zone, but because of that massive center migration, there's a lot of space on that outskirts that these teams can actually take a hold of. I mean, still Bocado out in the open, completely up for the grabs here, but as you can see, NIGMA Galaxy here towards R8 Esports, they are looking for a little bit of that opportunity here.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite an important position now as we quickly jump over towards the players here from Falcons. So you can see them still trying to play towards this northern territory. There's going to be players here from for Kurdistan up on the front line on the receiving end as we have that first knock coming in towards Dawi. But now, right, Golden, the rest of the team are going to be looking to get themselves a little bit more distant from that position. They don't want to be the first team to fall, as we still have all 16 teams in, still sitting with 60 players up, and we've lost a few players along the way, right? 4. So one coming from 1 million, one coming through from OOREDOO Thunders, and then, of course, as we already saw, the 2 players now there from for Kurdistan. But again, nothing has been decided just yet. Now, R8 also finding themselves in a bit of an altercation, as we can see that knock now coming through on their front as well. But again, the congestion will continue.
Oh, absolutely. And all of our teams so beautifully well represented here still towards the first Miramar of the day, the first Miramar of this entire series. So a massive opportunity for the teams to get their feet wet, to get themselves a good bit of information moving on, not only into the rest of today, but also the rest of this week. Seoul Esports now moving on in from that southeastern portion once again. They're holding that outskirt position. They're holding that containment of the zone just to see what stragglers they might be able to find. Maybe looking to pick up an earlier elimination or two, but that will have to depend on the rotations of the rest of the teams. We can see 1 million Virtual Gaming and Titans, the only three teams that still need to get themselves situated within this next phase.
Yeah, but I think the position being held there by Seoul Esports could be quite the nice play to make, especially looking at the congestion they have up ahead, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much focus being put in towards center zone. It's going to be super sweaty, and you got to be so careful with which altercation you take, because if you expose yourself a slight bit too long, you're going to be opening up an opportunity for yet another team to come in swinging, but especially looking towards the positional angles we have here. I mean, NIGMA looking pretty great. We got FALCONS looking pretty great. UMBRA, as well as the players then coming through there from OOREDOO Thunder. So many formidable positions being held, but it's all going to come down to what the teams do next as the blue zone is closing in. And of course, Titan Gaming still making that long and tedious trek all the way back in towards the zone.
And we can see it's been a very long and treacherous road just based on the HP bars there of Puncher and AXA as they're trying to reset themselves just alongside Virtual Gaming here. Now we do see 1 million just up towards the northern portion of POWR have set themselves up in a very interesting position, because if Titans keep taking the pathing that they're going to be taking, we could be seeing that altercation there. But it looks like 1 million will be moving on, and a good reason to, with that zone shift towards that northern position.
Yeah, this is going to be a blessing, especially looking at NIGMA Galaxy and the players there from Slime Phuket here, right? Already really well established on those elevations. Also, Twisted Minds. I'm loving that position that we can see they're coming through from Hidan and the rest of the team. Anas, I'm not quite sure what's happening there, right? Maybe a little bit of information gathering happening right there on the front line. But Anas needs to be really quick if they are looking to get themselves out of that sticky situation. Now, UMBRA going to be moving in from this eastern edge. So you can see we've got FALCONS positioned just towards the north. And they could find somewhat of a clear rotational passage towards that center zone once again.
There is an opportunity there as all of the teams are trying to shift, trying to get themselves situated. As we can see, a massive cluster of teams from that southern portion as well, just due to that zone shift. Now, UMBRA, just narrowly making it into the warehouse, trying to get themselves set up. But of course, R8 applying some crazy pressure into that rotation.
Oh, and I think this is going to be an absolutely insane altercation. I'm loving the positions being held here by UMBRA, keeping, a good amount of hard cover for them to try and utilize it. I think this does allow quite a bit of a positional play to happen here. But looking at R8, though, I mean, also loving the side elevation they have. And this could be that extra little bit of spice that they need to find the angles on the team surrounding them. And as we can see, there are several to choose from. It's all going to come down to who's that first team to move into the line of sight.
As you can see, Virtual Gaming already taking apart a little bit of 1 million action as they move on into that zone. Coming through for that southern portion, they still have the likes of Conquerors. They still have a few more potential damages that can happen here as Virtual Gaming are going to find that confirmation on towards Venom. Now 1 million left with 2 players alive. Have to look at how they can disengage from this position.
Well, it is going to be a challenge, right? As you can see, 1 million, they've got the zone behind them. Blue zone is going to be moving forward. And already being so many phases deep, it is going to be applying quite a bit of pressure. But Lazy Boy going to try and play the more calculated position, right? Looking for a bit of an opportunity. But Virtual Gaming also no strangers to this. As we can see, one shot still having some distance to try and cover, but it's all going to come down to that great opportunity. And there we have it. It's going to be Lazy Boy to be found out. Now Marshall trying to close up a little bit of that gap, but Gaddafi and the rest of the squad here from Virtual going to be looking to just get this building temporarily under lockdown.
Oh, but the recovery needs to be here for Marshall now as the sole remaining member of 1 million Esports. They carry the banner here for 1 million. They are looking to carry that name into even further and greater heights, potentially getting some placements, but we'll have to wait and see. As we were talking about Conquerors earlier on, it is now, well, the Conquerors up against not only FALCONS, but POWR Esports as well, as they find themselves sandwiched here towards that northeastern side.
Yeah, but POWR is still looking for a position, right? They still have a few stragglers out in that blue zone. So you can see the zone now taking a shift a little bit down towards that southern edge. Still keeping a lot of pressure into that water treatment area. But for Kurdistan, yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen with that position. As we know, they are within the hard cover in the water treatment area itself. But so many teams are going to be moving on towards those elevated positions surrounding them. So if I was for Kurdistan at this point, maybe look to get yourself a little bit closer to the edge and not get caught out in these buildings. But who knows? Maybe they know something that we don't. In the meantime, there's going to be congestion now coming through. A little bit of that altercation action down between NIGMA Galaxy and Twisted Minds as Ragnarok comes strafing around the corner, finding a beautiful knock.
Oh, moving on in from that southwestern portion, it is going to be NIGMA Galaxy fighting it out here for control of this position up against Twisted Minds. But they need to be careful. The nades are going to be going through and no connections just yet. Well, meanwhile, Twisted Minds looking just for a little bit of time to get that recovery on towards a NAS and move on forward.
Ooh, but Lord could have a beautiful nade. Oh, it comes in, it finds the hit, and down goes Dammy. Beautiful placement coming through. But now, it's up to Fidan to see if they can bring in that continuation, right? Are they going to be able to get their teammate back? Up comes Lord now, trying to capitalize on the opportunity. Gonna have to find... Oh, good angle, but instead, they wait too long to send that nade and instead knocks themselves right on down. And this is now the opportunity for Twisted Mind to come back with a vengeance.
Oh, absolutely. 2 members here down for NIGMA Galaxy. And looking for the confirmation over towards Lord could mean they not only find themselves that elimination, but maybe even more time. An opportunity now to take it back towards NIGMA Galaxy, potentially even take them out completely towards the side. And they definitely need to do so as soon as Seoul Esports moves on in. And Virtual Gaming gets confirmed back into the lobby as our first team of the day.
Oh, that is unfortunate. But as we know, still 15 teams left to duke it out, right? And this is where the continuation will now come through as the teams continue to look to build those positions, look to try and capitalize on whatever opportunities they can find. But still a lot of fighting. And we see the teams now, instead of focusing in towards center zone, playing a lot more of that edge position. The players there from For Kurdistan also going to be the next one to fall. And with that, we are down to only 13 teams as 1 million, I believe, yes, follow suit.
Oh, for Kurdistan, they got overpowered there by the POWR squad, but now it is NIGMA Galaxy that are looking to be the next ones up. Now looking for those recoveries. It is going to be Twisted Minds to take this push on forward.
Okay, let's see. Oh, there we go. Ragnarok comes through, swinging, picking up a double knock. Absolutely insane, and that is going to be the end of NIGMA Galaxy right then and there. Twisted Mind now riding on absolute adrenaline. But just a little bit further away, we do see the players here from Seoul Esports and, of course, R8 Esports looking to prep themselves for a bit of an exchange here, right? The nades are going to be cooked up, as we can see SK Ton trying to find a good angle here to send it out. But as we can see, right, there's teams all over the place. But again, not so heavily congested, even though it's been a pretty tough fight.
Yeah, not just those immediate drops of teams. We have seen such an array of teams now making space for themselves. I mean, POWR taking that position there towards water treatment into the compounds. They've set themselves up. At least they would have if the zone didn't take the shift that it did. Now it's Seoul Esports, UMBRA, and Slime4KT alongside R8 that hold such a beautiful blessing into this next phase.
But it's quite a bit of a shift coming through. I mean, POWR just working so hard to get themselves situated, and the zone's like, you know what, thanks, but...
so sorry.
Yeah, you're going to have to try that again, right? We are going to be moving you to that southern edge. And I think especially this ridgeline towards the northern edge of this current zone, where we see Slime kind of positioned, I think that is going to be quite the treacherous hill to get up to. But now Titan Gaming are going to come rolling on through, looking to apply the pressure, and there's a warm welcome being sent in. As you can see, Puncher going down. It is also then Koa who gets knocked out. Now Plaza and the rest of the side here from Slime looking to contest against the onslaught going through from Titan Gaming. As you can see, there's going to be Teak out in the open, but they get found out. Down they go. It's now all riding on Axel, the final hopeful alongside P6. But will this be enough now? Will P6 be able to bring in that extra bit of assistance?
Oh, Pronto and Plaza now trying to hold the line here for Slime4KT as P6 moves on in for the confirmations, and they need to do so. They can't give Slime4KT any opportunity to recover into the situation, but now Storm and Pronto, they need to make something happen here, while Plaza just keeps a bit of an eye out on the flanking positions.
It's all going to come down to timing, placement. Here we go. The nade is out. Could that be enough? Ooh, a little bit of damage has been found. But now up comes Storm trying to capitalize on it. Finds that additional damage onto its P6, but it's not going to be sufficient just yet. Bunch now about to get raised. Up comes the nade. Could this be it? Yes. There we go. P6 now almost in so much trouble. But Slime almost on the money as they now just need one more player to try and push on through. And with that, they should be able to take out Titan Gaming. It's going to be up to P6 now, trying to put up a bit of a defensive play. Up comes the angles, the push on forward, and it is Blaza to lock in those angles. Down they go. Titan Gaming getting sent on their merry way. And down to our final 10 teams we are.
Oh, what a disgusting but so sweet little turnaround here from Slime for KT just to recover from that situation and now take themselves even further. Moving on in from that full control of the northwestern side of the zone, they have a massive opportunity to apply some pressure not only to Twisted Minds but even towards the POWR squad. Moving on in from that northern side. Now, as we can see, POWR just applying some pressure towards NASR and actually getting that confirmation. We're down to our 9 remaining teams.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate play coming through there for NASR, but now R8 Esports still going to be looking to keep that southern edge on the lockdown. As we can see, GEEKAY now being some of the visitors they have here. But let's see what's going to be happening as the zone will move up once again, forcing the teams into yet another sticky situation. It moves further towards that northern edge, and of course, it is up into limbo, where we don't see anybody currently in position. But look at this. It is going to be POWR and Falcon going toe-to-toe, looking to see who will be the one to get it sorted out. Kante now coming in with a bit of the utility spray down. Looks for the opportunity. Never alone. Also now on their knees. Oh, it is so close, but Powerful is going to be holding onto that rock, waiting for the opportune moment to strike now, sending out an absolute barrage of utility, but up comes POWR pushing on forward. Yusuf never alone trying to send the info, but it's not enough as POWR just comes through, flexing their way on in, but now also taking aim at the players there from OOREDOO Thunder.
Well, the last remaining member here from OOREDOO Thunder, it is Smoker that is looking just to try and hide their presence as they move on 3. And GK, what a cheeky angle here, just moving on in right up ahead of POWR, in between not only UMBRA and OOREDOO Thunders, but now they're going to take on GK here, and POWR, they are just running away with the eliminations.
Yeah, Alhaji playing an absolutely insane position, but now it is going to be Kante to be found out. Smoker looking to bounce back. Yes, only one player left for the OOREDOO Thunders, but up they come pushing on forward. Alhaji on the opposite end, cooking up an 8, looking to see if they can find that last little bit of effort. Oh, finds a bit of damage onto Smoker, but Smoker now trying to find a good hiding position as the angles are being utilized against them. You can see the players there from R8, Soul, Twisted Mind, and UMBRA positioned just up ahead. Now, R8 pushing forward, looking to get themselves established on towards the southern edge, but already they've been found out as they come in, and Soul Esports comes through swinging.
Oh, Twisted Minds there with a helping hand over towards R8 Esports. As you can see, just the remaining members just trying to hold on to their line of sights, moving on in from that southern portion, but they still have to deal with Soul Esports. They still have to deal with Slime 4KT as well.
Oh, and that is going to be the end of the road for the OOREDOO Thunders. But look at this now. Weiss finds a great angle right there on towards Twisted Minds. It is going to be Dami and Ragnarok to get taken right on down. Prestige now getting caught out in the smoke as his hit markers are finding their way on through, taking so much damage. And down there goes Morteza, who lines up the hits. Now, this is going to be the opportunity for the players here from Team UMBRA to come rushing on forward. As we can see, they've got that position over towards the eastern side. They've got players from Team POWR in front of them. But Twisted Minds and Slime 4KT still in contention for control of that western side. Now, Hemo is going to be found out. And this is quite a disruption being brought through here by Team UMBRA.
And a massive opportunity as well. I mean, Team UMBRA, they hold the highest number of players into this final zone. They just have to deal with POWR, and they might even be dealing with Slime 4KT at the same time. But now it's down to find any effort from Twisted Minds to hold the line and hopefully take themselves even further up.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of work now for Slime 4KT. As we know, they are so close to that zone, but still so exposed at the same time. POWR just capitalizing on the slight little bit of ridge that they've got to utilize. But it's not going to be the easiest approach, right? UMBRA are going to be keeping their eyes and ears open, looking for any of those pixels or sounds that seem out of place. But Alhaji has a few other intentions. They are going to be cooking up a few grenades, looking to send them on over. Slime also just trying to inch their way back into security, but I'm loving this position being played by POWR.
Oh, they're just not stopping anytime soon. But of course, UMBRA is going to be quite a bit of a threat moving on in from that eastern portion. But the nades are so incredibly close to just confirming UMBRA back into the lobby. But now it is POWR and UMBRA that has the shortest line of sight into that next zone, with Slime4KT trying to keep both Seoul Esports and Twisted Minds from moving further from their positions.
Yeah, who knows? We'll find out pretty soon, though, as there's not a lot of time left on that ticker, and the teams now continue to try and apply the necessary pressure. But I'm loving this kind of 2-2 split coming through, right? 2 teams towards this western side, 2 teams over towards that eastern side. But now, Fidan in a very sticky situation, trying to bring in a bit of a hill strat, but the blue zone is not going to be kind whatsoever. So I do think that Twisted Minds position could be numbered as we now look to see what is going to be happening in towards that zone itself. Still several positions to be held here. Team UMBRA now trying to get it under lockdown, and that is going to be the hits as Twisted Mind rather gets taken on down. Now, up to POWR, looking to push in from the north. They've got the players here from UMBRA in their sights, but BRZ stops one of the players right there in their tracks. Look at Slime going to work as Weiss gets sent away. And down to the final 3 teams we go. It is going to be Slime4KT, POWR, as well as UMBRA. Now all in contention for this winner chicken dinner. But UMBRA definitely having a slight advantage at this point, right? It's still got 3 players up. Slime still to bring their third one back. And there we go. It is going to be Plaza now back in contention. But again, a slightly exposed position being at play here.
Yeah, Sign4KT moving on in. They're unfortunately exposing themselves here to not only UMBRA, but they have to be careful towards POWR as well, just on the side of them, looking now for those angles, as all of these teams are just looking for that one member, that one pixel to stand out.
Oh, and this is an absolute slaughter. Just look at the plays coming through here. Now, Slime and UMBRA. Oh, looking to see who will be the team to pick up that winner chicken. There we go. The shots coming through. Absolutely insane. Now, could Slime close this one out? Yes, they do. They step up. They lock in that winner chicken dinner. What an absolutely insane performance. I'm pretty sure all the Slime4KT supporters are going absolutely crazy at this point.
Oh, absolutely. Slime4KT coming through and against the odds, actually finding a winner chicken dinner there in that final moment. As we said, they had such a rough position moving on down from that ridgeline, exposing themselves not only to POWR, but also to Team UMBRA, but yet they made it work in their favor. With that final charge right at the end, they secured themselves that winner chicken dinner.
Gotta say, you know, we just gotta love all the action coming through. But of course, you know, we need to process a few things. So we are gonna be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned. And we'll be right back with all the action once again.
Design, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Why are there 3 openings in the hospital walls? What happened here? The 3 openings are located in the hospital's 1st floor, 3rd floor, and the roof. So what's the purpose of these 3 openings, you ask? Well, if you like landing on the roof, and you can't find a weapon before meeting an enemy, then you might end up jumping off and hurting yourself. But with this opening, you can now explore the inside of the hospital quickly to find a weapon and make the first move. And bad luck will now be a thing of the past. Since the opening on the 3rd floor is located at a strategic point, not only will it prevent others from camping there, you can also use it to move to the platform on the 2nd floor quickly. How convenient is that? Speaking of the opening on the 1st floor, it's even better. Not only can you enter the hospital from the side, it's also perfect for sneaking up on the enemy and ambushing them. In actual battle, you can also use these 3 openings to adjust your position and develop new tactics. So what are you waiting for? Come and try it out for yourself now. Have you visited Mill to POWR since the update? This area might be remote, but there are a ton of supplies to be found here. Looting the area after landing will more or less give you a steady start to the match. Even if you run into enemies, there's no need to panic. You should try to land at the 4 warehouses near the entrance if you can. Supplies are in plain sight here, so land and start grabbing weapons for a greater sense of security. After looting everything in the warehouses, take whatever you can from the nearby buildings too. The red brick building inside has complex terrain. Although it has abundant supplies, it's confusing and takes time to find them, so it's easy to get ambushed. The red brick building only has a few doors, but there are plenty of places for players to hide inside it. We can camp at the entrance and eliminate anyone who wanders over. If you've been waiting for a while, you can just aim for the rooftop. Most players like to find high ground to observe other players, so you can take out whoever you find there. You'll feel amazing and rich after taking out everyone there. Did you get all that?
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile MEA Fall 2022 Championship. Of course, we've already seen 2 pretty insane matches, right? Match number 1, we had the Arabia teams dominating. Match number 2, we had the Africa teams dominating. So, you know, so far, it's a 1-for-1 on either side. So some pretty exciting action coming through from these teams. But of course, speaking about excitement, we also have to give a lot of love out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And of course, aside from the big shout out going out to Monster Energy, we also have a little bit of extra something for the viewers, right, in the form of our Autumnal Treasure. So you can get this in-game, so be sure to head on over. Now, it's quite easy, right? All you got to do is complete daily missions to get some pine cones. You get those rewards when you accumulate the required amount of pine cones. Now, every draw guarantees a reward, and the items already drawn will be removed from the prize pool and will not be repeated. Now, the UC costs increase with each draw, as they always do. And of course, the Autumnal Treasure vouchers can be used in this event at their specified UC values. Now, the event rewards are sent via in-game mail, so remember to collect them and don't forget about them. It's those lovely red dots that you have on the screen. So be sure to click on them and claim your rewards. And as you said, as a pretty nutty backpack that we can see right there.
Yeah, the jacket's pretty cool as well, but I would be aiming for the backpack 100%. Any day of the week, that backpack was mine. But of course, we know the teams, they have just performed a fantastic bout of brilliance over towards that first Miramar of this weekend. And of course, that second map of the day. So we have to take a look at the match rankings to see how the teams actually managed to pick up those points. But it was a spicy one, DK, towards the end there.
Oh, yes. I mean, if you want to talk about spice, there's quite a bit of that came through. And, you know, this is just a reminder of what we had over in match 1, right? With the players there from for Kurdistan finishing on those 26 points. But as we know, coming through in this one, we had the players from Slime 4KT locking in that pole position. And they did so with 12 eliminations to their name, putting them on a grand total of 27 points. We haven't seen that 30 bomb being dropped just yet. But the teams are building up that momentum, right? We're getting closer and closer to the action. So far, the first 2 matches absolutely on fire. As we know, let's take a look and see what those points are. Let's see whether or not we've got the right ones coming through with the players there from Slime sitting up in pole position. Of course, it is going to be POWR Esports, then locked into second position with 22 points. Also, 12 eliminations to their name. So some heavy hitting plays coming through here.
Absolutely, the double elimination setup here from our top 2 teams. And again, a massive shout out to POWR Esports. They had a very difficult position alongside Slime 4KT to hold on, especially towards that final phase. But UMBRA alongside R8 Esports also picking up a beautiful amount of eliminations. So a very good spread out approach in terms of the points that we see here. I mean, top 6 teams picking up double-digit points that they're going to be adding to their tally. That is a great start onto the first Miramar of this week. But As we know, we have to take a look at that second page just to see who maybe took a trip to the bakery and who had at least a little bit of success in terms of those eliminations, like Virtual Gaming, picking up 3 points.
Well, I mean, this is quite the turn of events, right? The players there from For Kurdistan had quite a bit of success over on Erangel, and as we can see this time. But let's take a look at a few of the highlights from this past. Well, as we can see, right, it was sweaty all the way to the bank, with there's not being much opportunity for anybody to, you know, get a little bit of that grace coming their direction. And I mean, this is what we love to see. Teams keeping it so competitive, so contentious all the way through. And I mean, we've only passed through the first 2 games. We still have 4 more to go for today. Now, as we know, next up, we are going to be heading over in towards Erangel to see what the teams are going to be bringing out onto the battlefield. Maybe we could see a little bit of you know, reparation coming through as the teams look to patch up what might have gone wrong in their very first visit onto Erangel. But again, it is also kind of a fight, right? Between, it's a competition, right? Between the Africa and the Arabia region to see which region will be the region to dominate, at least on this very first day. So far, as I said before, it is 1-1 apiece.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the first map going to the PMPL Arabian squads, and of course the second map going towards our PMPL Africa squads. So now it is a fight for that third map winner chicken dinner to see, as you've mentioned, who's going to be reigning supreme on the first day and making the biggest statements. But of course we know back to the second dose of Erangel provides an opportunity for the teams, especially the teams who found themselves in those hot drop positions, like with what we saw Titans up against, I believe it was Twisted Minds that might have lost that player earlier on. Now they have an opportunity to reset themselves, moving on to this one to ensure that that doesn't happen again, or potentially for the turnaround there to pick up the eliminations this time around.
I mean, it could happen either which way, but I definitely have to agree with you. I'd love to see a little bit of an evolution on those hot drops, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, I enjoy a good hot drop.
Oh, yeah.
Every now and again,
like
right?
it.
But especially coming into the championship, you want to see the teams get themselves sorted out throughout that very first initial stage. And then from there on, just bring on the onslaught of aggression. But who knows, right? Maybe the teams are actually opting for a little bit of an overly aggressive approach. And that could be the result of these hot drops that we are seeing come through.
No, absolutely. Maybe they are going for that very aggressive point. I mean, towards the end of Miramar, it was a very aggressive bout of action. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they're going to be bringing into such a short week. I mean, I don't blame them. They've only got 4 days of play to pick up as many points as they possibly can. Why not be aggressive? Why not pick up those eliminations? But every single engagement comes with its own risks and tribulations that these teams need to consider, because as we know, they're fighting for that end goal. They're fighting for those top 3 slots, get themselves into PMGC, and of course all the prize money that follows with it.
Yeah, well, as we know, we aren't going to have to wait too long to see what the teams are going to be bringing through as they head into match number 3, but also our second Erangel for the day. And what's going to be exciting, right? After we finish up with a bit of that Erangel, it means Sanhok is not too far away, right? So we are going to be bringing in a little bit of that lovely jungle action. But first, we need to work our way through Erangel to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. We know the first round, we had quite an interesting flight path coming through, slightly more towards that northern position. And that leads me to wonder what we are going to be having coming into this very next Erangel, right? Are we going to see a similar flight path coming through? Could it change its position entirely? Or could it be just another comfortable zone to find its way out onto the battlefield? Any suggestions that you would like to see here, is?
Well, we had the north on Erangel, we had the south on Miramar, so let's just go for a nice center location. Let's just go for a nice center horizontal flight path for these teams to really get their teeth sunk into Erangel on the second round of go.
Well, we're going to have to wait, right? It's just around the corner. Of course, those engines are getting warmed up. Everyone ensuring that they are nice and buckled up. The parachutes also have to be packed up quite nicely. I mean, you don't want to jump and head straight down. I don't think there's much wrong with that, right? You're going to be the first player on the ground. But fortunately, that kind of physics doesn't really work here. So you know, you could just go whichever way you like. But of course, we'd love to hear what the viewers are thinking, so be sure to let us know your thoughts. Who do you think is going to be picking up the winner chicken dinner in match number 3? Do you think it is going to be the players there from Full Kurdistan to lock it in once again? Or could it be Slime 4KT yet again to sneak away a cheeky chicken? Well, tell us what your predictions are while we wait to see what that fly zone is going to be bringing. And of course, here we go, jumping straight into the action. And the answer to the flight path is... it looks quite centered up, as we can see, of course, got the ever lovely Lipovka right below the plane.
I don't think that's too bad. We at least started from that center point of Erangel, so fairly center, but we are heading a little bit closer towards that southern portion. A little bit of a slant there, as you can see, towards Curry, just going right through Pachinki. So an opportunity here for the likes of a few teams to set themselves up quite beautifully. We know we had a little bit of that hot drop action earlier on with at least 2 teams taking those eliminations, but now we're looking to see if that's going to change up, if the teams have already adapted to those obstacles from the first round.
Well, I mean, there's definitely still going to be quite a few obstacles to come through. As we know, the teams will still get to try and position themselves in a little bit more of an optimal position. Again, it is going to be the players now from the side of Virtual Gaming and for Kurdistan to be our first disembarkers, right? For Kurdistan getting themselves situated in and around that kind of Lipovka, with Golden trying to drift a little bit further away. But it does look like a healthy spread. I mean, I'm curious to see where the players there from Titan are going to be looking to move in towards. But also, we want to see the OOREDOO Thunders step up and just bring in that extra bit of excitement as well.
And it looks like OOREDOO, they're heading a little bit towards that military base island. One of our first teams to actually make it towards that southern island. So a very interesting opportunity and a very interesting zone. I mean, look how much water is included in the zone, DK.
I mean, this is going to be quite the tough zone. I mean, just looking at the caliber of the teams that we have participating here and the limited playable area, I think this is going to be a pretty crazy performance. But again, I don't think that we are going to be seeing a majority of those altercations coming through in the early game. I do suspect somewhere around about that second, maybe even the third phase. But already we have the players there from Slime 4KT and Falcon getting into a bit of an altercation, of course, right there in the Slime home turf.
Oh, and Falcons immediately going to be losing out to that home base advantage here from Slime 4KT as they drop 1 member, and 1 million actually find a little bit of action there towards R8 as well. Oh my goodness, what is happening? I thought we were going to be limiting those early engagements, but now we are just jumping into the action straight away.
Yeah, everybody just getting right down to business. Already 1 million also trying to find a bit of that revenge play, as we did see Senke falling. Now it's going to be Prestige moving on forward. Already got a few weapons at the ready. Venom just trying to keep them at bay, putting a little bit of distance, but also just waiting for that opportune moment to strike. I'm loving the approach coming through here from the players of R8. But is Prestige going to be able to find that angle on towards Venom? The shotty in hand, not quite sure if it's going to reach over that distance. But, well, they might be able to bring in some form of improvement here.
Opportunities are lying in wait. You can see Venom making that initial push here on towards Prestige. We're just trying to delay the time so that the rest of the cavalry can move on in for the backup.
Oh, now Venom. Oh, gets found out on the edge. Bandar comes rushing on through with a very sneaky hit, and that is going to be Venom send away 1 million. Now down to only 2 remaining hopefuls. That is going to be Marshall and Lazyboy, still positioned up towards those northern positions. But Koa also trying to lock in a bit of an elimination as well, taking a bit of a swing here at Falcons. As we could see, never alone, getting taken down. I mean, that's quite the ammo-saving approach.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, they're already knocked. You can just finish them off in style, in peace of mind. But as we know, unfortunately here for Slime 4KT, for Falcons, for Virtual Gaming, you know, for Kurdistan, Titans, all of those squads mentioned are towards our northeastern side of the zone of the map currently, and they need to make a rotation into that zone, which is moved towards that crazy southwestern portion. And the pathing that they're going to take into that zone, DK, it is still heavily contested. If we just take a look at that line there between Pachinki and Rozok, I mean, we've got teams stacked after stack after stack. There is not a lot of space for them to work with.
Yeah, I definitely do think that a slightly southern approach could be more optimal, especially trying to wrap around the southern edge of Potato Hill, right? I think that could be a little bit more of a saving grace. We see UMBRA Morteza already trying to sneak their way along that exact approach, but I do think the faster the teams can get themselves up, set up rather, the more favorable it could be, because once the teams on those outlying eastern sides start pushing forward, that is where it's really going to get super congested.
Yeah, no, then there's not going to be a lot of space to work with here. We can already see, as you mentioned, Morteza from UMBRA, they're taking the 3-1 split approach, which I absolutely love. Just sending out that scout. Yes, it has its risks, but it provides your team with so much information to take a safe pathing into the next zone, which, as we know, is absolutely crucial, especially in an absolutely stacked, scenario that they currently find themselves in. But what is not great for the rest of the teams, as we said, moving in from that northeastern side, if UMBRA take that position, they once again, they really limit the options that the rest of the outlying teams have to take away into the zone.
Yeah, it's quite a controlling position, but I'm loving the spread coming out here from UMBRA, right? Not only do we see PRZ and the teammate now just trying to get themselves into a few of those vehicles, but Wasted and Morteza also moving much further down towards that southern edge, already looking for a bit of an opportunity to play out. And speaking about southern edges, right? The players here from OOREDOO Thunder are having the entire military island for themselves, right? Absolutely uncontested, no one to be bothered about. So I'm expecting them to be pretty well looted before they start moving a little bit closer. But I think it's going to take a little bit of time until we really see a super aggressive push coming through from them, right? Because they don't have any necessity just yet. There's no reason for them to look to move to that main island.
Yeah, they can take their time, leisurely loot yourselves up, get yourself set up for this next battle. We know it's been absolutely stacked. As we move into the later portions, and also the longer that they wait, the more likely there's an opportunity for Conquerors or Umbra from that western bridge to actually move on off on the main island and maybe head on into the center zone, which is what they need as the team of OOREDOO Thunders to move on out of that military base island completely uncontested. At least that's the hope. Of course, we don't know if there's going to be some bridge camping happening here, or if the other teams actually have information that there's a team actually lurking about on the military base island.
Well, I'm loving the approach coming through here from Team UMBRA as well, right? Creeping ever closer to Conqueror Iraq. Conqueror Iraq, of course, keeping a very close position towards that western bridge. But when UMBRA starts venturing in there, yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough position to defend. As we can see, of course, UMBRA just towards the north. Up comes that first little bit of information gathering on the approach. And it's Reva now going to be looking to get themselves maybe a little bit more focused towards that very position, right? These hardcover positions could be quite favorable, especially looking at where the zone could be leading.
Oh, absolutely. Just getting yourself some hardcover and helping the team to actually set up with a really good set of information is going to be crucial. As we can see, those teams that we mentioned in the northeastern side, they are making their movement towards that zone. Titan's going to be one of the first alongside Falcons to actually reach the edge of the zone. Now, whether or not they stick around there towards the edge, looking and waiting for teams to make their rotation, maybe pick up some earlier eliminations, that will be up to them. As we can see for Falcons in particular, it is not without its danger. NASR here coming through from that school position will be laying down some fire, just a warning shot or two as Falcons make their approach.
Yeah, and of course, NASR still looking to try and find a little bit of a bounce back here, right? As we know, NASR not finding the greatest amount of success so far. It's still been a little bit of a challenging play. I do think they're sitting on, still those single-digit points, so situated on towards that second page. So any additional points they can find will definitely benefit them. And of course, speaking of benefits, right, it is going to be one of the aggressive teams, or actually two of the aggressive teams coming through from PMPL Arabia now, looking to push on forward from this northeastern side with, Santa trying to take a little bit of an aim there, trying to find a bit of an opportunity down on towards Falcon, but not landing the necessary hits.
It is unfortunate. You're always just looking for those, those earlier stragglers, maybe getting a bit of a surprise. An early elimination or two will never not be welcomed here by these teams. And as we know, it's only R8 and Slime for KT currently that have managed to pick up either one or two respectively. So now an opportunity for them to take it even further, as we can see. Moving on into that eastern side, Titans. Oh, what an approach right alongside Conqueror Iraq here.
Yeah, this is going to be quite an exciting dash to that zone, as we did see the zone just moving even further on towards that western side. But a team like Twisted Mind are going to be sitting quite comfortable, already situated within that center zone, so they don't have too much to worry about. Instead, we look toward this eastern side, right? Not only do we have Titan and Conqueror, but we got UMBRA as well as the players here from OOREDOO Thunder, of course, NIGMA Galaxy just towards the northern edge with the players there from NASR pretty hot on their heels. So I think there's going to be quite a few interesting plays coming through as the teams now start to progress in towards this eastern side of the zone.
No, the eastern side is going to be stacked, but at least with that center migration, as we mentioned earlier, with the teams now moving into that next phase, it provides that space towards the east, towards that northward side for the teams to actually find a pathing into the zone. As we can see, though, UMBRA not going to stop at that just yet. They're not going to be happy just with setting themselves earlier up. They want to find those early eliminations, and this time towards NIGMA Galaxy. I mean, what an opponent to take on up.
Yeah, definitely quite a formidable force to go toe-to-toe with, but it's going to be NIGMA now looking for a bit of an opportunity here, while POWR still trying to line up those heads, fighting quite a few shots actually right up into with the vehicle. Hamori taking a little bit of a drift, connecting up to that tree, and this opens up the opportunity now for not only the players from POWR, but also Twisted Mind to come pushing even further on forward. Now, GEEKAY looking on as NIGMA Galaxy are inching further and further closer. It is going to be Freak to be found out next. Ragnar just lining up the defensive line.
GEEKAY Esports, and you can see why they were such a formidable opponent. I mean, they moved on into the league phases of PMPL Arabia as the team to pick up the most amount of points. With 495, they made a statement, and now looking to potentially do the same here for the Middle Eastern Africa champs. It's going to be up to their positioning and up to how quick they can be with those triggers to keep this position, because it's NIGMA, it's Falcons, it's maybe even Twisted Minds towards that southern position that can get involved and fight them for this control.
Yeah, and the congestion just continues to build in towards the central band, right, as we just saw it on the edge of the screen. But GEEKAY now still trying to get the swamp under lockdown. We got the players from Falcons position north, but it does seem like Falcons are investing more of their effort to holding on to the northern edge, right? Right behind them, we've got the players there from R8 Esports as well as Virtual Gaming, but the blue zone is on the approach as well. And I do think that is going to be quite the deciding factor, especially for the positions coming through into this next play.
Yeah, it's going to absolutely be such an incredibly difficult challenge to take on up, but at least for Falcons, they have that hard cover, they have a little bit of that high-rise opportunity just to peer on down to the rest of the teams in the vicinity, maybe getting some information or some earlier eliminations. Meanwhile, here towards the east, GEEKAY, we've got Titans and Slime 4KT taking a very similar pathing into the zone, and now they need to try and split on up and try and find a separate approach, because we don't want to have a little bit of that crazy, you know, driving action we saw previously on Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm not going to shy away from crazy driving action, right? That also adds and that extra bit of something to the map, especially now with the zone moving even further towards this northern edge. But again, it's quite a limiting area for these teams to try and play at, as there's only a few random, buildings and compounds scattered throughout. And it's all going to come down to first come, first serve, right? Whoever's able to move in and secure themselves a decent position could actually be in a position where they could capitalize and just go to town on whoever moves around them.
Absolutely. Moving on in now, we can see CONQUEROR moving on in from that southern portion just behind UMBRA. They're going to be taking some information, of course, because right alongside them, as you can see, it's Twisted Minds holding a very, very interesting approach here for any of the teams moving into the south. But now, UMBRA trying to lay down the law here towards 1 million Esports, who are holding control of that coastal line position.
Ooh, but again, so much aggression being shown here by UMBRA. And again, as we know, right, make enough noise and you are going to be attracting so many other players to your position. As we can see, CONQUEROR Iraq also now moving in from that southern edge, opting a little bit more towards that western approach. But again, looking on the edge of zone, right, this is where we then find the players from Seoul Esports as well as Titan and the OOREDOO Thunder. So there's going to be quite a bit of contention on towards that southern edge, aside from all the aggression we're about to see in towards the more central positioning.
Yeah, this position here of Conqueror, I mean, it's an interesting position. It's not without its risks, obviously, because it does allow you to really not have to focus right behind you in terms of the team coming through from that position, but it does open you up quite widely towards that southern and northern side of the teams, especially as we can see, obviously, Team UMBRA just spotting them out. And now Titans moving on in from that south might have a clear line of sight on towards Conquerors here and could be their downfall. But as we turn our attention here to Kazakhstan and of course Seoul Esports, now fighting position here for the sole control of the southern portion.
Well, I mean, southern control could be quite essential, right? As we know, it's a very limiting terrain for these teams to fight in. And now Seoul still trying to create a bit of an opening, not yet securing themselves a decent position coming in towards the zone. But I'm loving the angles being held here by for Kurdistan, right? I mean, look at Legend. It could be such a beautiful position. But it's all going to come down to how Seoul looks to move on forward. I'm loving that slight adjustment towards the western side, but that's going to be opening them up to the players there from Titan Gaming. So whichever way they go, it's going to be quite the hustle to get themselves secured within this next phase.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to have to make a dash into that zone. We still have all 16 of our teams up and at them, which means space is not going to be an option at this point in time, because for Kazakhstan already taking so many hits from Seoul, from OOREDOO Thunders, maybe even from Titans, who are making the rotation into the zone as they're just trying to stay alive. But again, DK, at least now we're starting to cut that water out of the picture.
Yeah, I'm loving that, right? I mean, for the longest time, we had that potential play in towards that waterway. But now it is going to be a continuous fight coming through. As we can hear the shots going off in the background. We see those red dots popping up all over the place. But still, we are sitting with 16 teams. We are 16 minutes into this game. And we've not yet seen one particular team being sent away. I mean, the lowest the numbers go are 2. We got Seoul, NIGMA, as well as 1 million sitting on 2 players apiece, with another knock now heading in the direction there of NIGMA, and that is going to be them now reduced to 1. But the OOREDOO Thunders also feeling the pressure as 2 of their players have been knocked out, and Twisted Minds now going to be looking to just wipe the floor here.
Absolutely. As they take this move on further out, they really are applying the pressure here to OOREDOO Thunders, who unfortunately will have to leave their members behind, as we see that knock is there. But Hassan will have to focus on just longevity of the OOREDOO Thunders name and focus on placing higher and higher on the scoreboard, because now it is all down to them. Seoul Esports actually being our first team to be confirmed on out back into the lobby, as Hassan might have been the next. That was too close for comfort.
Oh, I mean, like, I don't think this is going to stop anytime soon. But, I mean, looking at GEEKAY, they have a little bit of a comfortable position, even though they position smack dab center, right? All the other teams are pretty much focused towards the edge of zone. So, in one of those weird sort of events, GEEKAY, smack dab center zone, don't have too much to worry about, at least not for the time being. But of course, now the players there from POWR are going to be feeling a little bit of that pressure, as we can see Slime finding those angles. Now, it's all going to come down to that positioning working out, right? NASR now going to be lighting it up, as we can see. It is going to be Ali now trying to find that angle, but Bronto is going to be falling.
Oh, that is not what you were expecting. But of course, NASR, they're holding on to a very good opportunity here. While, of course, Slime for KT looking to recover their numbers. But how much space is NASR actually going to give them? All those nades are just inching closer and closer.
And it's not going to stop just yet. NIGMA Galaxy is going to be the team sent out in 15th position. And that, of course, then means that we still have 13 to go. OOREDOO Thunders also going to be running into a bit of a wall there. But now, as the teams continue to push further and further forward, right? The space is also going to start running out, and that would just add even more pressure to them. As you can see, Al-Hajj here now coming under fire. Up comes Plaza with a little bit of a closure play there. Picks up Kante, and now it is POWR down to only 1 remaining hopeful.
Oh, down to Al-Hajj trying to hold the line, and they thought they were sneaky. They thought they were one with a bush, but unfortunately it looks like they will be spotted on out. The elbows are sticking out, and now we can see just that return, of course, that replay there of Titans picking up Seoul Esports earlier on in this map. It was absolute chaos, but of course it's not going to stop anytime soon. Look at Al-Hajj's HP. What?
Oh.
Titans? Hello?
Oh. I mean, this is the kind of play that we want to see, right? Teams just coming out of nowhere with some pretty insane performances. But now, Anas, oh, about to try and patch that up as the blue zone pushes on forward. But I'm loving the approach coming through here from Twisted Mind, right? Not going to be backing off out of any opportunity they can find. But again, now they have to put in so much work because the zone has taken that swing up towards the north. And it's going to be forcing quite a bit of rotation to come through. But again, it now works in favor of the players here from Virtual Gaming. Slime, on the other hand, they don't have so far to rotate, but they still need to try and work their way through the players here from NASR.
Oh, NASA holding the space station right now. They are holding it down. It is the radio tower. They're not going to let go of it anytime soon. But of course, this is out in the zone. They have to finish off this engagement. They have to get themselves closer to Falcons, closer to the zone. While Slime for KT will continue to apply that pressure and now look for that flanking position. As you can see, Storm just on the outskirts, DK, looking for that flanking position into this action.
Oh, but up comes Koa. Koa trying to see if they can find a bit of a play here. Team UMBRA, in the meanwhile, will get sent away. Now, GEEKAY going to be moving onto the edge of zone. NASR still have the potential threat coming through from Falcons, held up just towards their west. So, I'm loving the position being held here by Falcons, right? Such a formidable play. But still, we are yet to see what's going to happen as NASR and Slime have to try and fight their way forward in towards that zone.
Getty holding on this red line while we see NASA just applying the pressure here to Virtual Gaming, who have such a crazy set of control into that zone. Very spread out, yes, but that means that they cover a lot of real estate into that zone and could be applying a lot of pressure to the teams to try and rotate into similar positions. Now, we'll see if Zeus can stay alive. Meanwhile, Titans coming on through with the action.
Yeah, just descending down upon CONQUEROR Iraq, but look at the aggression being shown here by CONQUEROR. Just swiftly dealing with the pressure coming in, a slight bit of that surprise element trying to be capitalized. And up comes P6, finds a cheeky hit, but down they go. As Groza just absolutely obliterates them, sending them out in 11th place.
Coming through from that southwestern portion of the zone, it is not going to be without its challenges. Zeus, alone and afraid, is now going to be feeling the full force of NASA here.
Oh, and that is going to be yet another knock being dealt, but Zeus not doing too bad here as a solo. We can see Gringo off in the distance. I'm not quite sure whether or not Miracle is going to be able to get out of that situation. They are down. Fortunately, that was a smoke being sent out. I thought for a second it was a grenade being deployed. But up comes Gringo, now looking for a bit of an opportunity here. We still have quite a formidable force being held here by Falcons. But oh, there we go. It's going to be a very swift hit being dealt there as Damar finds the angle and sends NASA on their way.
NASA thought that they could get the jump on the likes of Virtual Gaming, but it didn't quite go as planned. Now it's going to be Plaza up into the crossfires here of Falcons. I mean, what can you do in that situation? You're in the air and you're just getting fired upon. Now the rest of the teams, they need to focus on this next zone shift.
Well, as we know, right, Falcons, they are quite a formidable force and they've proved themselves in those finals. But now as we look on towards GEEKAY, also a team to be reckoned with as now start to take aim, looking to find a bit of continuation, but nowhere near that zone. Still rocking a full squad, so there could be still some amazing plays to come through from them. I'm loving this approach though from Virtual, right? Zeus holding that edge, not just yet in the zone, but of course quite a bit of information are being relayed between themselves, and One Shot already has that angle secured.
And as we know, only 3 teams with full members up. Virtual Gaming, of course, being one of them. As we take a look at R8 and GEEKAY being the other 2 teams with the full members alive. But for how much longer is the question? As we know, Virtual Gaming also just joining on up into that zone, with Zeus still trying to apply the pressure here to Falcons to stop them from moving into the zone.
Oh, come on. Here it is, right? They are pushing further and further forward now. It's going to be up to Santa to try and find that anchor point set up on the edge of zone. But a One Shot just going to be letting it rip. Gaddafi now going to be joining them in the zone. Just looking to bring in that extra additional bit of fortification while Santa creeps further and further on forward. GEEKAY not in the easiest position, but fortunately, there's a slight bit of a ridge line that they can try and capitalize on.
It's a very difficult position to come through from this position, however, DK, as we know, so many teams within the vicinity. I mean, there's Golden now being taken out there for Kazakhstan, unfortunately, but I mean, fortunately, thanks to Virtual Gaming, who are picking up elimination after elimination.
Let's see where this will end. As we can see, it's 5 eliminations to GEEKAY, 5 eliminations to Virtual Gaming. And both these teams still fighting quite a bit on the edge, but 1 million now going to suffer a few casualties as the shots connect on through, and off they go. R8 Esports Now going to be looking to get themselves re-established, moving in as the Falcons also then follow suit. It's going to be Yusuf, the last one to get sent off. Now, Twisted Minds holding on to the southern position. You can see the players here just up ahead, right? R8 Esports looking to come through with an absolutely banger of a performance here as Bandar and the rest of the crew now looks to get themselves established. But again, there's not a lot of options for them to get themselves positioned into.
No, in Virtual Gaming, they still hold massive control of that northeastern portion of the zone, and with a little bit of hard cover, it can go a long way. But of course, GK, as one of the teams that are leading with those eliminations, they are looking to take their competitors out, looking to apply the pressure here to Virtual Gaming. While Virtual Gaming, they follow suit with R8.
Oh, I mean, we want to talk about excitement. This is what we've got. It's a 4v4v3 as we move in to the 6th phase, almost the 7th phase. But again, right, not a lot of positions left for these teams to fight from. As you can see, GK, guys, now sending out a bit of that utility, trying to find these angles over on towards one shot. And the essential part here is, like, the faster you can get that opening, the more aggressively the teams can try to push on forward. But as we know, right, this is the late stages. The teams could potentially just let their player go and not be too phased about that just yet.
You're talking about letting players go, but what these teams have made a blunder is they have let Virtual Gaming take full control of that next zone shift. They have all of their players within that zone holding the rest of the teams and keeping the rest of the teams out of that zone as they now need to fight their way into safety, as GK might be the first or might be the second as hope goes down.
Yeah, great hit coming through there from one shot, but still, the rest of the GK team lying in wait. Now that zone just tightening the whole position on towards them, as we can see Zeus now getting traded off. It is now riding on one shot, at least on this front line. We can see Alpha Luigi trying to take on that northern position, so a very spread out approach coming through here from Virtual Gaming. And I mean, they've got to have a lot of confidence to take such a wide spread this late in the game.
Yeah, a lot of confidence moving into a very difficult situation, but the teams from Africa, they have made a statement. They're looking to take the second one, DK, but now, is it going to happen? Is Virtual Gaming going to be able to take up that winner chicken dinner, or will GK Esports have something to say about it? Already 8 eliminations to their name, and we can already see the sneak up on this position is coming through.
Oh, yes, it is going to be quite a bit of a sneak, but Virtual Gaming not going to be backing off just yet as one shot steps out with that Mark 14, just trying to keep the players here from GK Esports at bay, but up comes Ragnar. Oh, finds a beautiful trade with the AK picking up that knock. So you can see already, Virtual Gaming, 2 of the players are down. Alpha Luigi now coming under pressure as the rush comes in, and that is the end of the road. Virtual Gaming getting sent out in 4th. And now it is up to the Arabia region to fight for that winner chicken dinner. As you can see, of course, Twisted Minds, R8 Esports, and the players coming through then from GK Esports. GK already sitting on 10 eliminations to the name, but what an amazing molly that is, getting sent right on through as SK Todd and the rest of the players here from R8 continue to apply the pressure moving forward.
And it's not going to stop anytime soon. Fiden, their time is numbered. But now, unfortunately, thanks to their teammate going down, they will be able to just get some of those consumables up and at them. The GK Esports move on closer and closer here to find an angle on towards R8.
Oh, and those angles are going to be absolutely essential. It is down to a 4v3v1, right? One player left for the side of Twisted Minds. It is none other than Hidan holding on to that far south. The western position, but now a little bit of a cheeky spray down coming through. Up comes the rush around the tree, gets a knock, but off they go. Down to the final 2 teams. It is going to be GK and the players here from R8 Esports getting ready to fight for the finish. Right, R8 now trying to get that res up onto SK Ton, and now GK looking absolutely on the money. Still got all 4 players up and some super aggressive plays yet to come.
And a massive position within the zone. It is R8 Esports that has to move up into GK's crosshair. They're holding the line of sight into the zone. They're holding the pathing to that winner chicken dinner that R8 now, with only 3 players, needs to somehow dismantle. They need to find the cracks in the defense here of GK Esports if they want to move on through.
I mean, that would be the ideal, but looking at the approach coming through here from GK, I don't think they're going to be looking to allow any of that to happen just yet. But also, right, R8, definitely quite a team. definitely not a team to discount at this point. So it could still swing either which way. We're starting to see a few pans finding their way across the map. But Ragnar now just trying to peer out on this ridge line. Definitely GK are holding the more opportune position here. So I wouldn't be surprised if it worked out in their favor, but they got to be quite watchful of that blue zone, as it could still swing in for that extra surprise element. But now comes the rush. It is Prestige down. It's the next one down. It all now turns to the final player, and it's none other than GK to lock in that winner chicken dinner, walking away with those double-digit eliminations to their name. And what a chicken dinner that was.
Yeah, alright, Esports, they were done. They were done hiding. They were going for that winner chicken dinner one way or another. But what a fantastic turnaround here from such an incredible teams towards that final zone. It was an incredibly difficult battle, especially for GK, who had to fight up against Virtual Gaming to get themselves closer.
Well, of course, as we know, right? Match number 3 done and dusted. So we are going to be hopping into a very quick break. So be sure to enjoy the few moments here. And we'll be right back afterwards with a match breakdown.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile MEA 4 2022 Championships Day number 1. We've already concluded our first 3 matches and what a few exciting matches it has been. But of course, aside from the excitement, we also need to give a lot of love out to our sponsors as well. So a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And of course, we know that their continued support really does quite a few great things as the teams continue to rise to the occasions, becoming monsters themselves, right? But as we know, there's also a few of those in-game excitements that the players and the viewers can look to get for themselves. So be sure to look at the Autumnal Treasure that we have happening within the game, right? So it's quite easy. All you got to do is complete your daily missions to get yourself a few of these pine cones. You get progress rewards when you accumulate the required amount of pine cones. And, well, as we know, we'll continue with that. But first up, we need to take a look at a few of the glorious highlights we had from this last match. Absolutely insane once again. But like as we were saying before, yeah, the teams are absolutely crazy with their performances and quite a bit of excitement coming through. But let's head back onto our autumnal, our autumnal treasure, right? And just how you can get your hands on those lovely things, right? So as we mentioned, you of course can complete your daily missions, head on over into the game where you'll be able to get your progress report, your progress rewards rather, when you accumulate a certain amount of pine cones. Now every draw is guaranteed for a reward, and every item drawn will be removed from the prize pool, and there will be no repeats. Now, each time you go through these draws, the UC cost will increase, and the Autumnal Treasure voucher can be used in this event for their specified UC value, and the event rewards will be sent by mail. So be sure to check your mail in-game, and be sure to collect your rewards. You don't want to let them slide just yet. And of course, as I know, you would really like to get your hands on that nice little nutty backpack there as well.
Absolutely. I will be gunning for that backpack, but the rest of the players, the rest of the viewers, they will be doing their own thing. And of course, we'd love to hear from our viewers exactly how we could be improving any of these sets of things, how we could be improving the likes of PMPL itself. Isn't that right, DK?
Yeah, of course. We have our survey, so the survey should be dropping in the chat, so be sure to click on the link. Go on through and, give your input. Tell us what you think of the PMPL. Answer all the questions and just submit it at the end. So, yeah, loving to hear what you guys' thoughts are, looking to see how we can improve the PMPL moving forward. And as we've seen so many times, your opinion counts, right? So what better way to give your 2 cents and bring in that extra bit of contribution? But as we know, we are getting closer to moving even further through these games. But before we get anywhere, we need to take a bit of a look and see what our match rankings are. How many points the teams locked in on the past Erangel. Of course, no surprise to see the players there from GEEKAY sitting up in pole position, bring in an absolutely amazing 27 points.
Ooh, it was a spicy finish there towards the end. And we saw so much action, honestly. The entire highlight reel was just that end bit, right? Those top 4 teams just going absolutely crazy. As we can see, moving on further down, we have at least our top 5 picking up those double digits. But even towards the 6th and 7th position, we have the likes of Conquerors and Titans picking up 6 eliminations to bolster their standings. So an absolutely phenomenal work coming through from these teams. As we take a look at the second page, of course, we know some teams didn't pick up the crazy points, but they made a consistent effort, and that's what counts.
Yeah, quite surprising to see the players from NIGMA Galaxy sitting in that 16th position. But aside from them, right, we did see the players there from Fort Kurdistan previously sitting in that 16th position, making a bit of a comeback, locking in those 3 points. But Slime also still locking in themselves at least those 4 eliminations to get to a grand total of 5 overall. Again, right, really tough competition out on the battlefield. And as we know, next up, the teams will be presented with that opportunity to head over into Sanhok to see what action lies in wait for them over in the jungle.
I'm very excited to see a little bit of that Sanhok action, because we've had the teams being incredibly active. I mean, with the early round eliminations, those hot drops that we've been seeing, the teams have really been stepping up the aggression to a whole different level. And again, we mentioned this, we won't be too surprised about it, because we know the teams have a very limited amount of time and games to pick up as many points as they possibly can.
Yeah, and I mean, this is why we're seeing such an aggressive effort being brought through, right? The teams really trying to make everything count. And, we see a few comments coming through here and there with, a lot of shout-outs going out to, a few teams. But we'll have to see what the support is coming through for all these teams. So be sure to let us know in the chat who you are here to support, right? Who do you think is going to be team to pick up the winner chicken dinner once we get over in towards that lovely, lovely Sanhok? But as we know, the teams are also playing for those culminated points. So we'll be taking a look to see what the overall standings are a little bit later on. But so far, a really strong effort being brought in. And now, as we are getting ready to move into that extra bit of Sanhok, we know flight path not going to be all too important, right? What is going to be more important is where that first initial zone is going to be forming. Right now, we've seen several surprises come through from this. But where would you like the surprise to be dropping this time around?
Trifecta. Definitely include that trifecta action, because we always know as soon as those trifecta islands are involved, there was absolute chaos towards the end bits.
Well, I have to be right there with you, right? Trifecta is always quite a bit of exciting position for these teams to really try and fight their way on through. But I guess I wouldn't shy away from maybe is this a complete northwestern position, right? That northwestern island is also sometimes quite a formidable angle to be playing towards. But as we know, we are going to be finding out momentarily, so be sure to let us know. You can hit us up in the chat, but also be sure to reach us on the social medias. If you reach us on social media, be sure to include the hashtag, right? As we know, PMPL MEA Champs, you can see right above us over there, right? So some pretty exciting plays. I pointed the wrong way, but either which way. That happens when cameras are flipped. You get lost as to where you are. But, of course, we'll be making our way towards that plane, looking to see what's going to happen and whether or not we are going to be finding ourselves that glorious zone that we are hoping for. But again, right now, we've seen the Arabia region lock in the first winner chicken dinner. Africa coming back in match number 2. Arabia coming back in match number 3. So if the trend is something to be followed, this next match could be an Africa team locking in that winner chicken dinner.
Over towards the PMPL Africa side, we do generally, really talk about Sanhok being the Slime 4KT territory map. So if it is going to happen, it definitely is going to be placing a lot of focus there towards Slime 4KT to see if they can win this one out, or if some other Africa teams will be making their debut. But as we talk about it, it is finally time to jump on into the jungle.
Yeah, it is time to rumble in the jungle. A very centralized flight path, as you can see, thanks to this lovely plane and those 2 helicopters accompanying it across the way. But there we have it, right? A very comfortable flight path. Not going to be impacting anything at this point. It's all going to come down to the deciding factor, which will be that zone. So maybe we still get that zone to come through. But I mean, looking at the teams across the board, right? I think we could be expecting the players here from 1 million to try and aim for that second place again.
Yeah, as in moving in from that previous season of PMPL Africa, we did see them really going for, not intentionally going for the heal of strat, but making sure that Senke was in a position where they could continue the heal of strat should things for the rest of the 1 million squad not necessarily go their way. So for those viewers coming through from PMPL Arabia, that's what we talk about when we think that, 1 million is going to be aiming for those placement points. It is because they're going to keep that availability for heal off in check. But now, Titans... what's happening over here?
Yeah, it's going to be Soul on the welcoming committee there, just lining up the heads, popping off the shots, and already now it all is down to only B6 as the push comes through, but B6 not going to let that come in just yet. But of course, Omar with the lovely DBS will be putting a very quick end to the side of Titan Gaming.
We haven't even been here for 2 minutes. It hasn't even been 2 minutes, and we've already lost a team. Oh my goodness. Okay, no, so the African teams, they are stepping up, but against each other. So Esports will be sending Titans back into the lobby. They don't get any Sanhok action today. They just briefly saw some ruins, and well, that was enough for them. They will be now contemplating that on the sidelines. Meanwhile, of course, we do see NIGMA Galaxy with a little bit of an inkling, specifically coming through here from Raouf, that something is happening towards ruins. Of course, Hamidi is close by as well, where the rest of NIGMA are closer towards that southern portion. So I don't expect that they're going to jump into the action just yet. They're just looking for information.
Yeah, I think that is a very, very calculated approach coming through there from, Raouf and Hamodi. You don't want to follow the kind of trend that this happened there to Titan Gaming. Instead, you want to look to try and play a little bit more for that continuation. So I think a very worthwhile decision being made there. Instead, focusing on longevity instead of, looking to get aggressive just for the sake of getting aggressive. But as we know, right, these teams, they play with calculated approaches, right? They've got strategies, they've got angles that they're looking to play at. Unless, of course, it's a little bit of that hot drop action and things, unfortunately, just go the way they go. But we also then going to be looking at that blue zone that will be moving on forward.
And moving on into a very interesting zone. Of course, Trifecta still in play, but unfortunately, we don't have that northeastern side involved this time around. Sorry about that, DK. But hey, at least we know there's going to be some crazy action, especially looking towards some of those outskirt positions. I mean, you've got NASR very close in contention there for Kazakhstan. A potential for them to get involved, but again, I'm not likely going to expect that just yet because the teams are still busy with their loots.
Yeah, I mean, for Kurdistan, definitely in an interesting position, right? But I mean, they've got the entirety of Camp Charlie to go about their business, right? NASR, they're still exploring cave, exploring the surrounding buildings. So I don't think that we are going to be seeing any altercations come through, at least not on that front. But if we look a little bit further, we do see the players now all just trying to get themselves established, right? We do have a smoker there from OOREDOO Thunder starting to venture a little bit closer in towards ruins. As we can see now, this is just a beautiful replay of what we had happen to the players there from Titan Gaming right out of the gate, right? As we can see, not even 2 minutes into this match, and it's already the end of Titan Gaming. So Seoul Esports really just rising up and doubling down on the efforts. But again, speaking about efforts, it is now going to be all down to the players here from POWR looking to hold up a bit of an angle.
Oh, that nade was just primed and ready, finding that connection towards the players here from POWR. And now, as you can see, a little bit of a return from D7H here potentially to try and get the flanking position, get that recovery. But time is ticking, and at this moment in time, you have to make that decision. Is it worthwhile? Is there an opportunity I can go for to get that res, or is it just going to land me in some trouble?
Yeah, I mean, it could land you in a little bit of trouble. But of course, speaking about trouble, right? Seoul now has that by the bucket load at this point in time. As we can see, OOREDOO Thunders now just pushing on forward. We got a Weiss now trying to hold up this defensive line. But I do think this is going to be, one of those plays where Seoul are going to be stopped right here. We've already had quite a successful rush, but now up comes Hassan moving on forward. Weiss comes out with a DBS, but down they go as the OOREDOO Thunders just push on forward, and they, of course, then get eliminated as Seoul Esports make their way on back.
Surprise, surprise. Seoul Esports literally just reaping what they sow towards Titans. So what a turnaround. That's not exactly what I was expecting to happen, but hey, at least they picked up those crazy eliminations, so they will be picking up points one way or another. As we can see, the rotations coming on through. R8 just on the outskirts of Paradise, holding a very interesting opportunity to keep 1 million out of that rotation. I mean, if they further themselves into that northern portion of the bridge, then they go straight into POWR. So their options looking like a little bit more of an eastern approach if they had the information we obviously did to know where exactly they should.
I mean, based on the rotations that we've seen come through from 1 million, I'm pretty sure they're going to be opting for Western play, looking to move a little bit further to that side, maybe coming through towards Hatin, or at least the bridge within the vicinity. But as we look down to center zone, right, it is going to be the players here from Twisted Mind and NASR getting ready for a little bit of that, Sanhok ranged altercation. I mean, it's not the craziest distance, but it's still a ranged altercation nonetheless.
I mean, yeah, it counts. It counts, right? I mean, it's a little bit of
here we have it, right? That zone now going to be showing us where the teams will have to try and move towards next, as the blue zone has started to close itself on up. Just going to be applying a little bit of that pressure further and further on towards these teams. And now we are going to be waiting in anticipation to see what they will have to work with. 1 million, R8, as well as Virtual Gaming, CONQUEROR, Iraq, and Falcons yet to get themselves established within this next phase. And now this phase is going to be centering up even more so towards that Pi None position itself. So again, it will allow for even more continuation to come through as the teams are looking forward to move even further afield.
Opportunities lying in wait, of course, as we know, UMBRA just finding an opportunity into the zone on the outskirts of Quarry, just above Cave, which I mean, Cave on its own would have been a very interesting position to see the zone going through, but as we take those replays on out, 1 million picking up some of that damage up into R8, so it was quite a bit of a jump up here for the teams, just to at least consistently pick up those eliminations, and let's see how far they can take that now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they could take it all the way to the bank, right? As we now wait to see what NASR is going to be doing in a very centralized position. They've got the OOREDOO Thunders moving in from the north. They got Twisted Mind moving in on towards that northeastern approach. And right behind them is going to be NIGMA Galaxy. So if you want to talk about a sticky situation, this is definitely one that NASR could find themselves in. But it's all going to come down to how these positions play themselves out.
It's going to come down to those crucial decisions, those last-second decisions that really can make or break the plays here for the teams. NASR in particular, what a sandwich they find themselves in. It's NIGMA Galaxy to their south, it is Twisted Minds to their northeast, and of course, it is OOREDOO Thunders here towards their northwestern position. So within the vicinity, they find themselves quite a bit of a sandwich. But they have an opportunity to take this further. They have a good ridgeline to work with, and if they can keep this cover in check, they have an opportunity to move on further.
Yeah, and I think that ridgeline is going to be absolutely essential, especially in their current positioning. But of course, you know, there is that potential threat of the players from Slime Forgetty sneaking in from that northern approach. For the time being, the immediate threat will be presented by NASR. So let's see whether or not OOREDOO Thunder is going to look to contest against them.
Now, as you take a look at it, this is going to be an interesting opportunity. CONQUEROR Thunder, the CONQUEROR Iraq, of course, they're holding an interesting position, but how long is going to be the question? With so many teams moving on in, we've got Sly moving on in from that bridge line, just making that crossing line, could find themselves just behind Conquerors, and then we could be seeing a little bit of that action starting.
Oh, yep, we could definitely see quite a bit of that then coming on through. But it's going to be a race to get themselves situated within the zone. Not only are Conqueror trying to get themselves established, but we also have the players there from R8 just up ahead. So this could be quite a bit of a gatekeep now being applied as the players here from CONQUEROR Iraq are trying relentlessly to get themselves ahead of that blue zone closure.
And the only thing that's really looking like it's set in stone is the position that 1 million is holding, running a very similar approach to what we've seen in PMPL Africa. So I would say that your earlier guesstimation of them running that potential heal-off is still in play. But we'll have to wait and see how the rest of the members will make their approach. With Virtual Gaming, yeah, this is a bit of an interesting one because you've got Conquerors up towards the ridgeline, but Virtual Gaming have to go past them to get into the zone.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a challenging position indeed here for them. But I mean, I don't think Conquerors know that there is a team right behind them. I'm pretty sure that they are aware of the potential or the just about area of where the players there from the side of R8 opposition. But now, as the zone is going to come constricting in once again, Twisted Minds for the time being find themselves very centralized. Of course, no surprise to still see the players there from 1 million just holding on to that blue zone. I do think once we get into this next phase, that is where they'll be making that decisive rotation. But we also see Freak all the way down to that far southern edge as the zone is about to show us where it will go. I'm expecting maybe something towards that western side. Let's see how accurate we are. Ooh, no, it moves ever so slightly towards the northern trifecta, still being in play.
Oh, we love to see that. Just adding so much water in the mix with this final zone is really going to constrict the opportunities that these teams have on an already tiny map, mind you. So as we look at it, we still have 14 teams alive, and now they're positioning their opportunities for positions are just going to continue to restrict, as Virtual Gaming have just narrowly made it into the blue zone, and now they need to sneak their way on forward because there's quite a few teams in the vicinity.
Yeah, and I mean, the vicinity is definitely something that you want to try and have as sparse as you can find it. But that's not going to happen. This is PUBG, right? You need to continue to push further and further forward. But again, looking at the positionings itself, it is going to be the players here now from R8 trying to find those angles and succeeding in doing that onto the end. They're going to be trying to drive it all the way through. But I mean, it's quite surprising. Virtual Gaming, they kind of know what to expect looking at a team like 1 million, but yet they are getting found out, the shots connecting on through. And Zeus in one shot in a much less than favorable angle here, but the blue zone will be fighting its way on up as well. So let's see, maybe this could be the shot that's on the money now for Lazy Boy.
Oh, it's going to be the opportunity here. Alpha Luigi still, well, bleeding on out, is knocked, but It looks like Zeus is actually going for that res opportunity. Hopefully they will be able to get it. And then Virtual Gaming will be back to 3 to try and take on the likes of 1 Million, who's also moved 3 into the zone. As we can see, Senke is still out in the blue there towards Tatmok, you know, taking their sweet time. They're relaxing out in the blue juice, while the rest of the teams are constricting here towards the center of the zone.
Well, I mean, yeah, as you said, right? No surprise to see the strategy coming through here from 1 Million. But now we get to turn our attention on towards the teams within the zone, right? As we see NIGMA Galaxy still trying to get themselves situated within this next phase. Falcon also going to be pushing in from that southeastern edge. But UMBRA, they have a little bit of a saving grace just up ahead of them. And now as the zone moves, it is going to be moving just to those outskirts of Painan. So Twisted Minds being absolutely zone blessed at this point in time.
Oh, they are going to be feeling so good moving into this next phase. But of course, the rest of the teams looking to constrict onto that position. Twisted Minds is going to have a lot of pressure to deal with.
Well, the pressure not going to be stopping anytime soon. As we can see, the teams are just starting to line themselves up on that very edge. Up comes players there from R8 Esports, so looking to make a quick dash forward, moving closer towards Painan. But they are going to be finding themselves a beautiful serving of UMBRA right there alongside them. And of course, still to that more eastern edge, it is still the players here from CONQUEROR Iraq and Virtual Gaming trying to fight it out for a potential rotational pathway back in towards this next zone.
Oh, we can also see for Kyrgyzstan actually finding a little bit of damage there over towards NIGMA Galaxy, and this is happening towards the southern portion of that zone. One shot! It's a little bit more than one shot, but they definitely got their rewards, finding 2 knocks on towards Conquerors here.
Well, now it's going to be on the money, right? One shot needs to push in and try and get it under lockdown. It is going to be Groza position just up ahead, but one nade could end this whole position here. Oh, that gets scary close, but now Groza still trying to play a little bit on the staircases. Is trying to find that opportune approach. But Zeus bringing in that extra bit of a backup here. This could be what one shot needs. Now the nade finds its way across. You got to be so watchful of these lower positions. Now, back and forth, up and down, all over the place. The blue zone adding onto the spice. Here up comes one shot with a little bit of a rush on the outside. Oh, and that is going to be the end as Groza gets sent off alongside with the rest of the players here from CONQUEROR Iraq.
Oh, what a massive step up here for Virtual Gaming to find the opportunities. But unfortunately, with all the time that they've spent, they will have delayed their rotation into the zone. You can see Alpha Luigi making a dash into the zone right alongside 1 Million, trying to give the rest of their team information as to how they can rotate. But it is not going to be without its challenges, of course. Then, as you can see, Venom already spotting out the scout there. Virtual Gaming is going to make it so much harder.
Yeah, and of course, we are seeing quite a few teams now starting to fall as we are down to only 12 remaining hopeful teams looking to push and get themselves secured. But still, the players there from Twisted Minds not going to be flinching whatsoever. Still holding on to center zone as the blue zone now is forcing the teams further and further forward. NIGMA Galaxy still trying to get themselves secured on towards the southern edge. Now going to be looking to take aim towards the place here from Falcon. Out goes the nades, not reaching all the way across. But Falcon's still going to be trying to play a slight bit of this elevation. NASR now also going to be suffering a few knocks, so we can see just off of the distance there. But a slow, steady approach coming through here from Raouf.
Absolutely, and they're going to have to continue that as they do have at least a member out into the blue, but now facing off against NIGMA Galaxy. Finding Lord is going to provide them that opportunity to continue applying that pressure.
Well, let's see where this goes now. It's going to be Never Alone creeping ever closer. Just within range distance of that nade. Finds a little bit of a cheeky trade onto Raouf. Fortunately, not dealing the necessary damage. But this Vector could be quite a devastating weapon at close range. Let's see where it's going to go. Out goes the nade. Trying to just overshoot and create a bit of an opening. But there's going to be NIGMA Galaxy holding strong. Up comes Raouf. Beautiful trade. Gets the hit. And those nades from Falcon just dealing absolute devastation.
Oh, Yusuf now up close and personal. The push is going to be here around the corner. And here comes the SMGs. Falcons will actually close this one out, picking up their 6th elimination. And what a closer. This is going to provide them massive space moving on into the south.
Yeah, Falcons just shutting the door right then and there. But UMBRA also now looking for a slice of the pie, right? They also want to step up and have some form of contribution here, as they're yet to get themselves secured. Now, moving forward, they could maybe line themselves off a few beautiful hits. Instead, it is powerful just to rain down with an absolute barrage of hits. Now, as we can see, never alone, Yusuf already getting that slight anchor point secured, but the blue zone is not going to be stopping just yet. It will continue to apply the pressure, and Wasted going to be waiting just up ahead. But now, Twisted Minds right behind them. So I think this is going to be quite an uncomfortable sandwich coming through.
Oh, and Umbra is just going to make it even worse. Moving on in for the closer. Already finding one here from Falcons, looking for the 6. Now look at Powerful just holding back that flanking line. An opportunity for them to get involved, but that blue zone is eating away at the HP.
Well, I mean, definitely not the most opportune approach that they were thinking of, but it is going to be forcing them to adopt a little bit of that blue zone heal strat. It's going to be none other than Damar and Powerful, the two remaining hopefuls now for the side here of Falcons. But it is going to be that push, right? That relentless push still coming towards the zone. Twisted Minds now on Overwatch, looking to see if they can maybe spot a few of the players on the approach. As we look towards that western side of the zone, we see the OOREDOO Thunders holding strong, but up north it is none other than 1 million and GEEKAY going toe-to-toe with Gaith and Santa positioned just up ahead, and of course Hope just riding on the hill, now pushing towards the players there from POWR.
And it's only Marshall here from 1 million to make any statement whatsoever. Said he's out in the blue, holding the line, making sure that 1 million will still be in this, even though Marshall will be going down. As we take a look at GEEKAY, they're not done just yet. They're looking at POWR now.
Yeah, Santa not going to be stopping there just yet. But now Alhaje now still having to push on forward. Gets spotted as the shots connect on through there from the OOREDOO Thunders. And that will be the end, right? That is all she wrote. So Osama with an absolutely beautiful ranged attempt. But now NASR looking to get themselves secured over on towards this western side. Of course, they have to go up against the OOREDOO Thunders team. Now, as we saw there, the players from Falcons also getting sent away. And down to the final few we are, right? 4 teams within the zone. That means the other 3, 1 million, UMBRA, and of course, the players in from Virtual Gaming, still positioned out in the blue, adopting those heal strats.
And OOREDOO, as you can see, one of the few teams with that hard cover, but looking at the ridge line that they have to take and that zone centering on up on itself does mean that OOREDOO Thunders, this opportunity, this position they hold is going to be all for naught, but maybe they can find some space over towards NASR. If they can take NASR out, they only need to focus on the remainers of GEEKAY and Twisted Minds in that final zone.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of pressure now coming through on towards them. As we see, you know, the team's kind of separating the zone up, but there's going to be a smoker to be found out as Ali sends that nade in. Now looking to find that extra bit of continuation, looking for those final few hits. And NASR now trying to get at least this western side under lockdown, but it's not going to be easy. As you can see, Gaith now reaching in, applying the pressure, and reducing the side of NASR to only 2. It is now all down to the lonesome Miracle and Batika trying to hold on to that western position.
In that zone, staying objective, not blessing any team whatsoever. All of them have to make that dash into safety. And right now, that zone is just applying that extra bit of pressure. It's going to be NASR to snake it on up into the grasses just alongside OOREDOO Thunders and GEEKAY Esports, who are sending out the nades after the nades. Oh, what will NASR do?
I mean, there's not much hope left for NASR here, as we can see Miracle now hoping for a miracle of their very own. But a very isolated position coming through here. The utility is getting sent out. It is Hassan now to step up and find Twisted Mind. With that, just alleviating so much of the pressure here. But again, Mike Smoker getting confirmed on in. It is now all up to Gaith. Looking to see if GEEKAY can get the zone under lockdown. Gaith not sure how they're able to survive. But as we can see, it is now Osama and Hassan just holding up ahead. Now, let's see. Are they going to try and find a Up comes Gaith, gets the hit, but down they go. Hassan now trying to pick up Hamko. This could be that opportunity for either GEEKAY or the OOREDOO Thunders to lock in that winner chicken dinner, and Santa is going to continue to push on forward, looking for the opportunity.
Oh, holding the line is going to find the stun. Now only looks for the 1. What will they be able to do?
Oh, let's see whether or not Santa's got a bag full of tricks, getting ready to push on forward. Now the pressure is on his Hamco, lit on fire. Up comes Santa, finds the hit, finds the trade, and with that, it is going to be the players there from GEEKAY to secure the zone for themselves. Now, the only player standing between them is none other than PRZ from UMBRA, who's, of course, trying to push through for that heal strat. It is the last remaining hopeful. Now, PRZ still got a few more meds to go, right? And as we know, fortunately, they are still quite some distance from the zone. So I don't think they're going to be able to make it all the way in. But who knows? We might be horribly wrong. And this could maybe still swing in favor of UMBRA.
Well, 14 minutes to make the dash, 180 meters from the zone, 8 layers deep. I don't know, DK, it's literally going to come down to one missed heal, and then PRZ
No, this could be the end. Oh, PRZ. Starting to push a little bit further forward. I mean, this is such a crazy position, right? I mean, PRZ, essentially gets taken right on down as they don't have sufficient meds to make it all the way to that zone and apply that extra bit of pressure. But of course, a well-deserved winner chicken dinner going out right there. And what an aggressive fight this was. I mean, no surprise to see the teams right here on Sanhok just absolutely lighting it up.
It was a massive setup there towards Sanhok, and what a beautiful, beautiful way that these teams have managed to bring in such action. But of course, we know we need to take a quick break just so we can reset ourselves and get ready for our last 2 maps of the day.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Are located in the hospital's first floor, third floor, and the roof. So what's the purpose of these
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile MEA Championship Fall 2022. Of course, some very exciting action now unfolding out on the battlefield, right? We just concluded the lovely Sanhok action as well. So 4 maps done and dusted. That only means that we've got 2 more to go. That then results in Erangel and Miramar to be those final 2 maps for these teams to fight it out. But as we saw over on Sanhok, it has been an absolutely exciting performance. Now we are going to be moving a little bit further forward to see just how many points the teams were able to lock in as they just blazed their way on through with some absolutely aggressive performances. And of course, that heal strat coming in once again. So no surprise to see these things coming out on the lovely map of Sanhok.
Absolutely. We know Sanhok tends to be quite a little bit of chaos, but what we don't know is what our viewers are thinking. So, of course, please let us know in the survey polls. They will be in the YouTube channel chats. You can let us know what you think we can do to improve PMPL, to improve your viewing experience, and to make the next season even better.
Well, really looking forward to hearing what everyone has to say. But as we know, right, surveys are important. But what's also important is going to be what the point situation is and how many points the teams were able to lock in, as we did see a few of those double-digit plays coming in, but we just need to see how much that then resulted in for our particular teams. Of course, it's going to be the players there from GEEKAY locking in those double-digit elims, walking away with 25 points in total.
Ooh, a massive step up for them. It was so crazy that my Discord literally broke. It was that crazy that it broke my voice. It broke everything. But of course, GEEKAY Esports, they picked up a fantastic setup. And now looking at the rest of the teams, there was some eliminations that were picked up, of course, from FALCONS and OOREDOO Thunders. A very good spread out approach from the rest of the teams. As you can see, 4 apiece, 3 apiece. So a very good, consistent effort coming through from the teams on the first page.
Yeah, really some formidable efforts being brought in. But I gotta say, I mean, Team FALCONS locking in 8, that is still a very impressive number to walk away with, alongside the OOREDOO Thunders also then accumulating those 7 eliminations. So quite a bit of aggression coming through here on the map once again. But it's no surprise looking at Sanhok. But more importantly, we need to see what that second page has for us. As we know, right, 8th position was with 5 points, and as we continue on to the second page, it is POWR Esports also to continue with the 8 points alongside the players there from R8 Esports.
Oh, we'll love to see it. Just that consistent effort from these teams. These literal team wipes that are being started at such an early stage of Sanhok was just, oh, it was delicious. As we know, Saw Esports taking out Titans. But hey, Titans at least managing to, you know, snap one back, pick up one of Saw Esports before they went on down. There were a few bakery chips, of course, as we can see for a few of our teams, but it wasn't too crazy. Still, overall, I think it was a very good spread out approach from these teams.
Yeah, I mean, the team's definitely not being shy with regards to the aggression. But let's take a look at a few of the highlights from this spot. Some pretty crazy plays once again. But as we know, right, all this craziness then results into something. And of course, we know the teams are fighting their way to get themselves established on those overall rankings, right? We've had the regions now stepping up. Unfortunately, match number 4 didn't go to Africa. It went to Arabia once again. But who knows? Maybe that's a little bit of a different trend. A trend that we're not really finding the gist of just yet. So still 2 matches to go to see what these teams will have in store for us. And, well, of course, we know that the overall rankings are also about to make their way on through as well.
Absolutely. So far these teams have been putting in those efforts consistently, because as we know, they only have those 4 days of play. The points will not get reset at any single point, so they need to bring through their best performances from the first map right up until the last map. And looking at it today, there has been a good spread of winner chicken dinner winners, so we've already had a good bit of competition towards those top rankings. When we later do take a look at those over rankings, I think they'll be quite surprising.
Yeah, I mean, but of course, as we know, right, these teams really keeping up such a strong effort. GEEKAY already sitting on those two winner chicken dinners. And that leaves me to wonder, right, what is going to happen as we move into our remaining two games. So, as we mentioned before, next one up is going to be Erangel once again, before we close off the day with our final Miramar to see what the desert will have in store for us. But be sure to let us know in the chat, right, what are your predictions coming into match number 5? Who do you think is going to be team to lock that in? But let's take a look now at the overall rankings to see where these teams are currently situated.
Oh, so GEEKAY, as you mentioned, with those two winner chicken dinner winners, riding right at the top. They were 71 total points, and they were massive in PMPL Arabia, so not surprised to see this consistency moving on through. But Twisted Minds hot on their pursuit as well, with POWR as well, moving on into that third position with 48 points. So overall, DK, a very consistent effort from these teams.
Yeah, and we can of course see that distribution of the winner chicken dinners, right? One being towards Slime 4KT, the other one to the players there from 4 Kurdistan, who picked up the very first one. But let's see now what is going to happen, as we still have 2 more to go. But a very contentious approach, I have to agree with you on this one. I mean, the aggression just looking so phenomenal. I mean, GEEKAY sitting on 32, the same amount of placement points that Twisted Mind has. So already, I think GEEKAY is starting to set the bar up, right? And that they're going to be quite a formidable force as we move on forward. But now, let's take a look at that second page before we get right into the action, of course. In 9th place, we got the race here from Team FALCONS sitting on 24, and then it slowly trickles down. But surprisingly, we see NIGMA, Galaxy, and Titan Gaming sitting towards that lower end.
Yeah, it's a very surprising feat to see those two teams on that side of things, but as we know, there's only 16 teams. Someone has to be on this side of things. It is the first day. There's still plenty of matches to be played, and it's still looking very contentious. I mean, Falcons, they're on 24 points. As we know, 8th position had 27, so a mere 3 points could be seeing you getting up into the first page and making a massive stand. With only 16 teams running in these crazy competitions, you know that they're going to be pushing it.
Well, I mean, talking about pushing it, right? They are going to be pushing those efforts even further now, moving into match number 5. Of course, Erangel is where it's at. Now, we've seen our fair distribution of interesting flight paths come in. But again, right, this time around are we looking at a center zone or something a little bit more on towards those off angles?
I think we should definitely head towards the southwestern portion. You know, let's try and give Chumacera an opportunity to jump on into the final zone again, because we know Chumacera... crazy terrain that these teams have to deal with. So I think it would be quite a bit of a surprise, other than heading all the way to Oasis. I mean, that would be the biggest surprise of all.
Yeah, that would be quite surprising, especially when we get over on towards Miramar. But now for Erangel, I mean, if we go in towards that same similar kind of direction, we could be looking at a little bit of that Ferry Pier kind of quarry Primorsk play. So let's see where that flight path is going to be taking us as we move straight on forward. Is, of course, starting down towards the southwestern side, right? You can see the lovely Sosnovka Island just off to the edge, and the main island over on towards that left-hand side, with Primorsk being right there where the helicopter currently is. But again, a very centralized flight path, so I think the teams are going to be quite satisfied with the reach they have coming off of this flight path.
Yeah, massive opportunity to go to your favorite positions, to get yourself set up, and maybe we'll see how this Erangel will be changing things up. Already 2 helpings that these teams have had, so they know what they need to adjust. They know what they maybe don't need to adjust. You know, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Maybe just bring a little bit more of that action into this Erangel, and then we could be seeing a really contentious Erangel. Of course, we noticed we had a double helping of teams towards school, so interested to see if that's going to stay the case, or if we're already going to be seeing a few adjustments in drop locations.
Oh, yes, that would definitely be quite interesting to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. For the time being, it's quite difficult to say exactly what could be on the cards here, as the teams are still looking to get themselves spread out and situated. But as we see on the left-hand side, our top knockouts already sitting on the side there for GEEKAY Esports. No surprise to see them sitting on those lovely 71 points on the overall leaderboard. But again, as we move on through, right, we are really seeing a healthy dose of, players from all over starting to showcase their talents.
And moving on in that zone towards the east is really going to allow, once again, OOREDOO Thunders to not worry about the rotations from that military base island just yet. They still have some space to work with, and the rest of the teams, of course, will be opting for that migration to the east to try and get themselves set up sooner rather than later.
Yeah, as we know, right, positioning is going to be absolutely essential, absolutely key to the success. But let's see where the teams are going to be going. We see the players there from Titan going for the usual drop towards that kind of farm position. Of course, Virtual Gaming are going to be pushing back up towards the north. But still, it is going to be Falcons and Slime looking to fight it out for possession of that lovely Yasnaya. And we also see the players then there from R8 opting for a little bit more of a more northwestern approach. Instead, going to be looking to maybe get themselves situated towards the Georgiable region. But now, back in Yasnaya, it is going to be Falcons and Slime trying to kind of, figure out the whole housing situation here.
Yeah, Falcons, they're not looking to give Slime another opportunity than what we saw in that previous Erangel, right? They're getting themselves looted up. You already see Never Alone there with that VSS just keeping a keen eye trained on Slime 4KT's position, looking for those earlier engagements and to just back up their teammates should they go for that engagement. But for now, we can already see Falcons. They're proceeding with caution because they do not want to lose any members.
Yeah, I mean, caution is it's quite understandable at this point in time, right? I'm pretty sure all these teams have done their fair share of VOD reviews, and I mean, we know what Storm, what Slime, and the rest of the players here do within this position, right? From Slime 4KT, so I do think Falcons are going to come in with a lot more of a calculated approach. I don't think you're going to catch them off guard necessarily, and I think this is why we have this extra additional bit of caution coming through here. But speaking about caution, right, UMBRA, NASR, they're not going to be showcasing any of that, as we do find them relatively close towards each other in and around the school apartments, but also over towards that western edge. That is where we see the players from Twisted Mind and 1 Million also in very close proximity.
Yeah, 1 Million, of course, there towards that southern portion of Georgiable, now potentially facing off against Twisted Minds, who are closer to that hospital position. And we'll have to wait and see if they're going to make that rotation or if they're going to be set and steady in their approach into the zone. Because as we know, the flight path and the zone, not very complementary. We had that zone taking a massive shift towards the east, which means we had those open positions like Lipovka and Milita. But now we actually are seeing for Kurdistan actually making an approach towards Lipovka to take position of that eastern coastline. So that means that Milita power is still available, but the other points other than shelter are starting to close on up.
Yeah, I do think it could be a little bit more of a secure position, pushing towards that coastline, like you've already mentioned for the players there for Kurdistan. But as we know, right, you can't bring too much caution into this match because there's a lot of aggression out on that battlefield, as we now wait to see where the next point of interest is going to be, right? UMBRA, NASR, relatively close to each other, but I don't think they are going to be looking to apply that extra bit of pressure just yet. Meanwhile, Twisted Mind, 1 Million, very similar kind of situation that they've got. So you can see already, the players here from Twisted Minds looking to build up that stand. As we know, we're expecting about, 6 eliminations to come in from them.
Yeah, we're expecting that setup to come through. We're expecting these teams to bring in that consistency because that's really going to bolster their positioning on the overall standings. As we know, right from the get-go, there's not going to be a point that those points are going to be reset, so they need to just keep on adding. They need to bring that consistency. But as we take a look at the rest of the teams, there's that focus that needs to come through between that elimination and that placement game. Bringing in a better balance is just going to be so much better for the teams in the long run. But what will they be able to do to make that happen? For Twisted Minds, it's going to start with that rotation into the zone.
Yeah, and what I'm also looking at is like the teams finding that rhythm, right? The rhythm that they've shown in their respective PMPLs, because we know these teams are way more than capable. I mean, Nexus sitting with the points that they have to their name, there's got to be something wrong, right? I mean, this is not where we see the players from NIGMA Galaxy being positioned within, right? 7 points. But who knows? They've shown a similar kind of approach when they were playing in the PMWIs, right? Having a little bit of a bumpy day one, and then just coming in with such a phenomenal improvement in those days leading on from that. So, who knows? Maybe they could be looking to maybe bring in a very similar approach moving on forward. But of course, speaking about moving forward, it is going to be Titan Gaming looking to just secure themselves into a decent positioning towards the southern edge.
And just to add on to what you were saying, you know, about that first day of being a little bit bumpy. I mean, the first day of any tournament, the first day of any weekend of play, any week of play in this case, it is always that first day that we're like, we keep an open mind because we don't know what the teams are going to be bringing. And the same could be said for the teams that are playing against one another, right? There's been a moment of review, there's been practice, there's been an opportunity to run those boot camps and to completely change up their playstyle, bring in brand new aspects that make them a very difficult and very different opponent. So that first day, you're feeling out your competition, you're getting a sense of what can and cannot be done against these teams and what you can get away with in the coming days. So an opportunity here for the likes of any team really to set themselves up and get the information they need to actually succeed.
Yeah, I think it's all just going to be a matter of time, right? It's all going to come down to when these teams decide, you know what, it's been enough. Now we got to show up and, you know, just go absolutely crazy, because we know all 16 teams here possess the capability to do exactly that, right? Because they worked so hard to make it all the way to here. So I cannot wait to see the teams looking to unleash their true potential, right? Just bring in that absolutely phenomenal performances that they've shown. But again, now we are going to be looking at where the teams will be looking to get themselves situated. We do, however, see the players here from Falcon and NASR relatively close towards the lovely shelter position, but also UMBRA and the OOREDOO Thunders also pretty close to each other towards that southern coast. So there's a lot of, you know, like these pressure situations building up. And now Ali, of course, now just trying to fish for a few of those hit markers, but unfortunately not finding it on towards Anaconda just yet.
Oh, the Kurdistan now taking that rotation back from Lepofka, closer and closer towards Mansion, but trying to get themselves set up within these compounds as they're fighting up against not only Falcons, but of course we can see NASR also an opportunity to get involved for now. However, it is that information game. It is setting yourselves up in the center because we know all of the teams are going to be migrating to this point to try and get themselves set up earlier for that next phase shift.
Yeah, I mean, that phase shift is going to happen anytime around about now-ish, right? As we still see the players there from R8 Esports also on a slow, steady approach. And of course, they can just continue on their way as the zone is just taking a slight bit of a move towards that northern edge. So it's not going to be bringing too many complications to their rotational pathway, but it is going to be applying a little bit of pressure towards that southwestern side, right? Where we've got the players there from POWR, we've got Seoul, we've got the players then also from CONQUEROR Iraq, adding NIGMA Galaxy into the mix there as well. So I'm expecting a little bit of chaos to come through from that southwestern side.
I thought you did it on purpose. We got the powers. Have the powers that be running on into the rotations. But yeah, no, absolutely. These teams, they have an opportunity to take this further. POWR and Seoul Esports is a little bit of a concern for me for the time being. We'll have to wait and see how they manage that disengagement and hopefully just continue on without any losses, because we don't want to see any of these players dropping on in as before we get started with all the action, right? Towards that southern portion, of course, there's a lot of teams situated between Farm and Milter and yet to still rotate on into that southern band, that it is going to be quite congested.
Yeah, and I mean, like, congestion is what we like to see, not necessarily what the teams like to have to deal with, but, you know, it results in some pretty exciting PUBG action to come on through. And already we see a few of those angles now being played out. And also, it's going to be UMBRA to push straight on forward on towards NASR. Held up here in the lovely shelter. Shelter, quite a difficult position as we've seen. Teams really having to fight quite a tough match to get any form of security when pushing into shelter.
Yeah, and managing the teams above ground, managing the teams below ground, there's so much space that these teams can actually make use of that it becomes incredibly difficult to push them out unless, you know, the zones jump on in, unless you have more numbers to work with to really clear those bunker areas. And it's going to be a tough time to fight this one out. As we can see for Kazakhstan, in rotation, they could get themselves involved here towards shelter as well. So NASR and understandably UMBRA are going to be scrambling to try and just give themselves space between one another to make sure that they've got their own rotation, they've got their own location to keep track of, and hopefully that cover will help them move on further into the zone.
Yeah, but this ridge is also going to be providing a little bit of a saving grace, right? It allows them that opportunity to really assess the situation and come up with an opportune approach, right? That opportune play to just look to utilize But a lot of aggression being shown here by Wasted, as I think that Buggy might have said something to them, and they were not very happy with what it said, right? But of course, as we can see, also it is going to be Carryboy to get spotted and found as the rush now comes in. Seoul Esports moving in for the finish, as a little bit of that DBS action puts an end to Carryboy.
Yeah, Weiss will pick up a little bit of that action, so at least an elimination going towards Seoul Esports. But now UMBRA trying to hold on to the likes of their numbers as well, while NASR just continues to apply the pressure. We can see a lot of the teams here towards this portion, and then ironically, if we look to the exact opposite direction towards the northwest, we also have the rest of the teams making their approach. So it's almost as if these teams have split up into two groups. One side goes to the southeast, the other side goes to the northwest, now holding that position, waiting for the next zone shift.
Well, as we look on towards that southern edge, we can see the players there from Seoul now just rushing in so aggressively, and the zone is going to be allowing for even more of that continuation to come through. But of course, Titan also mobilized are going to be looking to jump at that opportunity as they now come rushing on forward. Seoul already having 2 of their players knocked, and we still sit with all 16 teams alive. But again, right, it's going to be a long, treacherous trek now to see what Virtual Gaming and the players there from R8 Esports are going to be bringing through with their northern rotation, as there's several limited options down in towards the zone. But the Knocks continue to line themselves up, and now the OOREDOO Thunders having to fend off the advances coming through here from Titan Gaming.
Oh, AXA with literally a sliver of HP just making a dash after that ridge line, while Teak is holding and just providing that covering fire to get their teammates grouped on up and hopefully get them set up into this next rotation. Moving on in closer and closer towards the center, they're looking to set themselves up potentially right alongside NIGMA Galaxy, while 1 million fight for control of these compounds.
It is going to be quite a bit of a fight though, as we know, right? CONQUEROR Iraq. Oh!
Oh no.
Lazy boy. Just waiting a little bit too long, overcooking that nade, and, you know, it bites back. But also comes a quick opportunity there from Groza. Secures the knock on towards Venom as well. And now it's all down to Senke and Marshall looking to just fend off the pushes. Oh, wait. No. Scratch that. Venom never even got knocked. He just took a lot of damage. But, well, there we go. Rio just following up, doing the due diligence. Now Senke also falls as the players here from CONQUEROR Iraq are just laying it on so thick with an absolute barrage of the utility.
Oh, but Marshall still holding the firing line, making sure that they don't have that approach up the stairs. And now the turnaround has to be here. It's all down to only Marshall to recover the situation here for 1 million as Groza and Co get ready to make this push up the stairs.
Oh, this push could be big. This could be quite a big push for either 1 million or CONQUEROR Iraq. It's going to come down to whoever finds the fastest hits, and it is the answer we've been looking for, right? CONQUEROR Iraq steps up and just take out the entirety of 1 million. Now, down to 15 teams we go. And of course, still a very challenging position, very tough zone for these teams to work their way on through. But as we look towards that southern side, right, we can see the players here from Seoul Esports now just trying to hunker down in whatever coverage they can find. We got Titans just in front of them. We got Twisted Minds right below them towards that southern side. And of course, POWR holding on towards that western edge.
A few more teams making their way into the zone. We can see now Hembo being spotted on out there by Twisted Minds, as Dami will lay down the law here, taking out the confirmation as well. So Seoul Esports, unfortunately, down to only 1 member remaining, as Titans also hold on to the line here towards the center. They have a very good position. As we mentioned, they set themselves up just alongside NIGMA Galaxy, and now, bam! Just to add a cherry on top, there is a zone bless.
Oh yes, a beautiful zone blast coming through. OOREDOO Thunder dealing that position right there, or rather sharing the position with them. But now it's going to be that absolute mad dash for the teams on those outlying regions, looking to get themselves re-established, moving in towards the zone. We already see a slight bit of that congestion now happening towards the eastern side with the players there from NASR and of course the team from R8 Esports. But as we look towards the northern side, right, is Virtual Gaming looking for a bit of an approach. Seoul Esports in the meantime will be sent on their merry way, and CONQUEROR Iraq now looking to find an opportunity. We could see them rolling up behind the players there from GEEKAY, but now it is going to be R8 moving in quite aggressively on towards NASR. Out comes the nades as Ida looks for a bit of an opportunity here. Finds Ali. Oh, but that Molly not connecting where they would have wanted. Oh, that's not what you want to see happen. And it is going to be little bit of a misplaced nade, but oh, Miracle keeping up the defensive line as Prestige pushes on forward, and that is the end of NASR.
These nades have been a double-edged sword. Yes, you can find the eliminations, but potentially at the risk of taking yourselves out. POWR, of course, unfortunately dropping here as we do see some crazy action being applied and pressure being applied by GEEKAY Esports. But now, how will they survive up against Titans?
Ooh.
The answer is no, they won't.
Yeah, I mean, a very aggressive push coming in there. CONQUEROR Iraq on the one side, Titan Gaming on the other. I mean, yeah, you couldn't ask for a more challenging sandwich to try and deal with. But this could still be a great opportunity now for CONQUEROR Iraq. Already sitting on those 7 eliminations. They are going to be looking to lock in a few additional eliminations alongside those. Let's see, will it be on the cards? Falcons going to be running up into the players there from Virtual Gaming, sending 2 of them off. Now it now turns to Zeus and the remainder there, Gaddafi, to try and bring in that continuation. But Slime for KT is still in the mix. They are going to come rolling through from those northern territories. But Kalaga, oh, they've got a different set of ideas left now for the players here from Titan Gaming.
Holding on to that ridge line, just trying to get information. But as you can see, Groza already in the vehicle, primed and ready to take a flanking maneuver. And if they can manage that, they could find themselves in a better position within the zone. As we know, Titans, all 4 of their members in that next zone shift, and they are holding the line for as much as they possibly can, trying to stop Conquerors from making their approach into safety.
Well, it's all going to come down to the final straw, right, as we know. Still 11 teams left, still quite a bit of space left within the zone. But we are seeing the pressure now being applied in all directions. Titan still try to get this western position under lockdown. CONQUEROR Iraq not going to be making it all too easy. Rosa trying to find that ridge line, but a great opportunity being presented here to Teak. They come streaking out. Trying to find that. Now Riva is down, but let's see. Could Rio maybe pull off that res just in the nick of time? The shots finding their way through the smoke. Out comes Teak with a little bit of a sneak approach now. Looking to find the continuation. Oh, but not landing the necessary hits.
Is just going to give a buzz cut here towards Groza, who will be able to heal it on up right and quickly, as the rest of Conquerors now still have to get information. Teak has been an absolute menace, and it's just wasting their time getting into the zone as they have to make a descent down the ridgeline, because, well, that's the only path they can really take. And now Titans will continue to just take control of this top portion of the ridgeline as that zone shift has to come on through.
Yeah, well, as we see, the players there from NIGMA Galaxy also having to bid their farewells. And now, all right, players here from CONQUEROR Iraq still have a bit of a positional play to have. I mean, they could maybe sneak a cheeky rotation along that southern edge, as you mentioned. But looking at Titan's positioning, I don't think they are going to be allowing that just yet, as we now see the hits coming through. An absolute show of aggression coming through here from Titan, as Teak just rips it up. It is Rio and Riva down, and all now riding on Kalaga and Groza to bring in that extra bit of continuation.
Well, Axa holds the center of the zone, just making sure the Titans have a way to return back into safety. They are looking for those eliminations here towards CONQUEROR Iraq, and so far they've been very, very good at making it happen.
Well, CONQUEROR sitting on 7, Titans sitting on 7, so both teams keeping up some very formidable numbers here. But as we did see, right, CONQUEROR are going to be down to only 2 hopefuls, so that is going to limit their reach ever so slightly. But as we now jump over to that eastern side, it is going to be the players here from R8 looking to turn their focus onto the players here from Full Kurdistan. We've got Golden and Anaconda out in the open, very exposed position to try and play from, and that is going to be quite tough angle for them to try and secure. S gets on, of course, right there on the front line, but there's no need as Prestige steps up and locks it in.
Prestige didn't even see them. He was just firing through the smoke, knew exactly where the rotation was coming from, and oh, what a connection to find those eliminations. As we can see, Slime for KT will be joining for Kurdistan out in the lobby, while we are down to our top 7 teams remaining. As with that action now being applied, here comes basically what you've sown has now been reaped, as R8 Esports are feeling the brunt of the action here from UMBRA.
Yeah, I mean, UMBRA showing up quite aggressively so far, right? Really trying to hold on all these positions. Not succeeding in finding a crazy amount of eliminations just yet, but definitely a strong effort being brought in. Now, the OOREDOO Thunders are going to be experiencing that aggression coming through here from the R8 Esports team. Again, Bandar and Co now looking for a bit of that opportune angle to try and utilize Osama, keeping their eyes absolutely peeled. But a great opportunity now for the players here to try and sneak around. Out comes the hits, this Twisted Mind descend down on towards the base here from the R8 Esports team. And it is an absolute bloodbath, just pure carnage all over the place.
Oh, let the action ensue. We can see Axa also finding Falcons in the zone. And now on the outside, we've got OOREDOO Thunders just feeling the brunt of the pressure here from UMBRA, who has taken them down all the way down to 2 members still standing and hopefully ready to continue into the rest of the zone. But it's going to be up to UMBRA and Twisted Minds to see whether or not OOREDOO Thunders will be able to continue here.
Well, we're going to be finding out pretty soon, as OOREDOO Thunder is caught in a very tough position. We can see Morteza now sending it through, finding that knock on towards Osama. But again, right, Smoker going to be holding strong and steady, just trying to utilize as much of the space available to them. Now, hoping for a bit of a saving grace. But look in the aggressive approach coming through here from the players off the side of UMBRA. Oh, they're not going to let that one slide just yet. As Wasted moves in and closes the gate on the OOREDOO Thunders. Down to the final 5 teams we go. And a very limiting zone that we have. Titans still holding on to a very prime position.
Rosa now fighting for control here from that ridgeline as the last remaining member here of CONQUEROR. Now, this is an opportunity for them to take it further, but what a tough opportunity for them to jump on in as Titans even reach across the other end of the zone to find some connection onto UMBRA. They have been pinpoint accurate, DK.
Yeah, they definitely have been, and I mean, this is going to be quite an interesting play to see what will come through from this current positioning. But still, right, I mean, a very difficult angle, especially looking at the players here from Twisted, right? They've got that southern position, but fortunately for them, Titans have been distracted further north. And now UMBRA are going to be feeling the pressure as the focus gets turned onto them. Falcons still in the mix, still in the running. We're looking to see what they can have happen up here. But again, right, that ridge line proving to be a little bit of a saving position for them.
See how far they can take it, of course. Teak is going to be spotted out there by Morteza from UMBRA, who will just be trying to look for the final nail in the coffin here of Titans, but it's a good start. However, the pressure needs to be continued. As we know, Titans hold in such a prime position in the zone, and they will be able to clap back towards PRZ.
I mean, this is the Titans that we know, right? Bring in such an aggressive defensive position. But again, right, it's going to be quite the fight for all the teams within the zone. As we can see, it's now just all down to positioning. UMBRA trying to continue their efforts, looking for a bit of an opening. Wasted, sending up the nade. Will he be able to secure that knock? No, not just yet. But I mean, Titan Gaming, they're not going to be backing off. They just sit there, sit back, and just let it rip into any and everything that moves. Up comes Powerful now, trying to push even further on forward. But again, not having the most secure rotational path just yet.
No, and with that zone, it's just going to make it harder to try and deal with the teams in this next phase. Of course, Twisted Minds and Titans holding control of that zone. While, of course, Titans applying the pressure to Falcons from moving on forward. And, ooh, UMBRA, I was going to say, could get involved at any time, but it looks like Morteza will be catching some nades.
Oh yes, catching those nades with the open hand, not the best way to try and do it. I mean, I don't think catching any nade is a good idea. But either which way, right? It's going to be Anas now from the side here of Twisted Minds, still trying to ride the southern edge. And I'm loving this 2-2 split coming through here from Twisted Minds, right? Anas really in a great position alongside Fidan here. And of course, we got Ragnarok and Dummy trying to move in from that slight southern angle. Again, this could be quite a strategy being deployed here, as we see Titan and Twisted, both teams sitting on 4 players apiece, with UMBRA and Falcon filling up the rest. But now, who's going to be the team to lock up the zone?
Twisted Minds and Titans with the best numbers, but Falcons looking to up their elimination numbers by taking UMBRA down to only Wasted, who has to try and survive the onslaught.
Oh, and it, of course, is none other than Titan Gaming. T stepping up, looking to capitalize on the opportunity, but up comes Wasted, making them instantly regret that push on forward. There we go, the confirmation has been secured. Now Axa can be trying to ride it out. You can see Powerful up ahead. UMBRA sent off. Now down to the final two teams we go. Falcons also getting sent away. Now it is a fight between Titans and Twisted to see who will be able to secure this winner chicken dinner. Twisted looking like they've got a really good position, still sitting on all 4 players, now getting that knock into one of the Titan game players, and that is Puncher right out. Now 2 players left, right? It is none other than P6 and AXA left to try and hold on. But looking at the approach here from Twisted, it seems like they've got the zone under lockdown. Well, AXA quickly sneaks that hit in. Oh, and AXA getting caught out in the open. Down he goes. Ragnarok takes him down. P6 tries to make the dash, narrowly escaping up between that little shack. But up comes the nade. Could that be the one? Oh, there we go. That is the end of the road with a beautiful winner chicken dinner going right there to Twisted Minds.
I mean, what an incredible read from Twisted Minds there towards the end. Titans, they had a massive position within the zone, but Twisted, they were just ready with that 2-2 split to ensure that every single crossfire that was available was in their hands and aimed at Titans.
I mean, absolutely glorious performances coming through yet again. But of course, as we know, right, we are going to be taking a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned and we'll be back with you in a short few moments.
Why are there 3 openings in the hospital walls? What happened here? The 3 openings are located in the hospital's 1st floor, 3rd floor, and the roof. So what's the purpose of these 3 openings, you ask? Well, if you like landing on the roof, and you can't find a weapon before meeting an enemy, then you might end up jumping off and hurting yourself. But with this opening, you can now explore the inside of the hospital quickly to find a weapon and make the first move. And bad luck will now be a thing of the past. Since the opening on the 3rd floor is located at a strategic point, not only will it prevent others from camping there, you can also use it to move to the platform on the 2nd floor quickly. How convenient is that? Speaking of the opening on the 1st floor, it's even better. Not only can you enter the hospital from the side, it's also perfect for sneaking up on the enemy and ambushing them. In actual battle, you can also use these 3 openings to adjust your position and develop new tactics. So what are you waiting for? Come and try it out for yourself now. Have you visited Mill to POWR since the update? This area might be remote, but there are a ton of supplies to be found here. Looting the area after landing will more or less give you a steady start to the match. Even if you run into enemies, there's no need to panic. You should try to land at the 4 warehouses near the entrance if you can. Supplies are in plain sight here, so land and start grabbing weapons for a greater sense of security. After looting everything in the warehouses, take whatever you can from the nearby buildings too. The red brick building inside has complex terrain. Although it has abundant supplies, it's confusing and takes time to find them, so it's easy to get ambushed. The red brick building only has a few doors, but there are plenty of places for players to hide inside it. We can camp at the entrance and eliminate anyone who wanders over. If you've been waiting for a while, you can just aim for the rooftop. Most players like to find high ground to observe other players, so you can take out whoever you find there. You'll feel amazing and rich after taking out everyone there. Did you get all that?
Hello and welcome back everyone to the PUBG Mobile MEA Fall 2022 Championship. 5 matches done and dusted, and what an exciting past 5 matches it has been. These teams just stepping up with an insane amount of aggression all over the place, just finding hit after hit. It has been so amazing to see them. But so far, it's been exciting. Just to show you how exciting it was, let's take a look at a few of the highlights. Some absolutely amazing performances coming through there. Twisted Minds and Titans for that fight to the finish. As we know, Twisted Minds secured themselves that winner chicken dinner. And of course, speaking of which, we need to take a look and see what the point situation is, right? How many points everyone was able to secure. So let's move over to the match rankings, of course. As we know, it is Twisted Mind and the players from Titan Gaming sitting up towards the top. But surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, right? Titan Gaming with those 13 eliminations sitting on 25 points, awarding them the top position.
All I see is T at the top right there. A fantastic moment here for our teams. And of course, Titans, they definitely had to duke it out. So it's good to see that they were rewarded for their efforts. Not with the winner chicken dinner, but at least the most amount of points moving on into the last Erangel of the day. As we go down that scoreboard, we do see a very good amount of effort from CONQUEROR Iraq, of course, with those 7 eliminations right alongside Team UMBRA with their 6 eliminations, picking up some wonderfully much needed double-digit points. And as we know, OOREDOO Esports and NIGMA Galaxy also made their own stands, picking up their own respective points. So it's a good jump up for NIGMA Galaxy, especially when you take a look at the overall rankings, and hopefully they'll continue that moving into Miramar.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. A really good effort being brought through by NIGMA Galaxy. But as we were talking about before, right? Only day 1, we'll be seeing a much more improved performance coming through in towards day 2. I think that's where things are going to get quite exciting. Of course, now we see the players here from GEEKAY Esports sitting over in 9th position with 4 points to their name. Virtual Gaming just 1 behind them. And then we see a nice distribution of those ones, right? All the way to that 14th place with NASR and 1 million. Making a bit of a stop over for a bag of donuts. So, at least they're getting something filled, right? They have the tummies filled up, and hopefully we'll see that final effort being brought through as the teams get ready to move into our last match of the day.
Absolutely. So finally moving on into Miramar, like my brain was trying to allude to when we were going to Erangel, so I don't know what was going on with there, but either way, you asked me about flight paths, you asked me about zones, and you've been asking me that the whole day, so it's time for you to tell us where exactly you want the flight path and where you want the zone.
Ooh, okay. So flight path, I wanted to come from the west, heading up towards the northeastern side, and then I want the zone to be situated in and around the lovely water treatment area. I think that would be quite exciting. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that. I think that could be quite an exciting one. Maybe that sounds like the first Miramar we had. Who knows? Maybe there could be a little bit of a change upcoming through. But of course, as we know, right, the team's still bringing in such a strong effort. Now let's take a look and see what those overall rankings are and where the teams currently find themselves before we get into our last match of the day.
Oh, not a crazy change-up, but Twisted Minds at least making a shift up into first position there with 77 points. Thanks to those lovely placement points that they've been picking up and a good amount of eliminations, they found themselves just above GEEKAY Esports, who's dropped down by only one position because they've only got a difference of 2 points. So what a massive step up for Twisted Minds to not only close the gap, but now even overtake GEEKAY.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty impressive, right? And as we know, these teams are monsters. They've shown it in their respective PMPLs. They've shown it already in this very first day. And of course, we've got at least three teams from the Africa region also then on this second page. So, you know, I think it's a relatively balanced approach, right? So we've got a healthy dose of the Arabia teams moving in, and you know, we add that extra nice little side order of the Africa teams in the mix. But we have to take a look at that second page to see where the teams are, what the point situation is, and of course, right at the top, it is going to be the players day for Kurdistan, sitting up in 9th position, 1 point ahead of the OOREDOO Thunders. And of course, as we see, it's still pretty contentious all the way down. NIGMA Galaxy, in the last matches, we did have them also just raking in a few of those additional points, but moving into the very last match now, this could be that opportunity once again for any of these teams to improve their point situation, at least to close off day one on.
Yeah, perhaps they were waiting for that last Miramar of the day to really step things up and to showcase what they've been working on up into, you know, their breaks right after PMPL and what sort of action they might be bringing into today. But as we know, last map of the day, last opportunity for these teams to really bolster themselves on the overall rankings to set a good foundation for the rest of the week of play, because there's still plenty of matches left. I think after this it'll be another 18 matches, no more so, that they have to actually take a part in. So massive opportunities, but let's see if the teams can take it.
Yeah, 18 is indeed the number this time. The cast the math working out, so well done. Yes, well done. But as we know, yes, there's going to be quite a bit of excitement still to come through in this final Miramar of the day. We've seen the teams bring in quite a substantial performance in our very first one, so we'd love to hear what our viewers' thoughts are, right? Let us know. Hit us up in the chat wherever you are. Let us know wherever you're watching. Who do you think is going to be the team? If you're watching it now, if you're watching it in the future, I guess you already know what the answer is going to be, right? But don't spoil it for any of us, because we don't know yet. So we're going to be curious to find out what your predictions are. Be sure to include the hashtag. And of course, on that note, we are going to be hopping straight onto the plane to see what is going to be happening. The flight path is going to be starting around towards the eastern side. So we can see the lovely Impala right there on the tip of the wing. And that means that we are looking at a little bit more of a northern flight path, as we have the wall at the end of the zone, at the end of the map rather, towards that northern edge. So we are heading in the direction there of Trader Park, as we can see, but we now need to see where the zone's going to go.
Absolutely. How is it going to potentially complement or just completely ignore this flight path and how the teams will have to deal with those rotations? Now, we mentioned a little bit earlier on when we saw 1 million's rotation there towards Jumasera, we were like, okay, that's a little bit of a change up, of course, coming through from PMPL Africa, but one of their alternative drop sites is actually towards Puerto Pareso. So this flight path really does allow a massive opportunity for either of those positions. We'll be curious to see if they're going to change it up based on how much action they felt with that previous Chumasera, or if they will just be sticking to their guns.
Yeah, we'll be finding out definitely what these teams will have in store. But, you know, one thing that we can definitely say is that the Arabia region definitely dominating the tops, right?
Yeah.
A lot of them coming through with, aside from Axa and Puncher that we can see also sneaking their way on through. Puncher landing the longest elimination there. But, you know, we have that zone also now to make its way on through. It is going to be sitting towards this lovely northeastern side, which is definitely a zone that we don't see all too often. It's close enough to what I was asking for. I mean, water treatment is still there. The flight path also kind of maybe there. I mean, it's just the wrong way around. But whichever way, it's still going to be quite a challenge for these teams to get themselves situated throughout the zone.
Mm-hmm. Now, very interesting setup here for these teams. And of course, that zone shift towards the northeast is going to provide a very interesting set of opportunities for the teams to now take those rotations. I mean, you've got Cruz del Fal, we've got Torre Armada still open, Campo Militar, of course, because that zone was so center. So massive opportunities for zones.
Yeah, an opportunity is what these teams want, and it's what they thrive on, right? But as we look towards that more southern edge, well, if you can't really call it southern edge, but it's close enough to the south, right? We got Los Leones, La Bendita, all within the area here. But up comes the teams now looking to continue those approaches. UMBRA also not too far away from where we just saw the players there from the OOREDOO Thunders. But UMBRA in a little bit of a challenging angle here because they got the players here from GEEKAY towards the west. To the north, they've got Falcons. To that eastern side, they got the players there from CONQUEROR Iraq. So there's going to be a lot of challenges for these teams, especially looking at where this flight path kind of left them.
Yeah, it's again, we have that this complementary flight path to zone combination, and again provides the teams with massive opportunities in terms of their initial drop sites. But then, well, it's all for naught because now you need to take this rotation up into the north in this case, and really with all of that pressure coming through from that southwestern portion, that middle section of the zone is going to provide a lack of space for these teams to at least hopefully get into the zone without any losses. I'm not saying it's impossible. It definitely is because Miramar is vast. There's a lot of space. But the chances of them going in without a single loss is going to be interesting. Just like Team UMBRA is driving right now. Very interesting.
Yes, quite interesting. But I think at this point, you know, the proactive rotations are going to be what could be a bit of a saving grace to these teams, right? As we know, the northeastern side of the zone is pretty vacant. There's a lot of opportunities for these teams to move in and get themselves established, but I don't see anybody really opting for that just yet, right? Instead, the teams are going to be settling for where they are, regardless of what the zone has kind of brought their way, looking to get themselves nice and looted up and sorted before then starting to consider those rotations. But I think the faster the teams are with regards to rotations, getting themselves situated within the zone, the more they could favor that. And of course now, for Kurdistan, Legend is going to be finding that first crazy knock coming in. I mean, not crazy, but still a great opportunity to get that hit up into Powerful.
I was just thinking in the back of my mind, it's been so quiet on this Miramar. We haven't seen those initial engagements. What's happening? And then all of a sudden, it's like Legend could read my mind. They're like, don't worry, I've been planning for this one. Now, we have to take a look here at what DeMar can do in this situation. Could they recover their teammate, or could they at least clap back here towards Kyrgyzstan? So it's going to be a tough time here to try and find the angles into this.
Yeah, it is going to be an interesting play indeed. But now Legend giving a little bit of their own medicine repaid to them, as we are seeing that, you know, the BBA coming through here from Team Falcons, right? The bounce back ability as never alone, never leaves a teammate alone. As they move in, they get the res up in towards Powerful, and now Yusuf is coming in with a nice off-angle approach, just trying to capitalize on that slight surprise element.
Oh, massive opportunity. But of course, Falcons, they are going to be strategic in this position. They need to recover their numbers, and then they need to recover their HP bars. Then they need to see what information is available to them should they want to take this engagement further. It's going to be a question of information here, because as we know, all of this happening just close towards the edge of the zone. So a lot of teams in the vicinity to get involved.
Yeah, but I mean, this is where Never Alone needs to be a little bit careful about that spray down, right? Because, I mean, we did see them venturing out a little bit far. That could open up a great opportunity then for Kurdistan to step up and just connect up those heads. But, of course, you know, they are still in a position where they could make something happen and potentially even get a bit of a disengage, as we see them doing right now. I think this is a healthy approach to be taking. They still, of course, have that kind of anchor position brought through there by Yusuf, but the whole team now starting to move themselves further towards that more center zone.
In the speediest of speedy vehicles, as we know.
Yes.
That van is so fast. So incredibly fast. No one
It goes
can
at
catch
Mach
it.
24.
Yes. It is incredibly, incredibly fast, but they will, one way or another, they will make their way into that center zone position. And again, this is where you start to talk about those opening positions within the zone, because we know that flight path really didn't allow for it. The teams could get themselves closer towards that northern section, into the open positions like Cruz del Val, even Terra Bronca. There's massive opportunities, massive space available for these teams to set themselves on up, and if they can take control of that northern portion of the zone, they can really be a massive competitor and opposition for the rest of the teams moving into the next phase.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of setup that you want to see. But I'm loving this kind of setup also then coming through from virtual, right? They've got quite a comfortable rotational path ahead of them. It all depends on where they're going to be going, right? If they are aiming for Al-Hazar, they are going to be met with a disappointing outcome, right? They are going to be rolling up into quite a few formidable
competitor.
teams. Yes, POWR
really
and
didn't
NASR.
use it. It was so easy. It was there. It was set up for you. Come on.
I mean, but I can't do the puns all the time, right? Otherwise, you know, they're not appreciated as
You
much.
are the
But either
pun
which
master.
way, I
You must
know.
bring them.
Yes, but I have to do it with balance, right? So that's why I try standing on one leg when I do this. But either which way, we are going to be looking to see where the teams are looking to rotate. We're still waiting, of course, for Titan, NIGMA Galaxy, Twisted Minds, UMBRA, the OOREDOO Thunders, and Seoul Esports to get themselves still established within this next phase. While Slimefolk AT are going to be looking to maybe force a rotation towards Torre Ahumada.
Yeah, an opportunity for them, as you said, just to take control of that northern portion, really being one of the first teams to do so, as we can see with that map feed right there. And an opportunity, of course, for the rest of the teams to follow suit. We can see Titans also coming through from La Cabrera, just behind Slime for KT's trail. So hopefully we will be seeing a little bit of that action towards the northern side as the teams are centering up for this next zone shift and should be entering into safety shortly, alright? They do still have that opportunity to get closer and closer, but that center band of teams is just going to continue to be getting stacked upon stacked.
Oh, yes. I mean, we want to see those stacks, and of course we can hear the vehicles in the background, you know, just really powering their way on through, looking to see where they can get themselves positioned in towards. But it seems like almost the entire lobby now opting for those vehicles, right? Going to be looking to get themselves re-established. I mean, that's the thing on Miramar, right? You got to opt for those vehicles. Unless you're me, I just run, which doesn't always work out too favorably. But either which way, these teams know better. And I mean, looking at the players here from R8, they're also going to be moving in on this western edge. Yes, they've got the players from Kurdistan towards the north. Yes, they've got the players from Falcons positioned just south. But this is Miramar, right? There's still quite a bit of distance in between these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, if they look close on the map, they're not actually that close. It's not like we're on that Sanhok or that Livik action that we saw in PMPL. There's a lot more space for these teams to really work with. So hopefully they will just respect that space as they make those rotations in. As you can see, R8 just going past for Kurdistan. And now an opportunity lying in wait, of course, as we can see from 1 million, starting to pick up a little bit of that engagement. Maybe looking for the confirmations. But all of this is happening while these rotations are still occurring. The team's really sticking to the vehicles because, well, I mean, can you blame them? The way that these zones have been shifting, this is basically 80% of the game today. It's just rotations after rotations.
Yeah, I mean, and it's interesting to see how the teams have to adapt to that. But as we look a little bit closer towards Center Zone, it is going to be the players here from NASR and 1 million getting into a little bit of a standoff, right? Lazy Boy now trying to find a bit of an opportune angle to strike at. But it does seem like the players here from NASR, they're not having any of that. They're going to be looking to right that ridge and instead are going to be waiting to capitalize on their surprise element. But that could be short-lived as we do have the players there from CONQUEROR Iraq just holding on that western angle. But Venom now spots out Ali, and Ali could be met with the players there from Seoul Esports moving in from that southern angle.
At least this has given NASR the opportunity to not only recover Batika, but also help Batika to just get their HP bars up to where they need to be. And now to take that rotation in closer and closer towards a better position as Batika stays behind to try and apply the pressure here to 1 million.
Oh, and a lot of pressure about to come on through. So you can see Sengate with an 8, but also receives one in exchange. Managing to dodge the first one, but Sengate finds Batika. Now, Ali, Miracle, Gringo having to try and find a more opportune approach to take. But now it is going to be CONQUEROR Iraq applying even more pressure coming through from that western side. So NASR not really in the most favorable angle here. Miracle trying to hunk it down, looking for a bit of an opportunity. I'm pretty sure they're not going to be able to make it up towards Patika. But let's see where this one goes. I'm loving this conflict coming through for possession of the southern edge.
Oh, what a setup, right? I mean, if you take a look at this, NASR just clapping on back with that pressure. Patika, yes, is down, and there is an opportunity for recovery. But 1 million now, they need to just hightail it on down the ridgeline. Quite barely, as their vehicles are a little bit on fire. But they will make it. So they will get themselves set up for this next zone shift.
I mean, not only was it on fire, but we did see Venom actually rolling down the mountain, right? I mean,
Whee!
I mean, it's probably as an effective approach to get down the hill, right? As any, but it could be a little bit costly at the end of the day as well. And now that zone is going to be forcing the teams even more towards that Al Azhar position, right? It's going to be enforcing even more of the elevation that we see just towards the southern edge. Already looking at where the players here from NASR find themselves positioned. But now Marshall is going to be looking to push on forward right towards Riva and Groza, looking for a bit of an opportunity. But the teams now slowly starting to trickle on through. We can see OOREDOO Thunder's coming in on that southern edge, moving in alongside the players there from GEEKAY. But now, 1 million, CONQUEROR Iraq, right? This is where the action is going to be at.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what a powerful position they do hold in the situation within zone, an opportunity for them to keep on holding it. But now they have to fight that war of attrition here for controlling position. And for them to take this even further, they need the space that is going to be allowing them by taking out this team. And I mean, for 1 million, of course, everything is working in their favor because it's only the two here from CONQUEROR Iraq that they need to face off against.
Yeah, so, I mean, even though it's two players, I would not discount CONQUEROR Iraq just yet, right? It ain't over until it's over. We've seen what solo players can bring on through. Now, just imagine duos, right? It's absolutely scary what these teams can do. But now we also look on as the players here from R8 are slowly sneaking their way in, trying to see if they can find a bit of a position behind the players here from POWR. And this is just adding to the excitement, right? The teams continue to move on forward. We even see the players there from Twisted Mind finding their own bit of a setup in towards Al Azhar.
Oh, opportunities lying in wait for so many teams here within the vicinity. As you can see, very close and contentious. R8 and POWR, of course, being the other teams that are looking for that little bit of war of attrition here to try and get at least control of these compounds moving on into this next phase. We still see a few more teams having to make their rotations in to join the party that's happening here towards Al Azhar, while the rest of the teams are lying in wait, waiting for that bit of information.
Yeah, as we know, right? Information is absolutely key. And if we look on towards the northern edge of the zone on that lovely map, it is going to be Slime, Virtual Gaming, and NIGMA Galaxy finding themselves in a little bit of a fight, right? Trying to see who can lock down at least this northern territory. Virtual Gaming in the mix as well. Up comes Gaddafi with a quick little tappity-tap-tap, but not finding the necessary connections just yet. Rauf is going to be looking to maybe get a bit of that anchor point initial setup happening here, but Slime could be looking to maybe disrupt those plans. And now Storm on their knees. This is not the most opportune position for Slime to find themselves in. Up comes Rauf looking to get the confirmation. Down they go, and Slime losing their first player. Of course, 3 still remaining. Let's see whether or not Slime are going to be looking to bounce back from this position.
At least that zone shifting towards the north position is going to allow them some sort of peace of mind, because they know that they are very, very close to that location. They don't now need to take a trip across all of these teams to get themselves into that next phase, and now they can just turn their attention towards NIGMA Galaxy here and get a little bit of that payback.
Yeah, and I mean, it's better facing off against one team than it is trying to face off against the entirety of the lobby. Now Storm, there's a little bit of a replay there coming through as Rauf is so relentless in the efforts, but a great capitalization. I mean, Rauf just picking up head after head. It's still Slime in a position where they could maybe still bring in quite a bit of opposition to NIGMA and Virtual Gaming.
Yeah, opportunities, as we said. They are there, but will these teams be able to take them? Now NIGMA Galaxy taking a flanking position here. Very, very potential very good potential here for them to get a line of sight towards Slime for KT, but it looks like they're going to be focusing on going even further, maybe even going down towards that eastern side, while we have Power and Twisted Minds fighting for control. So Esports now picking up GEEKAY. Oh, not what I was expecting, but look at how spread out GEEKAY are.
Yeah, I mean, they might be spread out, yes, but take into consideration we still have 16 teams alive, right? And we are quite deep into this match. We just keep on layering on those zones. Already 4 zones deep. The blue zone is also then making its approach. I mean, 16 teams, there's not going to be a lot of positions for these teams to try and secure. But it is going to be GEEKAY not backing out of the engagement just yet, right? As we can see, they still have a guy holding on to that southern edge. Now, it is going to be the players here from Falcon and for Kurdistan, fighting for control of this northwestern side with Powerful now getting traded. Not before at least securing 1 knock, but now this could be legend to end it off right there. Ooh, nice little bounce, not finding sufficient damage, but up comes the push, the rush. Damar finds the angle and picks up 1, picks up 2. Gets the confirmation in, and this could be a great opportunity now for the players here from the side of Falcons to try and alleviate the entirety of for Kurdistan.
Getting themselves the space here towards that northwestern side will be crucial for them to move on forward into the rest of Al-Azhar, but will they be able to survive the nades, the onslaught coming on through here from Kurdistan as they are trying to hold the line. And Yusuf moving on up might provide them that space, that flanking position to take out the opposition here.
It definitely could, but as we know, right, first Falcons need to patch up those health bars, right? They are also getting the party bus ready to roll on forward. And Anaconda and Golden, quite spread out, but some good coverage coming through with these angles. But it is going to be Damar to lock in that initial knock. And now it's all riding on Golden as they are in hard pursuit, trying to find Damar. Damar doing quick few push-ups along the way. The retaliation comes through, and it is going to be the players there from Kurdistan getting sent on back.
What an unfortunate turn of events, but it's alright. They've played a fantastic set of games. Now we look to see the rest of our 15 teams to try and find an answer to see who's going to be the last winner chicken dinner of the winner of the day here towards Miramar. Of course, Virtual Gaming moving on in from that northern position just on the outskirts of the zone. So they have a line of sight into that zone, but it is not without its dangers. We have R8 so close in contention to that position, and now they also have to deal with Falcons.
Oh yes, I mean, the Falcons, they're going to be fighting, beak and claw all the way to the very end. See if they can secure themselves that winner chicken dinner, but never alone. Now gets found out and now turns to Yusuf to try and see what they can keep up. But up comes Damar, also finds a great shot on towards Zeus. Gaddafi trying, just waiting patiently on that ridge line for the opportunity. But up comes Damar and says, you know what? Thank you so much. I'll stop you right there.
Oh, what a turn of events here. As we can see, Twisted Minds and Titans now stepping it up and following in pursuit, but it's all down to Teak. He's going to send out a little bit of those utilities. He's going to turn around. But, what a jump up. Titans immediately get sent back.
What even happened there? I mean, Teak rushed in, got the finish, right? Then came the nade.
That nade. Oh,
I mean, Aziz,
delicious.
What? That was perfect timing. And of course, now as we jump over to the northern side, it's going to be NIGMA Galaxy turning their attention on towards Slime as Plaza gets knocked and confirmed on up. It's now riding on Pronto. As we can see, a very tough position. Koa is going to be knocked on down, and Pronto suffering quite a bit of damage to the blue. That is going to be the end of Slime, I believe. And I think that is the confirmation indeed. Well, I mean, yeah, it does seem like Slime is done, as they don't have any players left, not from what we have on the screen at the moment. But either which way, right, Falcons are going to be looking to still bring in that extra bit of effort, pushing on forward. NIGMA Galaxy keeping up a very aggressive defensive line here. UMBRA still trying relentlessly to secure at least a confirmation on towards this eastern side.
Now looking towards NIGMA Galaxy, trying to hold the line. Of course, NIGMA Galaxy now in a sandwich. They have to deal with UMBRA. They have to deal with Falcons now if they want to take control of this northeastern portion of the zone. As you can see, some pressure being applied there by Never Alone. But the confirmation is not there. The knock is not there. Falcons still have to find more eliminations to the already 6 that they've managed to find.
I mean, this is absolutely crazy, but Hamodi has got a nade in hand, right? So that could be even more to come through at the expense of Falcon, as we're not seeing any of those hit markers coming in just yet, but we do find a little bit of that damage. NIGMA Galaxy now looking to dial up the aggression, still have all 4 players left, moving in on towards this northeastern side, but there we have it, right? There's going to be Damar to get found. Could this be that opportunity now for NIGMA Galaxy to push on forward and eliminate the entirety of Falcon Esports along the way? Oh, so many challenges present themselves time and time again as Team Falcons get a little bit of that saving grace coming through.
Yeah, just as NIGMA Galaxy wants to push on up, they get that reminder that Team UMBRA is in the vicinity and is just waiting for them to take that approach up to the ridgeline. Now a few more nades jumping on into the valley of danger that NIGMA Galaxy now find themselves in. All that smoke is going to be deployed. They need to get themselves out of the situation.
Yep, they definitely do need to, but of course, looking at the zone, right, you can see 1 million absolutely blessed, but UMBRA now trying to bless the players here from NIGMA Galaxy with a few of those mollies, trying to find the opportune angles to play at. But it does seem to be quite a bit of a challenge. Falcon having the opportunity here to kind of get that reset, still holding on to all 3 players as they now look to prioritize their positioning within the zone. They are going to be pushing in the direction of 1 million, and this could be a very quick play coming through as the shots already start to fly. It is Falcon, it is 1 million, popping off shots all over the place. Senge, Marshall, Lazy Boy going to town. Oh, and it does seem like Falcons, yep, they've been reduced to dust. 6 teams remain, but now 1 million. Full victim as the players there from R8 also come swooping in with some beautiful third-party action. Right on their heels is going to be NIGMA Galaxy as well.
Nays getting cooked and prepped to send on out into the 1 million team because he Lazy Boy just taking hit after hit, but somehow, someway, 1 million still alive. Not before NIGMA Galaxy jump on in. What is this? R8 have to immediately respond.
Wow, it's like the teams decided, you know what, this has gone on for long enough, let's end it now, right? Everyone just rushing on forward. We got Prestige still trying to apply a bit of pressure on towards Freak and Rauf. We still see Hamoudi also still holding on, but we got Ida right there alongside the side of 1 million. Oh, but those nades from Prestige, absolutely prime. As you can see, nice knocks coming in. Will that be the confirmation? I wouldn't be surprised if that is. But now it is going to be Prestige to be spotted. The shots continue to come through. Hamodi just lying up ahead. POWR still in play. Coming in from that southern side as well as the western side. Beautiful spread. And this could be that opportunity now for POWR Esports to secure themselves a potential winner-winner chicken dinner.
They're a full team right alongside the likes of Seoul Esports as well. Now we have to wait and see what R8 will be able to do as Hamodi, just in the nick of time, manages to pick up Freak and get them into a better position here for the res. Now they have a little bit of time to reset themselves, get a little bit of that peace of mind back, and take a deep breath as they still have to fight their way through into the zone.
Oh, and that zone does move down to that southwestern side, moving even more favorably towards the players there from POWR. But let's see what's going to happen as Ida now tries to find a bit of an opportunity here, turning their attention on towards the players here from NIGMA Galaxy. Hamodi, Freak, trying everything they've got in their bag to secure their position for the time being. But the blue zone is not going to be kind. We only got 20 seconds and a bit of change left before it starts closing up. And that is going to be Ida having to pack up their bags and make their way back to the lobby.
Oh, these nades have been so deadly. Now Freak picking up another one, trying to send it out towards POWR or Seoul Esports at this point in time. But are they aware of the danger just on the other end of this wall, just on the other side? It is 1 million holding the line, waiting for an opportunity to pounce and potentially pick up some eliminations here.
Well, I gotta say, right, out of the 4 teams we have left, POWR and Seoul still have the more formidable numbers. But as we know, at this point in time, numbers don't mean anything. It's all what you can do with those numbers. So we still have Lazy Boy and Marshall up ahead. It is going to be Kante to be found out there as Seoul pops it on through. Hammer gets the confirmation in. And that is going to be POWR down to 3. And now NIGMA Galaxy getting rushed as Lazy Boy pushes in and sweeps the floor clean. Now, 1 million. Down to Marshall. Let's see whether or not POWR are going to be looking to capitalize on this. Already POWR sitting on 11 eliminations to their name. Still a plethora of players for them to choose from.
And Seoul Esports, of course, with that flanking position here towards 1 million, has the prime angles. YC will be sending out those utilities, looking to find the connections, because then it's only the focus here towards POWR.
Wow, Alhaji on the money with the nades. Absolutely insane accuracy. But now it is going to be Marshall also falling victim. Lazy Boy trying to hold up, trying to find a bit of that pressure on towards Wise. But now the blue zone is going to come swinging on forward as well, forcing the hands of these teams. And Lazy Boy not having any other option other than to push straight on forward. Finds a bit of a position there, but Alhaji picks up ammo in the trade. Off they go. Done and dusted. Now Alhaji trying to close it up all the way to the bank. It is going to be 1 million to get eliminated. And then we're down to our final showdown, right? It is POWR and Seoul fighting out for that very finish.
Looking at the space that Seoul Esports have to work with, it is not a lot, GEEKAY. It is one nade that can send them back to the lobby.
Oh, there we go. Seoul trying to push on forward. One player standing between them. It is none other than Aziz. The final hope for left for the side of POWR. Seoul so relentless in their efforts, but up comes the rush, and it is going to be the end. A buggy finish to close off the last match of the day. What a way to close off the action here.
One of those African teams, they came in at the last second with the buggy to make sure that they were going to get themselves that winner chicken dinner. What an insane performance coming through from Seoul Esports. I didn't have it for them. I did not have them in, you know, those runnings for the winner chicken dinner, just purely based on the position that they had. They had no cover. They had a measly little ridge line to work with, yet they find that double on towards POWR, and then just the buggies. They swoop on through for that win.
As we know, right, sometimes that's all you need, a buggy and a ridge line, right? So just come rushing on forward and close it out. But what an absolutely amazing and super exciting Miramar that was to close off the proceedings here for today. I mean, you got to say, right, day number one being closed off on an absolute banger. It started off with an absolute banger. The entire day, in fact, has been absolutely on fire. So, I mean, this is just the first day, right? The team's now getting rid of the nerves. I think moving into day two, that is where things are going to get absolutely lit. But as we know, we also then have to take a bit of a look and see what the teams did, right? What those point situations are, what the overall rankings are, where everyone finished up, and what we could then be expecting to see moving into day number two. But of course, first up, let's look at those match rankings.
Last Miramar of the day, and what a finish it was from our two respective teams. POWR just edging above Seoul Esports with their 14 eliminations, so they will just have 1 point extra to add to their tally. But it was the winner chicken dinner winners of Seoul Esports with their 10 eliminations to pick up 25 points. What an absolutely explosive finish for them in the last match of the day. Definitely should massively make a change on those overall standings, because as we know, majority of that 8th to 9th position, that was hovering around 20 points, 25, 27 points, and boom, they got that in one game.
Yeah, you know, that is the magic that we see happening out on the battlefield time and time again. But of course, you know, NIGMA Galaxy also, then 17 points, 9 eliminations, 1 million sitting on 16. I mean, R8, Falcons, 9 apiece. Some pretty impressive numbers coming through here. I mean, UMBRA locking in those placement points. Surprisingly enough, not finding themselves any eliminations. But let's take a look and see what page 2 has in store. I do think that it's going to be looking a little bit different. Well, not surprisingly different. I mean, only one team not finding themselves any points, and the rest of the teams still walking away with at least something.
Yeah, there's a bit of a change that came through here on this Miramar. Of course, we know that flight path and that zone shift was incredibly difficult to manage, but yet the teams, they stayed true to their works, they stayed true to their strengths, and they managed to more or less pick up something one way or another. Sony Virtual Gaming working with the donuts, working with the bubbles at the bottom of the scoreboard. But as we know, that was only one map of today's 6 matches that these teams had to take place in. And I mean, as you've mentioned, it was an absolutely banging performance coming through from these teams today.
Yeah, I mean, super aggressive showing already just in day one. So that makes me so excited to see what is going to be coming through in the remaining days, right? We still have 3 more days to go. As you said before, 18 matches, right? Playing a total of 24. And I mean, if this is what the first 6 looks like, just imagine where it's going to go to tomorrow when we get into the next 6 matches. But as we know, at the end of tomorrow, it's also going to be marking that halfway point. So quite a bit to wait for.
Absolutely, and as we know, we've been asking for it for our viewers to let us know what you think about PNPL. Let us know what you think we can improve on, you know, whether it's some graphics, whether it's some transitions, whether you like the structure, whatever it is. If there is something that you know or think that we can actually improve on for the next season of PNPL, let us know in the YouTube chats. Wherever you're watching, there will be a poll and a survey that you can take place in, and give us your thoughts.
Yep, really looking forward to hearing what what the suggestions are, and what the people's thoughts are, and the viewers' thoughts are as to what's happening on the PNPLs. But as we know, right, the team's definitely not disappointing as they're stepping up so phenomenally, just sort of letting it rip all the way out of the gate. And as we know, right, we've been waiting to see these teams show us which region is going to be the region to dominate. And so far, it's been a very pleasant surprise from either side.
Oh yes, no, I mean we had what, 2 going towards the Africa region, we had 4 going to the Arabia region. It kind of works in terms of just the sheer number of teams that we have and the splits from those 2 teams. So I think it's been a very even split considering those placements, but of course we have to take a look at the overall standings to see how they look after day number 1.
Well, here we have it, right? It is none other than Twisted Minds twisting and winding their way up to pole position, right? Walking away with 78 points, one winner chicken dinner, and only 2 points ahead of the players coming through from GEEKAY Esports, but also POWR Esports bring in such a phenomenal performance, locking in those 75 points. And I mean, this last match doing some absolutely favorable things for them with regards to points.
Absolutely. What a huge jump to actually match the 70s of our top team. So now we at least have a good idea of our top 3 teams for today. But taking a look at the rest of the page, of course, Seoul Esports also making a massive jump there towards the edge, just tying things up here with Team Falcons with those 47 points respectively. And then, as we know, Slime 4KT rounding up our top 8 with 44 points. So that's the number we need to keep in mind when we take a look at the second page to see how close and contentious it is for these teams to actually move on up in terms of placement. So 44 to 43 with 1 million in 9th position. Titans just 3 points away with that, with 40 points. And it really isn't a massive leap to go from 9th place to 16th place. And then obviously we know it's just 1 point to take you up into 8th.
Yeah, I mean, as we know, right, all of this can change in one single match, right? This entire standing situation can change up. I mean, moving from 16th all the way up onto that first page, yes, it's not an impossibility, but it's going to take a lot of luck to, the RNG just really needs to work out in your favor. So I mean, I'm still hopeful that we could see those absolutely drastic changes come through. But I think the day in which we could be seeing those is maybe potentially tomorrow, right? Because there's still that opportunity for teams to try and close it up. As we know, as we hit the end of day tomorrow, that will mark the halfway point. So whatever the teams have not yet accomplished by that point, it's only going to be becoming increasingly more challenging to do that in those final 2 days.
Well, like you said, the only concrete answer that we have is it definitely won't be happening today because we've finished our matches. We know exactly how these teams have been performing, and it's been relatively surprising based on the number of PNPL Arabia teams that we have and the PNPL Africa teams we have. We've had a very good balance of either region in our top standings within map to map to map. So I'm not just talking in terms of winner chicken dinners. I'm talking in terms of your top 5 placements every single map. There's an Africa team mixed in. There's an Arabia team mixed in, regardless of where it is centered, regardless of how it is shifted to either side. We're having a very good balance of teams, so it's good to see that they've meshed so well together to just provide such a crazy set of competitors.
Yeah, and it's a great contrast to what we've seen in, in previous seasons with, quite a bit of evolution coming through. We've been talking about this in the PNPL Africa, looking at the evolution of teams within the league itself. But we see that the trend now continuing forward as we come into the MEA Championship. Even the change from what we had teams performing at when they were playing in their respective PNPLs into the MEA Championship. Again, you can see those improvements. You can see the hard work that these teams have been putting in to ensure that they can perform as best they can.
Yeah, and that comes through with the hard work that these teams have been doing with the VOD reviews. I mean, they have enough VODs from PNPLs respectively to go through to get that information should they wish, but already we're seeing those changes being applied as they've taken for PNPL Africa. In their case, they only had about a week and a half before PNPL before the Middle East and Africa champs. So it's a lot of time to completely change your mind, and now all of a sudden go up against 10 brand new teams. And already we're seeing those small adjustments from these teams in terms of their drop locations, in terms of their rotations. They're just slightly changing things up to try and make sure that they are competitive against the likes of PMPL Arabia region teams.
Well, it speaks volumes to the potential we have coming through from both the regions. And it's going to be exciting to see, you know, how this representation is then going to pull through moving into the PMGC when we get around to that part as well. But of course, as we know, right, still quite a bit of a hurdle left for these teams. Still 3 days of action. But of course, we want to just to give a big thank you out to everyone for tuning in. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did. I mean, it's been absolutely insane action across the board. Be sure to let us know on social media what your takeaway is for today, right? Who do you think is going to be the region to dominate at the end? Because we've been seeing those contenders come through from either side, right? Africa and Arabia rising to the occasion. Do you think there's one particular region that will continue to dominate moving into our remaining days? Or will it remain kind of as balanced as we've been seeing it today? Is anything that you want to say?
Just in terms of the rotations that we've been seeing from these teams, they have been incredibly aggressive today. And again, if that's going to continue into tomorrow's games, you can bet yourself we're going to have a spicy day of action. We're going to have teams going for those crazy eliminations, going for those crazy engagements. And that's going to provide a very fun time for us to witness. So make sure you come back tomorrow, because the action is only going to get hotter and hotter from this point on.
Yeah, and it is, of course, you know, already starting to heat up quite a bit, as we know, the team's stepping up. And, I mean, like, the contention is an absolute real deal, right? We did see the teams, of course, picking up those. We did see the players there, rather, from GEEKAY locking in those two winner chicken dinners. But if we look back at what we've seen leading up to this point, right, the team's really showcasing a lot of that talent. And that's why I believe moving into tomorrow is where the teams are really just going to pop off. As we've had that kind of strain happening, we've seen it happen in the PMWI, we've seen it happen across the respective PMPLs. So it only means that we could see it happening once again in this season of the MEA Championships. So be sure to let us know what you think the outcome is going to be, right? Give us your predictions for day 2. Tell us, who do you think will be the team to sit at the top of the log? Could it be one of the teams potentially maybe over on towards that second page? Whichever way you do it, be sure to include their hashtag. As we know, it shows up on the top of the screen, and as if I'm not mistaken, it's right over there. There we go. It is PMPL MEA Champs. So lock in those predictions, and let's see. Maybe you guys are accurate, and you know, who knows? You could have maybe predicted the entire day 2 for us.
Absolutely. Please do include that hashtag, because then we can see your predictions, we can see what you've been saying, and actually, you know, maybe get a few tidbits for tomorrow's pre-show. You know, maybe we might be using your comments. You need to give us some good ideas here. Come on, we need to work together here for PMPL. But it has been a very interesting day so far, especially with the teams that we started with. I mean, we started with that GEEKAY, we started with that Twisted Mind setup. We looked at towards, you know, NIGMA Galaxy, what they were doing. Then they came back with that energy towards the end of the day. NASR has to do the same thing tomorrow. They have to bring that energy that we know they're capable of. I mean, they're a very well-rounded off team that can really focus on a massive points in towards PMPL in terms of your placements, in terms of your eliminations. They've managed to have that balance in the past, but also, we've had some crazy teams picking up ridiculous eliminations, like GEEKAY Esports picking up a massive, I think they had, 32 points when we were just 4 maps in. Just in terms of eliminations, that was ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty impressive, but, you know, like, I would love to see a 30 bomb being dropped on us tomorrow, right? We are still waiting in anticipation. Day 1, we didn't have the, you know, the graciousness of being blessed with a 30 bomb just yet. We didn't have the privilege, so who knows? Maybe day 2 could be the day in which we are blessed with that lovely and ever glorious 30 bomb getting dropped. We did get pretty close to that, right? We did know, of course, we did see the PlayStation rather from Slime4KT coming in with a 27-pointer. We did see GEEKAY also with a 27-pointer. We had a few 25s, a few 26s. So, you know, we're getting so close. But not yet have we passed beyond that 27 points. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe day 2 could be that 30-day bomb coming in. As we know, the teams are very well capable of accomplishing exactly that. So again, just let us know on social media what your predictions are, what your hopes are. And of course, be sure to go through our surveys that is posted in the YouTube chat. So be sure to click on those links, fill it in, and we'd love to get your feedback as well. But any predictions that you have potentially to see coming through into tomorrow's games?
It's not so much a prediction more than a want. I really want to see NIGMA Galaxy and NASR picking up their socks tomorrow, showcasing the talents that they've been hiding from us, because we know they've got the talent pool. This is the reason that they are here in the first place. I mean, NIGMA Galaxy last season of PMPL MEA, they were our championships. They were our MEA championships that came through in that last season. So they have a lot to show for it, and they have a lot to prove moving on back into tomorrow's games. And I know that they're capable of it. I know NASR is capable of it. So I'm going to be hoping that those two teams are going to be massively stepping up into tomorrow's games.
Yeah, as we know, last season, NIGMA Galaxy graced us with a 5 winner chicken dinners that they were able to find. So, I mean, they've already set the bar really high. But, based on what we've seen coming through within the season, they're pushing the expectation even further on. So, who knows? Maybe that could be around the corner with teams just bringing in some absolutely unseen performances. I mean, we did have quite an aggressive play across the entirety of the Erangels that we had. Sanhok was also quite exciting. Gotta say, this last Miramar was also a pretty spicy one, but who knows, right? Of course, still a lot more to come in our remaining 3 days. And, that's it, right? If you want to see anything in particular, if you've got any suggestions, hit us up. Use the hashtag PMPLMEAChamps, and let's hear what you guys' thoughts are.
Absolutely. You need to let us know, because if you don't tweet on out, if you don't go to Instagram using those hashtags, we're never going to get those answers. We're never going to get those opinions, and then we can't use them. If we don't have them, we can't use them. So you need to let us know either in the chats, on those Facebook pages, the YouTube channels, and of course those TikTok pages. There's a lot of socials, a lot of opportunities for you to reach out, both on the Africa side and the MENA side. There's a lot of channels you can use just to showcase your opinions and to let us know. Unfortunately, we can't help you to get moderator. I saw that being a thing in the YouTube chat. I don't know the way to get moderator. You can wish upon a star. Or maybe you can ask the question. Use the hashtag.
Maybe that works. I mean, I don't know, right? I've also been curious to find out how that works. So, when you get an answer, let us know. Hit us up. You can see our tags down below, so you can always reach us on social media as well. Yes. Tell us anything, if there's anything in particular that you want to say to us. But of course, on that, we are going to be closing off the evening right here. We're going to be heading into our recap. So be sure to join us back again tomorrow as we get ready for our second day of insanity right here in the PUBG Mobile MEA Championships Fall 2022.
It looks like.
All right, now that was just a test. That was just a test. We're just waiting to see what's going to happen. But yes, we are going to be moving off. So be sure to hit us up on social media. And sorry for, yes, action, right? Well, we're not really sorry for action. We want to see even more of that as we progress on forward. But is any closing thoughts?
Closing thoughts, we have some incredible talent that is showcasing what they have for their respective regions on this stage right now. They are playing 4 days of insane gameplay. So grab your friends if they haven't witnessed this competition yet, if they don't know about PMPL or PUBG Mobile even, bring them into the fray, because there's a lot of action and a lot of opportunities these teams can take part of, especially with their qualifications into PMPL. Coming through into the open challenges, bring in those action, bring in your own team. If you think that you can do better, come showcase it.
Well, here we go. We are going to be hopping into the end of this evening. So thank you so much for joining in, and we look forward to seeing you all back again tomorrow. Until then, stay safe and stay frosty.